Hollow Pine stood at the edge of the known world, a ragged settlement pressed against a wall of endless trees. The people here wore their suspicions like thick furs, always watching the woods, always muttering about the things that moved between the trunks when the fog came low and the snow fell heavy. Winter ruled with a sharpened fang, and every soul in the village measured the days by what the forest allowed them to take. Yet each season, something was taken in return. In the taverns, the men sat close to the fire, hands wrapped around mugs, eyes darting to the frost-laced windows. They spoke of the devil elk, sometimes with a nervous laugh, sometimes with a shiver. The stories twisted in the telling, but some details always returned: the monstrous size, the red glow of antlers burning through the thickest fog, the way it moved without sound or shadow. The elders whispered that it was a curse, a judgment on those who dared to trespass too deep or hunt too greedily. Some claimed to have seen it, others swore they had lost kin to it, and all agreed that it was best never to speak its name after dark. Bram Keller listened to these tales with the practiced stoicism of a man who had seen too much winter and too little mercy. He was a trapper by trade, his hands calloused and scarred from years of survival. He heard the warnings and shook his head, giving no ground to superstition. In his mind, the devil elk was a story spun to frighten children and to excuse the failings of desperate men. He believed in hunger, in blizzards, in wolves, and in the slow rot of loneliness, but he set no store by curses. Even so, Bram carried a private unease, a sense that the coming season would bring more than just cold and hunger. That year, the snow came early. It drifted against the cabins and filled the spaces between the pines, smothering the world in white. The fog followed, rolling in from the lowlands and mixing with the frost, blurring the edges of the world. Horses refused to leave their stalls and dogs whined at doors, tails tucked and eyes wide. The forest pressed closer to Hollow Pines and the villagers pressed closer to each other. Inside the tavern, the men huddled, voices low and urgent. They spoke of tracks found in the snow, hoofprints wider than a man's chest, pressed deep and perfectly round. They recounted the story of old Jack, who had gone into the woods and returned days later, eyes wild and mouth working at words no one could understand. Some said he had tried to speak of red light and a shape moving through the fog, but no one could be sure. Others remembered the trapper who set out to track the beast for its pelt, never to return. They warned newcomers that the devil elk chose its victims, and that those it spared were marked forever. Bram's brother Elias had always been drawn to the tales. Unlike Bram, Elias believed in omens, in the signs left by the forest. He had spoken of the devil elk as if it were a riddle waiting to be solved, half-awed and half-terrified, convinced that to see it was to glimpse something beyond the world of men. Bram dismissed his brother's fascination as youthful foolishness, but he watched Elias with a silent dread, knowing that the forest did not forgive curiosity. The winter deepened. Supplies ran low and the cold tightened its grip. Bram set his traps farther into the woods, always wary, always alert. He returned each night with less than he hoped, but more than most. Elias grew restless, lingering by the edge of the trees, staring into the fog. One morning, Bram woke to find his brother's bed empty and his boots gone. The news spread quickly. Elias had vanished into the woods, chasing the legend. Bram refused to believe his brother was lost. He told himself that Elias was clever, that he would return with a story and a laugh. Days passed, and hope dwindled. The villagers muttered that the devil elk had taken another. The tavern filled with grim faces and the weight of unspoken fears. Bram felt the eyes of the settlement on him, waiting to see what he would do. He gathered his gear, rifle, traps, flint, and a battered compass. He packed enough food for a fortnight and filled a flask with whiskey. He did not say goodbye. His mind was fixed on the woods, on the memory of his brother's eager eyes, on the cold certainty that something waited in the fog. Bram left at dawn, his breath steaming in the air, his boots crunching across the frozen ground. He knew he would not return until the legend was ended, one way or another. The forest swallowed him. The trees closed ranks behind and the fog thickened ahead. Bram moved with the practiced caution of a man who knew that every step could mean death. He set his course by the compass, checked the sun's pale arc through the clouds, counted paces between landmarks. Yet the forest played tricks, distances stretched and shrank, familiar trees vanished, and the world slipped sideways. Bram pressed on, driven by the memory of Elias and the promise he had made to himself. He found the first sign on the third day, a tree, snapped in half at perfect symmetry, the exposed wood pale as bone. No animal could have done it, no storm would leave such a mark. Bram studied it, feeling the hair rise on his neck. He remembered the stories, the warnings of the elders, but forced himself to move on. He followed the trail deeper, noting other signs. A string of hoofprints leading nowhere, carcasses of deer and rabbit laid out as if by careful hands, their bodies bloodless and untouched by scavengers. Here and there, a strange black fungus clung to the bark and crept across the snow. Each night, Bram camped beneath the pines, fire burning low, rifle within reach. The woods pressed close, the fog swirling, and the darkness seemed to breathe. He dreamed of antlers, vast and branching, bursting through flesh and bone, rooting him to the earth. He woke with his heart pounding, blood trickling from his nose, and the certainty that he was not alone. In the mornings, he found tracks circling his camp, massive, deliberate, always just beyond the firelight. On the fifth day, Bram caught a glimpse at the edge of the clearing. A shape, enormous and silent, watched him from between the trees. Red light flickered between the branches, painting the fog in unnatural hues. Bram raised his rifle, finger tense on the trigger, but the beast vanished before he could aim. He stood for a long time, heart racing, mind reeling. For the first time, doubt crept in. He began to wonder if the stories were more than superstition, if something truly unnatural haunted the woods. The next days blurred into a pattern of tracking and being tracked. Bram moved carefully, marking his path, watching for signs. He found more trees snapped in symmetry, more bloodless carcasses, more of the black fungus spreading like a stain. His compass spun uselessly, the needle dancing in circles. Time stretched and twisted, hours passed like minutes, days like hours. Hunger gnawed at him, but he pressed on, driven by the memory of Elias and the promise of an ending. One night he woke to a sense of pressure, as if the air itself pressed against his skin. He felt eyes on him, unseen but undeniable. He lay still, listening to the silence, willing himself not to move, not to breathe. When dawn came, he found fresh tracks, closer than ever, circling his camp in perfect symmetry. He felt the weight of the forest's attention, the sense that he was being tested, judged. On the seventh day, Bram found a clearing unlike any other. The trees here grew in a perfect ring, their trunks twisted and blackened, the ground carpeted with the strange fungus. In the center, a massive heart-shaped tree stood, its bark scarred and bleeding sap as dark as pitch. Bram knew, without knowing how, that this was the center of the curse, the heart of the legend. He waited until nightfall, rifle ready, senses straining. The fog thickened, and the red glow returned, brighter than ever. The devil elk stepped into the clearing, massive and silent, its antlers burning with unnatural light. Bram fired, the shot echoing through the woods. The bullet struck the beast and it staggered, black smoke pouring from the wound. The elk split, dividing into two identical shapes, each moving with the same impossible grace. Bram understood then, it was not one creature but many, sharing one mind, bound to the heart tree at the center of the curse. To end the legend, he would have to destroy the source. He fired again, aiming for the tree. The bark exploded, sap spraying, the elk shrieking in voiceless agony. The ground shook, the fog recoiled, and the beasts dissolved into smoke and ash. Bram fell to his knees, broken and spent. The silence that followed was absolute, pressing against his ears, filling the world. He knew he had ended something ancient, something beyond understanding. He felt the weight of the forest lift, the curse broken, the legend silenced at last. When he staggered back to hollow pines, the villagers stared in awe and fear. He spoke little of what he had seen, offering no details, no comfort. He carried the scars of the journey, both visible and hidden, and the knowledge that some stories are born of truth, twisted by time and fear. The devil elk was gone, but the memory lingered, a whisper in the fog, a warning to those who dared to trespass too deep into the heart of the woods. Bram Keller remained, changed and silent, his eyes always searching the tree line, listening for the echoes of antlers in the night. The settlement endured another winter, and the forest kept its secrets, but the whispers in the fog grew softer, fading into memory. The curse was ended, but the price had been paid, and the legend found its rest among the pines. Elias Keller had always wanted to be more than his brother's shadow. He spent his winters sharpening traps, boasting of hunts to come, and tracing the stories Bram tried to keep hidden. People in Hollow Pines called Bram a hard man, one who had seen the inside of the woods and come back unchanged. But Elias wanted to prove himself, to outpace the rumors and claim a tale that would be told for years. He talked of the devil elk as a test meant for him. He insisted that he would not wait for spring. The urge to act gnawed at him, until patience snapped like winter branches under too much weight. Bram understood the hunger that drove his brother. He remembered being young, believing he could master the pines if only he stepped far enough. But Bram also knew the way the forest could swallow pride and hope together. He spent nights warning Elias, telling him the stories men whispered when the wind rattled the shutters. He tried to impress the danger. Men who chased the devil elk vanished or returned with wildness in their eyes. Elias only grew more stubborn. Every word of caution turned his resolve sharper. He began to speak of glory, to declare the devil elk was only an animal and that he would bring back its antlers. The days ticked by, each one colder than the last. The snow deepened. The fog thickened. The woods pressed closer as if listening. Bram kept watch over his brother, but Elias slipped away in small ways. He woke earlier, moved quieter, and spent hours at the edge of the trees, watching for shapes in the mist. He grew restless at the hearth, poking at the fire, eyes fixed on the window. He talked about the devil elk as if it was a rival, something that needed to be faced alone. One morning Bram woke to a cold, empty cabin. The fire had burned out. Elias' cot was made, but the blanket still held the shape of his body. Bram's gut clenched. On the table he found a note in Elias' clumsy scrawl, the words brief and hurried. Elias was saying he had gone to hunt the devil elk, that Bram should not follow, that he would return with proof. He asked for trust, for belief, and for patience. Bram read the words twice, then crumpled the note in his fist. Bram wasted no time. He pulled on his heavy coat, grabbed his rifle, and followed the tracks leading from the stoop. Elias' boots left a clear trail in the fresh snow, headed straight for the black belt of hollow pines. Bram's mind raced with every step. He thought of the warnings he had given, the stories he had tried to make real. He wondered if Elias had heard any of it, or if the hunger for renown had drowned out sense. He pressed on, the cold burning his lungs, the forest growing taller and closer with every stride. The first day of searching yielded nothing but emptiness. Bram followed the tracks deep into the woods, beyond the places even he preferred to avoid. The snow muffled everything, but Bram pressed on, convinced he would find Elias huddled by a tree, shamed and grateful for rescue. But as the day bled into dusk, the tracks grew faint, then vanished beneath a drift. Bram circled, searching for broken branches or discarded gear, but found nothing. He built a small fire that night, his eyes fixed on the darkness. He imagined Elias walking in circles, calling out, realizing too late that the forest did not forgive pride. Morning brought more searching. Bram pushed deeper, scanning for signs, a torn piece of cloth, a footprint, the glint of a dropped knife. He found none. He called Elias' name, though he knew the sound would die before it reached any living ear. He remembered the stories told by old trappers, men who came back from the woods missing parts of themselves. They had spoken of the devil elk as if it was more than flesh and bone. Bram had dismissed those stories as fear made real by winter's isolation. Now, alone in the pines, he wondered if he had been wrong. On the third day, Bram returned to the cabin for supplies. The cold had thickened and his hands were numb. He sat by the hearth, staring at the note Elias had left. He thought about the words trust, patience, proof. Bram wondered what drove his brother to chase legends. He remembered Elias as a boy, following him through the brush, copying every movement. Bram had always protected him, even when Elias resented it. Now the woods had taken Elias, and all Bram could do was search. He spent the next day combing the edges of the forest, hopping for new tracks or a sign of passage. He found only emptiness. The villagers came by, offering sympathy and warnings. They told Bram that the devil elk had claimed many before and that searching would only claim another. Bram ignored them. He could not leave his brother to the woods. He pressed deeper, losing track of time, moving by instinct more than reason. Days slipped past, each one colder and heavier than the last. Bram's world shrank to a pattern of searching and returning, hope and despair. He dreamed of Elias calling out, his voice muffled by snow. He woke sweating, convinced he had heard something in the night. Each morning he forced himself to rise and go out again, driven by the image of his brother lost and alone. Then one evening, as dusk painted the snow gray, Bram saw something at the edge of the trees. It was small, half-buried, the color stark against the white. He knelt and brushed away the powder, his heart pounding. It was Elias' cap, the red wool stained dark with blood. Bram's hands trembled as he lifted it. He searched the ground for tracks, for any sign of struggle or passage. The snow lay smooth, undisturbed, as if nothing had ever passed that way. There were no footprints, no drag marks, no sign of Elias. Bram stood, the cap clenched in his fist, and stared into the trees. He felt a coldness that was deeper than the weather. He remembered the warnings of the villagers, the stories of men who vanished without trace. He wondered how a cap could be left behind, bloodied, with no sign of movement. He wondered if the devil elk had taken his brother, or if something older and stranger had claimed him. He carried the cap back to the cabin, turning it over in his hands. He tried to imagine how Elias had ended up at the edge of the woods, how he had lost his cap and left no mark. He wondered if Elias had fought, or if he had been taken so quickly that he had not even cried out. Bram's mind circled the same questions, finding no answers. That night, Bram did not sleep. He sat by the cold hearth, the cap in his lap, and tried to remember every moment he had shared with his brother. He thought of laughter by the river, of quiet evenings spent mending traps, of arguments that now seemed small and pointless. He wondered if Elias had felt fear, or if he had faced the end with the same stubborn pride that had driven him into the woods. Bram promised himself that he would not stop searching, no matter the cost. The villagers returned the next day, bringing food and more warnings. They urged Bram to let go, to accept that the woods had claimed his brother. They spoke of the devil elk as a curse, something no man could defeat. Bram listened, but their words slid off him. He had seen the cap. He had felt the emptiness at the edge of the trees. He knew that something was watching, waiting just out of sight. He resolved to go deeper, to find the truth, even if it meant facing the darkness alone. He spent the next days preparing. He sharpened his knife, checked his rifle, and packed enough food for a week. He studied the map of the woods, marking the places where men had vanished. He remembered the old stories, trees snapped in perfect symmetry, carcasses without blood, black fungus growing in strange patterns. Bram told himself that these were only tales, meant to frighten children, but a part of him wondered if they held some truth. He recalled the way the snow had lain undisturbed around Elias' cap. He wondered what could move without leaving a mark. On the morning of the 7th day, Bram set out before dawn. He followed the route Elias had taken, moving quickly, eyes scanning for signs. The woods felt closer than before, the trees pressing in. Bram ignored the unease, focusing on the task. He retraced his brother's steps, searching for anything that might explain the disappearance. He found nothing. As he moved deeper, Bram noticed strange patterns. Trees snapped at the same height, the breaks clean and deliberate. Branches twisted in unnatural angles, as if shaped by a hand that did not care for living things. He found patches of black fungus spreading across the ground, the growth thick and oily. He remembered the stories of the devil elk's path, how the forest changed in its wake. Bram knew he was close to something, though he was not sure what. He pressed on, ignoring the growing sense of unease. He found no tracks, no blood, no sign of Elias. The snow erased everything. Bram wondered if his brother had ever truly entered the woods, or if something had taken him before he could leave a trace. He forced himself to keep moving, repeating his brother's name under his breath like a prayer. By the 3rd day of searching, Bram was exhausted. He stumbled through the woods, driven by a need he could not name. He found himself circling the same patch of trees, each one marked with strange symbols. He wondered if the forest was leading him somewhere, or if he was simply lost. He remembered the stories of compasses spinning, of time running strange. Bram checked his watch, but the hands did not move. He laughed, the sound bitter, and pressed on. He camped that night beneath a twisted pine, the branches arching overhead. He dreamed of Elias standing at the edge of the trees, calling for help. In the dream, Bram tried to run, but the snow dragged at his feet. He woke with a start, the cap still clutched in his hands. He told himself that dreams meant nothing, but the fear lingered. Bram spent the next day searching for the heart of the woods. He followed the patterns: snapped trees, bloodless ground, fungus growing in circles. He felt as if he was being watched, as if something waited just out of sight. He found himself speaking aloud, promising Elias that he would not give up. He told himself that he would find the truth, even if it cost him everything. On the fifth day, Bram stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. The ground was bare, the snow melted away in a perfect circle. At the center stood a tree, old and twisted, its bark blackened as if by fire. Bram felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. He approached slowly, scanning for signs. The ground was littered with bones, picked clean and arranged in patterns. Bram recognized a piece of cloth snagged on a branch, Elias' shirt, torn and stained. He knelt and gathered it, fighting the urge to weep. Bram spent hours searching the clearing, looking for any sign of his brother. He found nothing but bones and broken branches. He wondered if Elias had died here or if something had taken him deeper. He remembered the stories of the devil elk's heart tree, the place where all trails ended. Bram resolved to return the next day, to search until he found the truth. He camped at the edge of the clearing, the cap and shirt folded beside him. He dreamed of antlers bursting from his chest, of black smoke pouring from his wounds. He woke with a bloody nose and a sense of dread. Bram told himself that it was only fear, but he could not shake the feeling that something was following him. The next morning, Bram found new tracks circling his camp. They were not animal, nor were they human. The snow was pressed down in strange shapes, as if something heavy had moved without walking. Bram studied the tracks, trying to make sense of them. He wondered if the devil elk had been there, watching him as he slept. He packed his things and moved quickly, determined to finish the search. As he pushed deeper into the woods, Bram felt time growing strange. He realized he had not eaten in a day, but felt no hunger. His watch spun uselessly, the hands flickering. Bram pressed on, convinced that he was close. He followed the patterns: snapped trees, circles of fungus, bones arranged with care. He told himself that the truth lay ahead if only he could endure. By dusk, Bram reached another clearing. This one was smaller, the trees pressed close. At the center stood another twisted pine, its branches reaching for the sky. Bram approached slowly, scanning for signs. He found a scrap of paper nailed to the trunk, the writing faint. It was Elias' hand, a final message. Elias was saying he was sorry, that he had been wrong, that the devil elk was not what he thought. He begged Bram to leave, to forget, to survive. Bram read the words again and again, the meaning sinking in. Bram knew then that Elias was gone. He felt the weight of loss settle on his shoulders, heavy and cold. He gathered the note and the cap, tucking them into his coat. He stood in the clearing, staring at the twisted tree, and promised himself that he would end the legend, no matter the cost. He turned and walked back through the woods, the snow falling thicker now, the darkness pressing in. Bram did not look back. He walked with the certainty of a man who had lost everything but purpose. At the edge of the trees, Bram paused and looked out across the snow. The cabin waited, warm and empty. He thought of Elias, of the stories they had shared, of the warnings he had ignored. He felt anger and grief and a cold resolve. He would hunt the devil elk. He would find the heart of the woods. He would see the legend ended, for his brother's sake and for his own. Bram stepped into the darkness, the cap in his hand, and vanished into the pines. Fear moved quickly through hollow pines, threading from cabin to cabin on the icy breath of rumor. When the first gray morning found Elias Keller's bunk still empty, his absence became a cold certainty. Bram Keller, his elder by a decade and twice as hard, felt the news strike him with the force of a falling tree. Those who had last seen his brother spoke of red glimmers in the woods and shapes flickering among the pines, but their words were slippery, half-whispered, already muddied by dread. No one admitted to seeing the boy step into the forest. No one confessed to following. Yet each voice held undercurrents of guilt, as if everyone felt responsible for what the forest had taken. The settlement gathered in tight knots that day, their faces drawn and eyes darting toward the thick line of trees. They had always feared hollow pines, but now the fear had taken form, wearing the shape of the devil elk and the memory of a vanished boy. Some muttered about curses and omens, recalling the old stories with renewed belief. Others watched Bram, gauging whether he would break or harden. Bram gave them nothing to read. He moved among them with measured steps, jaw clenched, the set of his shoulders daring any comfort or counsel. He questioned those who claimed to have seen Elias last. One woman remembered a faint red shimmer drifting between the trunks late the night before. Another man recollected a sense of being watched, though he had seen nothing but fog and shifting shadows. A hunter, half drunk and desperate to be believed, swore he'd glimpsed antlers like burning branches weaving between the trees. Bram listened to all of them, his silence pressing for more. Yet the answers offered only fragments, more fog than substance. Behind their words, he recognized the old, coiled terror that no one wished to name aloud. In the cramped Keller cabin, Bram gathered his brother's things, a worn scarf, a flint, a pocket knife dulled at the tip. He was remembering the last time he'd seen Elias, the boy's face half-lit by firelight, when a neighbor arrived to offer a talisman against evil. Bram ignored the gesture, shouldering his pack with a steadiness that felt brittle. He was saying without words that he would not accept comfort until he had answers. He readied himself for the woods. He packed traps, a battered musket, dried meat, a flask of strong spirits. He wrapped himself in furs and buckled on snowshoes. His preparations were done with the efficiency of a man who had lived all his years at the edge of winter's hunger. Yet when he paused at the door, he felt the weight of his brother's absence settle in his chest, sharp as a bone splinter. He was thinking that he could not bear to fail Elias, not after all the dangers they had already survived. Outside, the snow had thickened overnight, erasing all but the freshest tracks. Bram moved along the edge of the settlement, eyes searching for signs, a scuff in the snow, a broken twig, any hint of where Elias might have gone. He found nothing certain. Only the memory of red lights persisted, replayed in the stories of those who had watched from their windows that night. The village elder, his voice unsteady, recounted how it had always begun this way. The devil elk appeared, its antlers glowing like embers, and then someone vanished. Bram was told that no one who had vanished ever returned whole, if at all. The warning did not sway him. He resolved to enter Hollow Pines alone, carrying his brother's name like a blade between his teeth. He believed he could outlast whatever haunted those woods, because he had done so before, against wolves, hunger, and frostbite. But the devil elk was different. He was thinking that if he failed, there would be no one left to tell the story. He crossed the threshold of the trees before noon, the settlement smoke fatting behind him. He marked his passage with strips of cloth tied to branches, unwilling to trust the way the forest shifted. He moved deliberately, forcing each step, refusing to look back. The pines pressed close, branches heavy with snow, and the light dwindled as he followed the faintest suggestion of a trail. He was tracking not prints but patterns, places where the snow had crusted oddly, where saplings bent in mirrored arcs, as if something massive had passed and left the world rearranged. Hours slipped by. Bram found himself circling, his own markers appearing in unexpected places. His compass spun uselessly, the needle trembling as if caught in a fever. He was thinking that the forest itself was conspiring to turn him around. He fought the urge to shout Elias' name, knowing sound would only vanish into the gloom. Instead, he pressed deeper, reading the language of snapped twigs and torn moss. Near dusk, he found the first sign, an animal carcass, a young deer lying in a clearing, its body untouched by scavengers. There was no blood. Its eyes were wide, glazed, and its neck bent at an unnatural angle. Black fungus, slick and bulbous, clustered along its flanks and into its open mouth. Bram prodded the corpse with his knife, noting how the flesh seemed almost preserved, as if drained of life but not warmth. He was reminded of stories told by the old men, warnings of things that left no mark except emptiness. He pressed a hand to the ground and felt nothing but cold. The tracks around the carcass were not those of wolves or bears. They were too large. the imprints elongated, the pattern too regular, almost as if left by something walking on the edge between animal and nightmare. Bram was thinking that, if this was the devil elk's work, it was not hunting for hunger but for something else. He forced himself to move on, boot heels tight against the urge to run. Nightfall came early among the pines. Bram built a small fire, shielding it with stones, and ate a cold meal. He was aware with every bite of the forest pressing in. His thoughts drifted to Elias, picturing the boy lost and hungry, sheltering beneath some fallen log or high in a tree's branches. He imagined calling out to him, but the words stayed caught in his throat. He was thinking that if Elias had seen the elk, he might have followed it, drawn by the same stubborn curiosity that had gotten them both into trouble before. Sleep came fitfully. Bram dreamed of antlers bursting through his chest, their points splitting bone and muscle. He felt the weight of the forest above him, the sense of being watched. When he woke, his nose was bleeding, staining the snow beside his bedroll. He wiped his face, heart pounding, his hands trembling with the certainty that he was not alone. He packed quickly that morning, stamping out the fire and checking his musket for the third time. He was thinking that something had passed near his camp in the night, though he found no tracks. He pressed deeper into the woods, following the pattern of broken trees. Each seemed snapped in perfect symmetry, as if a giant hand had twisted them against one another. Black fungus appeared more frequently, clustered in the hollows of stumps and along roots that curled above the snow. Bram avoided touching it, recalling warnings about poison and curses. As the day wore on, he saw flashes of red in his periphery, never direct, always flickering between branches or beneath the snow-laden boughs. He was remembering the stories he had dismissed in his youth, tales of lights that lured hunters from their path, of voices that sounded like missing loved ones. He forced himself to ignore these tricks, clinging instead to the practical knowledge that had kept him alive all these years. He found more carcasses: a fox frozen mid-leap, its fur matted with black sap; a raven, wings outstretched, eyes empty. All bore the same absence of blood, the same fungus choking their mouths. Bram was thinking that the devil elk was not alone, that the forest itself had become part of the curse. He pressed on, hunger gnawing at his gut, hands raw from the cold. By the third day, Bram's sense of time had begun to slip. He checked the sun's position, but it seemed unwilling to rise or set. His watch ticked erratically. He was thinking that he had entered a place where the normal rules no longer applied. The markings on the trees grew stranger, symbols carved with antlers, spirals, and jagged lines that seemed to pulse when he looked away. He marked each with charcoal, unwilling to trust memory alone. He paused at midday to rest. He was remembering the first hunt he had shared with Elias, the thrill of tracking a stag through fresh snow. He was thinking with bitter regret that he should have kept his brother closer, should have passed along more caution than bravado. The guilt drove him onward, fueled by the knowledge that every hour lost was another chance for the devil elk's curse to deepen its hold. Wind picked up in the afternoon, stirring the fog between the trees. Bram wrapped his scarf tighter, blinking against the cold. He glimpsed something massive moving ahead, a shape that dwarfed even the largest bull elk he had ever seen. Its antlers glowed faintly, red as coals flickering with each step. Bram pressed himself flat behind a fallen log, watching as the creature drifted past, silent and sure. He was thinking that it moved not like an animal but like a ghost, unbound by the world's rules. He waited until the fog thickened again before rising. He followed the tracks, noting how each hoofprint filled quickly with black water, the snow melting around it. He was thinking that the elk's passage poisoned the ground, leaving nothing but rot behind. His resolve hardened. He would find Elias, or else he would end this curse, one way or another. That night Bram slept little. He was haunted by dreams of red lights and antlers, of voices calling in the darkness. He woke several times, certain he heard footsteps circling his camp. Each time he found only darkness, and the sense that something was waiting just beyond the reach of his firelight. He was thinking that he was being driven, not merely followed. By the fourth morning, Bram's supplies had dwindled. He rationed his food, drinking melted snow and chewing dried meat. He was thinking about turning back, but guilt and anger urged him on. He forced himself to recall every detail of the signs he'd followed, every pattern in the broken trees, every line of fungus. He was certain now that these were not random. They marked a path, a warning, or perhaps a boundary. He found another clearing, larger than any before. The snow here was trampled, the ground gouged by hooves and claw marks. In the center stood a tree, its trunk split by lightning, bark peeled away to reveal blackened heartwood. Bram approached, sensing something vital. He was thinking that this might be the heart of the curse, the place where the devil elk's power rooted itself. He searched the area for any sign of Elia's, calling his brother's name in a voice that was little more than a broken whisper. There was no answer. Instead, he found a strip of cloth caught on a branch, Elia's scarf, torn and stiff with frost. Bram pressed it to his face, overwhelmed by relief and despair in equal measure. He was thinking that his brother had been here and that the devil elk was not far away. He waited in the clearing until dusk, musket ready, every nerve straining for movement. The fog thickened. Red lights appeared, weaving among the trees in patterns that made no sense. Bram was thinking that they were not eyes but something older, signals or warnings perhaps. He steadied his aim, heart pounding, as the shape of the elk emerged from the mist. It was larger than memory, larger than fear. Its antlers burned with impossible light. Bram fired, the musket's recoil jarring his frozen fingers. He saw the shot strike. The beast staggered, black smoke pouring from the wound instead of blood. For a moment he believed he had succeeded. Then the elk split, doubling and then tripling, each form flickering with red fire. Bram was thinking that he had been wrong. The curse was not one creature but many, bound together by a single will. He ran, stumbling through the snow, pursued by the shadows of antlers and red light. He was thinking that the only way to end this was to destroy the source, the heart tree, the place where the curse had rooted itself. He circled back, driven by desperation, and set fire to the blackened trunk. The flames caught slowly, fighting against the damp and rot, but Bram fed them with every scrap of dry tinder he could find. As the fire rose, the elk forms shrieked, though the sound was not one he could hear, only sense, vibrating in his bones. The red lights blinked out one by one. The air thickened with smoke and the scent of burning fungus. Bram was thinking that he might die here, that his brother was already lost. Still, he watched the tree burn, refusing to turn away. When the flames finally died, the clearing was silent. The elk forms were gone, leaving only ash and smoldering wood. Bram collapsed to his knees, breath ragged, muscles trembling. He was thinking that, although he had ended the curse, he had lost more than he could bear. He searched the clearing one last time, finding no trace of Elia's, only the scarf and a sense of emptiness that threatened to swallow him. He was thinking that the devil elk of Hollow Pines would haunt him forever, even if its shadow no longer walked the forest. As he stumbled back toward the settlement, Bram was changed. Hollow Pines was silent behind him, its terror spent, but he carried the weight of what had vanished, and what had been found, into the endless winter night. Bram Keller had always believed in the ordinary rules of the wild. He trusted the freeze of the river, the familiar crunch of snow underfoot, the North Star glimmering above the pines. Yet, when dawn broke over Hollow Pines that winter morning, he felt the old laws falling away, replaced by something older and less forgiving. His brother's scream still echoed in the back of his mind, sharper than any wind, refusing to fade. Today he would cross the river and enter the heart of the cursed woods. He rose before the sun, packing his musket, powder horn, and 3 days' bread. He wrapped his brother's hunting knife in oilcloth and tucked it inside his coat, feeling the weight like a promise. As he stepped from the cabin, his breath vanished into the fog. He did not look back. The river, half frozen and treacherous, lay ahead, its surface a dull mirror under the colorless sky. He tested each step with his axe handle, never trusting the ice. When it groaned, he moved faster. He was thinking that fear was a thin shield against the things that waited in the woods, but it was all he had. On the far bank, snow reached his knees. Bram paused, feeling the cold bite through his leggings, and studied the forest. Hollow Pines loomed before him, ancient trees standing in unnatural ranks, their trunks blackened as if burned long ago. He told himself he would not be turned back by old stories. He had marked the route on a scrap of birch bark and carried a compass, though the needle had started to quiver even before he crossed the river. He pressed on, using his axe to notch the bark of every third tree. The marks would guide him home, he thought, though he suspected nothing would be that simple anymore. The deeper he ventured, the more the world seemed to narrow. Fog pressed in from all sides, clinging to his coat, swallowing his footprints. The air felt heavy, thick, almost solid. Bram's breath came in short clouds. He was thinking that the forest wanted him to lose his way. The silence pressed in, so complete that the sound of his own heartbeat seemed wrong. He stopped often, listening for the crack of a branch, the distant call of a jay, but nothing answered. There was only the soft fall of snow, and even that felt distant, as if muffled by some hidden hand. The compass needle spun in lazy circles. Bram frowned, shaking it, but the needle refused to settle. He was telling himself to trust his instincts. He would follow the slope of the land, the way the trees leaned. He would not let superstition cloud his mind. Still, he marked each tree with careful strokes of his axe, watching the sap bleed out in tiny red rivulets. The marks trailed behind him like breadcrumbs. He tried to remember the look of his brother's eyes, bright, laughing, unafraid. He wondered if the forest had changed him, or if it had always been like this, waiting for those too stubborn to turn back. Hours passed without measure. The sun, hidden behind the fog, gave no hint of time. Hunger gnawed at Bram's belly, but he did not stop. He was thinking that to rest was to surrender, and there could be no mercy here. The trees began to crowd closer, their trunks growing thicker, their branches overhead forming a tangled canopy. Sometimes he caught glimpses of strange patterns. Trees snapped in perfect symmetry, 2 at a time or 4 in a square, as if some great hand had twisted them for a reason only it understood. He catalogued each sign, telling himself he would unravel the logic behind them. He would not let fear blind him. At midday, or what he guessed was midday, he found a carcass in the snow. It was a doe, its eyes wide and glassy, its body untouched by tooth or claw. No blood stained the white ground. Bram knelt beside it, tracing the line of its throat. The wound was clean, almost surgical, and the flesh beneath was cold and dry. He was thinking that nothing in the wild killed like this. He remembered the old tales, the devil elk feeding not on flesh but on something deeper. He tried not to think of his brother's final moments. He left the carcass behind, feeling its empty gaze trailing him as he moved on. The forest seemed to tighten around him. The snow grew deeper, the air colder. Bram's boots were stiff with ice and his fingers ached. He stopped to eat a crust of bread, chewing slowly, tasting nothing. He was thinking about the stories his father told by the fire, about hunters who vanished, about men who returned with white hair and empty eyes. He had always laughed then, certain he would be braver. Now he wondered if courage was simply another word for foolishness. As he pressed on, Bram noticed a strange growth in the snow, black fungus, sprouting in the shape of antlers. He crouched to examine it, touching the edge with his knife. The fungus broke apart like ash, staining his gloves. He was thinking that this was the devil elk's mark. He pictured the beast moving through the trees, its antlers burning red, its hooves silent. He remembered the way his brother had described it, too large, too silent, more shadow than flesh. Bram told himself he would not let fear take root, but he could not shake the feeling of being watched. He kept moving, marking trees when he remembered, though the forest seemed to shift behind him. Once he looked back and saw one of his own axe marks on a tree he could have sworn he had not yet passed. He was thinking that the woods were folding in on themselves, turning his path into a maze. He tried to keep his bearings, following the slope of the land, the pattern of the trees, but doubt gnawed at him. He told himself he would find the heart of the forest, or die trying. As dusk approached, though he could not see the sun, Bram made camp beneath a crooked pine. He built a small fire, shielding it with stones, and wrapped himself in his blanket. The cold pressed in from all sides, seeping into his bones. He was thinking about his brother's laugh, the sound of it echoing through the trees. He tried to remember every detail, the tilt of his head, the way he moved through the snow. He wondered if the devil elk remembered, too. Sleep did not come easily. Bram drifted in and out, haunted by strange dreams. In one, he stood in a clearing, surrounded by trees with bleeding bark. He watched as antlers burst from his chest, splitting his ribs. growing taller and taller until they blotted out the sky. He woke with a start, blood trickling from his nose and the sense of being watched heavy on his chest. He was thinking that the line between dreams and waking was thinner here. He wiped the blood away, telling himself it was nothing. He was here to hunt a beast, not ghosts. The night dragged on, each hour colder than the last. Bram fed the fire with dry branches, watching the flames flicker and die. He was thinking that the devil elk was near. He pictured it moving through the fog, its red antlers glowing, its eyes following him from the shadows. He told himself he was ready. He would not run. He would not break. At dawn, if it could be called that, Bram rose stiffly and packed his things. He checked his compass, but the needle spun faster than before. He was thinking that he could not trust it, that he would have to rely on his own senses. He ate the last of his bread and set out, following the strange marks in the snow, the black fungus, the snapped trees, the patterns too deliberate to be natural. The forest grew denser, the trees crowding so close he could barely squeeze between them. Bram's breath came hard, his muscles aching. He was thinking about the stories of men who vanished here, of voices lost in the fog. He told himself he would not be among them. He would see this through. Sometime near midday, though he had lost all sense of time, Bram felt a shift in the air. The fog thickened, swirling around him, and the silence deepened. He was thinking that this was the center, the place where the devil elk held court. He gripped his musket tightly, moving forward step by step, his eyes searching for any sign of movement. Then he saw it, a massive shape between the trees, antlers glowing faintly red through the mist. The devil elk stood motionless, watching him. Bram raised his musket, steadying his aim. He was thinking of his brother, of all the hunters who had come before. He fired, the shot echoing through the fog. The beast shuddered, black smoke pouring from the wound. Bram was thinking he had done it, that the legend would end here. But the devil elk did not fall. Instead, it split apart, dividing into two identical beasts, each with burning antlers and eyes like coals. Bram's heart pounded. He was thinking that he had misunderstood, that the danger was far greater than he had imagined. He backed away, reloading his musket with shaking hands. The two elk watched him, unmoving, as if daring him to try again. Bram remembered the old stories, the warnings about the heart of the forest, the source of the curse. He was thinking that to end this, he would have to find the heart tree, the source of the devil elk's power. He turned and ran, the shapes melting into the fog behind him. He was thinking he would not let them follow, that he would find the tree and destroy it. He marked his path as best he could, but the forest shifted with every step. He wandered for hours, or perhaps only minutes, time losing all meaning. The fog closed in, the silence pressing against his ears. Bram was thinking that he might never find his way out, that the forest meant to keep him here. He stumbled, falling to his knees, and for a moment he considered giving up. But then he remembered his brother's face, the promise he had made. He pushed himself to his feet, moving forward with grim determination. Eventually, he found himself in a clearing. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, twisted and black, its branches shaped like antlers, its roots spreading out in a perfect circle. Bram was thinking that this was the heart tree, the source of the curse. He approached it cautiously, feeling the weight of countless eyes on him. He raised his axe, swinging with all his strength. The tree resisted, its bark tougher than iron. Bram hacked at it again and again, his arms trembling with exhaustion. Black sap oozed from the wound, smoking where it touched the snow. He was thinking that he had to finish this, that there could be no turning back. With a final blow, the trunk split and the tree began to collapse. A soundless shockwave rippled through the clearing, and the fog seemed to lift, just for a moment. Bram fell to his knees, gasping for breath. He was thinking that it was over, that the devil elk would trouble the forest no more. He stayed there for a long time, until the cold seeped into his bones and he could no longer move. When he finally rose, the woods were silent, not with the unnatural hush of before, but with the true quiet of winter. Bram was thinking that he had won, but at a cost he could not yet measure. He turned back toward home, following the marks he had left, though many had vanished. The forest seemed less hostile now, the trees less menacing. Bram was thinking about his brother, about the things he had seen. He wondered if anyone would believe him, if the legend would fade or simply change shape. He told himself it did not matter. He had kept his promise. The devil elk was gone, and Hollow Pines was silent at last. Bram Keller had always trusted the language of the woods. Signs never lied, he'd tell himself. Tracks in the snow told stories truer than men's mouths. Broken branches, the way a hare's fur snagged on underbrush, the hush in the pine needles, these were the sentences he read each morning. But now, as winter thickened its grip on Hollow Pines and the fog dragged down over the world like a burial shroud, he began to notice signs that made no sense. His own boots pressed shallow in the snow, but something larger, heavier left prints that seemed to flicker at the edges, as if the forest itself could not recall them fully. He woke early, as always, before the light, and set out with axe and rifle, thinking nothing would deter him from finding the tracks of the devil elk. The stories had reached him young, whispering that the beast's antlers glowed red like coals on the darkest nights, and its shadow brought nothing but ruin. Yet stories were for children. He believed only in what he could touch, until the day he lost his brother to the fog. Since then, every sign mattered, every omen was a warning or a guide. On this morning, Bram moved deeper into the pines, watching for disturbances in the snow. The old trails he knew were gone, replaced by a confusion of paths. He'd found something he could not explain. Trees snapped off at the same height, their trunks arranged in a perfect ring. The symmetry unsettled him. Nature never worked in such neat lines. He knelt, examining the splintered wood, running his calloused fingers over the break. The force needed to snap a pine that thick was immense. He wondered if a storm had done it, but the snow around the trunks lay undisturbed. No wind had blown here. He felt a chill that had little to do with the cold. He remembered the tales from the old trappers, the ones who spoke of the devil elk making circles in the woods, marking its territory with signs only it understood. He always dismissed such talk as the ramblings of men too long alone. Now he was not so sure. His hand lingered on the wood as though by touching it he could understand the purpose behind the shape. The circle was too clean. The snapped ends all pointed inward. It reminded him of old burial rites he'd seen among the native people, rings of stones meant to hold back evil spirits. He stood, uneasy, and continued on. Within an hour he stumbled onto another sign. This one was worse. In a shallow dell ringed by more pines, he found a scattering of animal carcasses, hares, a fox, even a young deer arranged in a perfect circle. Each body had been opened, but there was no blood in the snow, no sign of struggle, no tracks but his own. The flesh was untouched, save for a single wound at the chest of each. He knelt and examined the deer. The wound was precise, as if cut by a blade rather than tooth or claw. The absence of blood made the scene even more unnatural. He remembered the old priest's words, signs and omens mark the path where evil treads. Bram did not believe in devils, but he believed in death. He had seen it too often in too many forms. Yet this was different. This was not the work of hunger. This was a message meant for those who could read it. He told himself he would not be afraid. He would take the message and use it. If the elk wanted to be found, he would find it. He pressed on, marking the spot in his memory. As the day wore on, the fog thickened. The world shrank to a few paces in front of him. He moved slowly, watching for anything out of place. The compass at his belt spun uselessly, as if the forest itself was turning. His sense of direction slipped. He relied on instinct, trying to remember the shape of the land beneath the snow. The trees pressed close, their trunks black against the white. Now and then he would catch a whiff of rot, though there were no visible sources. By mid-afternoon he noticed another oddity. At the base of a fallen pine, he found a patch of black fungus pushing up through the snow. It pulsed faintly, as if alive, the edges glistening with a greasy sheen. He prodded it with the tip of his knife. It gave way easily, oozing a dark fluid that stained the snow. He'd seen many types of rot and blight in the woods, but nothing like this. The fungus seemed to grow only in the tracks left by the elk, as if it marked the creature's passage. He scraped a sample into a small tin, thinking he might show it to the old medicine woman in the next valley if he lived to see another village. He could not shake the feeling that the fungus was watching him. He told himself that was nonsense, but he moved away quickly, heart pounding in his chest. As dusk settled, he built a small fire beneath a leaning spruce, sheltering from the wind. He set his traps, though he doubted he would catch much with the forest so disturbed. He chewed on cold meat and thought of his brother, how the younger man had set out with laughter, promising to bring back the beast's antlers and had never returned. Bram had searched for days, finding only a broken knife and a patch of scorched earth. He pushed the memory away, focusing on the work at hand. That night sleep came slowly. When it did, it brought no rest. He dreamed of shadows moving through the trees, antlers rising from the snow like twisted roots. In the dream, he was running, chased by something vast and silent. He felt antlers bursting through his chest, splitting bone and sinew. He woke with a gasp, nose bleeding, heart thudding like a drum. He pressed a hand to his chest, half expecting to find it pierced. Only skin met his touch, slick with sweat. He sat by the dying fire, shaking. He told himself it was only a dream, the result of too many days alone, too much fear. But he could not rid himself of the sense of being watched. The fog pressed close, the night endless. He wrapped his blanket tighter and waited for dawn. When morning came, he found the snow around his camp disturbed. There were no tracks, not man, not beast, but the snow had been brushed aside in a wide circle, as if something massive had moved around him in the night. He felt a cold certainty that the elk had come to look at him, to judge his purpose. He told himself he was not afraid, but his hands shook as he packed his gear. He set off again, following the signs. Each new clue seemed designed to unsettle. The snapped trees grew more frequent, always in perfect symmetry. He found more bloodless carcasses, each arranged with a precision that mocked the randomness of nature. The black fungus spread, poolsing larger, sometimes growing up the trunks of standing pines, choking the life from them. He wondered if the forest itself was dying, consumed by the elk's passage. He lost track of days. The sun barely showed itself through the fog. Hunger gnawed at him, but he would not turn back. He told himself he owed it to his brother, to the other lost men whose names haunted the village. He began to speak aloud to the woods, demanding answers, cursing the elk, promising to end its curse. His voice sounded small, swallowed by the silence. One evening, as he set his last snare, he caught a glimpse of movement in the distance. A shape, massive and silent, drifted between the trees. The antlers glowed faintly, red as embers. He raised his rifle, heart pounding. He did not fire. He watched as the beast paused, turning its head as if to look at him. For a moment he felt its gaze, ancient, cold, endless. Then it was gone, swallowed by the fog. He told himself he would not be shaken. He would track the elk to its lair, end the legend, whatever it took. He followed the tracks deeper into the woods. The compasses spun, the trees grew twisted, and time itself seemed to stretch. He found himself circling the same patch of woods, though he swore he was moving forward. The signs grew more frantic. Trees snapped in patterns he could not decipher, carcasses left as warnings, fungus choking the life from everything it touched. He began to see shadows at the edge of his vision, antlers rising from the snow, eyes gleaming red. He told himself they were tricks of the mind, but he could not shake the feeling of being followed. At night, his dreams grew worse. He saw himself becoming the elk, antlers bursting from his flesh, blood turning to smoke. He woke each morning weaker, more uncertain. One day, he found a mark he had never seen before. A tree, larger than any other, stood at the heart of a clearing. Its bark was blackened, sap oozing in dark rivulets. Around its base, the ground was bare, the snow melted away. He felt a pull, as if drawn by a force he could not resist. He told himself this was the heart of the forest, the source of the elk's power. He marked the spot in his mind, vowing to return when he was ready. He spent the next days circling the clearing, watching for signs. Each time he approached, the fog thickened and the woods seemed to close around him. He caught glimpses of the elk, sometimes one, sometimes two, sometimes more. He realized with growing horror that the beast was not alone. It was many, sharing one mind, connected by the heart tree. To kill it, he would have to destroy the source. He prepared himself for the final hunt, sharpening his knife, checking his rifle, steeling his resolve. He spoke to the woods, telling the elk he was coming. He felt the forest listening, waiting. He dreamed of fire and smoke, of antlers wreathed in flame. He woke each morning with blood on his lips and fear in his heart. The signs multiplied as he drew closer to the heart tree. The snapped trunks formed spirals now, drawing him inward. The carcasses were fresh, eyes open, mouths frozen in silent screams. The fungus pulsed brighter, spreading in veins across the snow. He felt himself weakening as if the forest was draining his strength. On the last night as he sat by his fire, he saw the elk watching him from the edge of the clearing. Its antlers glowed brighter than ever, casting strange shadows on the snow. He raised his rifle, aimed, and fired. The shot rang out and the beast staggered. Black smoke poured from the wound, swirling in the air. The elk split in two, then four, then many, each smaller than the last, all sharing the same red gaze. He realized then that killing one would do nothing. The only way to end the curse was to destroy the heart tree. He rushed into the clearing, axe in hand, ignoring the pain in his chest. The elk circled him, silent, watching. He swung the axe at the tree, splitting the blackened bark. Sap poured out, thick and dark, stinking of death. The ground shuddered, the fog thickened. He chopped again and again, each blow weaker than the last. At last the tree toppled, crashing to the ground. The elk screamed, a sound felt rather than heard. The smoke poured from their mouths and eyes, swirling around the clearing. Bram fell to his knees, coughing, vision blurring. He felt the antlers in his dreams, the shadow pressing in. He told himself he had to finish it. He crawled to the tree, set it alight with his last match. The flames caught, burning with an unnatural fury. The elk vanished, their bodies dissolving into smoke. The fog lifted. The forest fell silent. Bram lay on the ground, broken, breathing in the ashes. He told himself he had ended the curse, that he had brought peace to Hollow Pines. He did not know if he would ever leave the woods, but he felt the eyes watching him fade, replaced by a deeper silence. He rose, gathering his gear, moving slowly through the snow. The signs were gone now. No more snapped trees, no more bloodless carcasses, no more poolsing fungus. The forest was just a forest, wounded but alive. He walked until he could walk no more, collapsing beneath a pine. He closed his eyes, thinking of his brother, of the men lost to the elk. He told himself he had done what he must. The omens had led him here, and now the story was ended. The woods would remember, he thought, even if no one else did. In the silence, he found a kind of peace. The devil elk was gone. Hollow Pines belonged to the living once more. Bram Keller pressed deeper into the frozen maze, the world behind him shrinking into a memory of warmth and kinship, the world ahead shrinking into a tunnel of resolve. He moved as if through a waking dream, every step weighed down by the years that had led him here. The past clung to him more tightly than the cold. He remembered the first winter his father had shown him how to lay a snare. Bram had been a boy then, clumsy-fingered and eager to please. His brother Elias, smaller and quicker, had watched from the shadows of the spruce, bright-eyed and restless. Their father had spoken with the gravity of a man who believed the land could swallow fools. He had warned them that Hollow Pines held secrets, that some beasts were not meant to be hunted. Bram had taken those words as both challenge and curse. Elias had grinned at the warnings, daring the darkness to show its teeth. Now, as Bram broke trail through the brittle undergrowth, he felt the ache of that lost laughter. The memory of his brother's footsteps, always trailing just behind, haunted every stride. He had not wanted Elias to follow him into the woods that last morning. He remembered the argument. Elias had insisted, stubborn and wild, certain that two together stood a better chance against the devil elk. Bram had refused at first, but Elias had persisted, flashing that same reckless smile he had worn as a boy by the fire. Bram could not say no. He had never been able to deny him. The forest pressed close, indifferent to regret. Bram forced himself on, his mind circling back to those early years like a wolf around a wounded stag. He recalled the lessons their father had drilled into them. Always check the wind, never trust a silent clearing, never follow blood deeper than you are willing to go. He had repeated these rules to Elias, sometimes sternly, sometimes in jest, believing that knowledge could shield them from the unknown. But knowledge had not saved Elias. The day the devil elk took his brother replayed itself in fragments. The tangled prints in the snow, the trail of black fungus, the cold certainty settling in Bram's gut as the forest grew impossibly still. He had found only Elias' pack, torn and empty, beside a patch of earth scorched and barren. Bram had called for him until his voice broke. He had stumbled back to the cabin alone, carrying guilt like a wound no salve could heal. Each night since, Bram had lain awake, replaying every choice, every word. He told himself that he should have been more vigilant, more cautious, less quick to anger. He had allowed pride and frustration to wedge cracks between them. He remembered the time Elias had set a trap wrong, nearly losing a finger to the steel jaws. Bram had scolded him harshly, insisting that a careless hunter would not last a season. Elias had bristled, declaring that he was not a child. Bram had turned away, unable to explain that his anger was only fear in disguise. He had wanted to protect his brother from the forest, from himself, from the creeping influence of the devil elk. Now, with every mile deeper into hollow pines, Bram found himself speaking to Elias in his mind, rehearsing apologies and promises that would never be heard. He imagined Elias just ahead, pausing to wait, eager to share a discovery or a joke. Bram longed to call out, to bridge the gulf between past and present, but his voice had grown hoarse with silence. His thoughts drifted further back, to a night when their father had told them the story of the first hunter who vanished in hollow pines. The firelight had cast their father's face in shadow, his voice low and certain. He had spoken of spirits that wore the shapes of beasts that could lure men astray and feast on their memories. Bram had laughed then, dismissing such tales as superstition. Elias had listened, wide-eyed and shivering, half wanting to believe, half hoping to prove the stories false. After their father died, Bram had taken up the mantle of protector. He had tried to shield Elias from the worst dangers, teaching him to read sign, to recognize safe trails from false ones. But Elias had always chafed at restraint. He had sought out the forbidden places, eager to test the boundaries of the forest and himself. Bram had followed, sometimes angrily, sometimes with pride, always with the nagging fear that one day Elias would go too far. Standing now beneath the twisted boughs, Bram felt the weight of every warning unheeded. He blamed himself for every careless word, every moment when pride had held him back from reaching out. He imagined Elias lost in the fog, calling for help and Bram unable to answer. The guilt gnawed at him, sharpening his resolve even as it sapped his spirit. He pressed on, driven by a hunger for redemption. He believed that if he could end the devil elk's reign, if he could unravel the curse that haunted hollow pines, he might find a measure of peace. He owed that to Elias and to the memory of the family they had been. The forest seemed to sense his turmoil, growing ever more oppressive. The trees closed ranks, their trunks crowding out the sky. Bram felt the cold settle into his bones, but he refused to turn back. He reminded himself of the lessons learned at his father's knee. Courage was not the absence of fear, but the refusal to yield to it. He repeated the old man's words like a prayer, willing himself forward. As he walked, memories slipped through the cracks in his determination. He saw Elias as a boy, struggling with a bow too large for his arms, refusing to give up. He remembered a winter when food ran low, and they had taken turns going hungry so their mother could eat. He recalled the pride in Elias' eyes the first time he brought down a hare alone. These moments flickered in and out, a procession of ghosts following Bram through the snow. He thought of how their paths had diverged in subtle ways. Bram had grown cautious, weighed down by responsibility. Elias had embraced risk, hungry for the thrill of the hunt. They had argued often but always reconciled, bound by blood and a shared history of hardship. Each disagreement had ended in laughter or quiet understanding until the night of the devil elk. That final rift had never been mended. Bram told himself that he was not hunting for vengeance, but for closure. He wanted to believe that ending the curse would free Elias' spirit wherever it had gone. He pictured his brother watching from the shadows, urging him onward, forgiving him for every failure. Bram clung to that hope, using it as a shield against despair. The journey grew harder as the day wore on. His limbs ached, his breath coming in ragged bursts. The forest floor became a labyrinth of roots and fallen branches. Bram remembered his father's advice to trust his instincts when the land turned strange, to rely on memory when reason failed. He tried to recall every lesson, every caution. Images of their childhood home surfaced. The rough-hewn cabin, the battered table where their mother mended clothes by candlelight, the battered rifle propped by the door. He saw Elias sneaking sips of stolen cider, their father pretending not to notice. He saw himself patching a torn boot, Elias teasing him for his clumsy stitches. The mundane comforts of those days felt impossibly distant now, replaced by the grim determination to see this quest through to its end. At times, Bram wondered if he had chosen this path out of love or guilt. He could not untangle the two. Every step deeper into hollow pines felt like a penance, a way to atone for failures both real and imagined. He told himself that he would not return until the devil elk was no more, that he owed it to Elias to finish what they had begun together. The forest tested his resolve constantly. The shadows stretched longer, the air growing heavier with each passing hour. Bram found himself thinking of the stories their father had told, of hunters who vanished without a trace, of beasts that wore many faces. He wondered if the devil elk was simply the forest's way of punishing hubris, of reminding men that some boundaries were not meant to be crossed. He recalled the day Elias had first spoken of hunting the devil elk. His brother had been barely more than a boy, brimming with bravado. Bram had tried to dissuade him, insisting that the legend was not worth the risk. Elias had laughed, accusing Bram of growing old before his time. Bram had bitten back his anger, unwilling to admit that fear for his brother had colored every word. Now he wished he had spoken more plainly, that he had confessed his love instead of hiding it behind harsh advice. The weight of regret became almost physical, dragging at Bram's feet. He forced himself onward, repeating the old lessons like a mantra. He reminded himself that every trap set, every trail followed had been a preparation for this moment. He believed that if he could honor his father's teachings, he might yet find his way through the darkness. He paused to rest beneath a leaning pine, his thoughts swirling. He remembered the last meal he and Elias had shared, the way his brother had joked about the coming winter, the unspoken tension between them. Bram had wanted to apologize for his harshness, to tell Elias that he was proud of the man he was becoming. But the words had stuck in his throat, pride and fear warring against tenderness. Now he would give anything to go back to say what needed saying. He thought of their mother, left behind in the cabin, waiting for sons who would never return together. Bram felt the burden of her sorrow, the knowledge that he alone could bring closure to their family story. He promised himself that he would not fail her, that he would not fail Elias again. As dusk settled, Bram rose and pressed on. The forest closed in, every tree a potential sentinel, every shadow a reminder of what he had lost. He reviewed his plan, recalling the patterns he had noticed, the snapped branches, the bloodless carcasses, the spreading fungus. He believed that these signs would lead him to the heart of the curse. He clung to that belief, using it to stave off the encroaching despair. Memories of his father's stern voice echoed in his mind, urging him to be vigilant, to trust only what he could see and touch. Bram resolved to keep faith with those lessons, even as the forest seemed to warp around him. He reminded himself that he was not alone, that Elias' spirit walked with him, guiding his steps. He recalled a night long ago when he and Elias had gotten lost in a sudden snowstorm. They had huddled together beneath a fallen log, sharing body heat and whispered fears. Bram had promised his brother that they would make it home, that as long as they were together nothing could harm them. He had kept that promise then, leading Elias back to safety. Now he wondered if he could keep it once more. The path grew steeper, the trees crowding closer. Bram's body screamed for rest, but he pressed on, driven by memory and remorse. He reviewed every lesson, every warning, every fragment of wisdom passed down through generations. He believed that these memories would be his compass, guiding him through the labyrinth of hollow pines. He felt the presence of the devil elk pressing closer, the sense of being watched growing stronger. Bram steeled himself, recalling the stories of hunters who had faced the beast and failed. He told himself that he was different, that his purpose was stronger than fear. He believed that the bond between brothers could outlast any curse. As night deepened, Bram's mind drifted to dreams of what might have been, a life where Elias had survived, where the two of them had grown old together, passing on their father's lessons to another generation. He knew that such a future was lost to him, but he clung to the hope that he could forge meaning from tragedy. He resolved to finish what he and Elias had begun, to bring an end to the devil elk's reign and lay their ghosts to rest. Moving forward, Bram felt the past settle around him like a cloak. He carried his family's history, their sorrows and joys, into the heart of the forest. He believed that memory could be both a burden and a blessing, that the love he bore for Elias would be his shield against despair. He pressed on, the ghosts of his childhood walking beside him, guiding his steps toward the final confrontation. Bram Keller was no longer just a hunter. He was the sum of every lesson, every loss, every hope. And as he vanished into the depths of hollow pines, he vowed that he would not return until the forest was silent and the past laid to rest. Bram Keller's boots pressed into the fresh powder, marking a slow and deliberate path through the white wilderness. The day hung low, sky a dull, bruised canvas, and each breath left a fleeting cloud before his face. He should have felt the cold, but the cold was nothing compared to the ache that had burrowed deep inside him since his brother's disappearance. All that remained was the drive to see the thing that had taken him. He scanned the ground, eyes searching for signs. There the tracks began, massive, splayed, each one almost as wide as his chest. The prints sunk deeper than any wolf or deer could manage, and Bram could not help but compare them to the tracks he'd seen in childhood tales. Monster tracks, devil tracks. He reminded himself that monsters were just animals, and animals could be hunted. But these prints did not move as an animal's should. They curved in looping arcs, doubling back, twisting as though the beast had spun in place or walked backward. At times, the prints simply vanished on open ground and reappeared yards away, as though the creature had leapt or flown or perhaps simply ceased to be and returned. He knelt, gloved hand tracing the edge of a hoofprint. The snow around it glistened with a faint, oily sheen. He thought of the old stories villagers traded in the smoky warmth of the tavern, stories of red antlers burning in the fog and men who followed them into the woods, never to return. He had dismissed those tales once. Now he found himself recalling their details, testing them for truth. A branch snagged his shoulder. He brushed past, only to notice a tuft of fur tangled among the thorns. The fur was coarse, brown-black, and when he pinched it between his fingers, it felt strangely warm, as though it had just been shed. He pressed it to his nose and detected nothing, no scent of musk or rot. It was as if the beast's hide was immune to the world's decay. Bram tucked the fur into his pouch, deciding it might serve as proof should he return. He pressed on, boots crunching over the frozen crust. Where the tracks led, the trees seemed to grow in odd patterns, bent inward as if bowing before something vast and unseen. Occasionally he found trees broken in half, splintered cleanly as if a giant axe had struck them, always in pairs facing each other. The symmetry unsettled him. No elk, no matter its size, could do this. He told himself it was the wind or the weight of snow, but the shapes were too precise, too deliberate. Midday faded into a gray, undifferentiated dusk. Hunger gnawed at him, but he ignored it. He was sustained by something harder than food, a resolve that bordered on obsession. He had not slept in 2 nights, and yet his eyes burned with a feverish light. He believed he was closing in. As the forest thickened, the tracks grew stranger. Sometimes they overlapped, as if more than one beast had passed through, following the same invisible path. Other times, the prints seemed to spiral into themselves, forming tight whorls that spun Bram's sense of direction into confusion. He checked his compass, but the needle whirled in circles, useless. He pocketed it with a silent curse. He found another carcass, this time a hare. Its body lay unmarked except for a thin, black line along its spine, as though something had drawn a finger through its fur. The blood had been drained cleanly, leaving the flesh pale and cold. Around the corpse, a ring of black fungus grew, delicate as lace, forming a perfect circle. Bram studied the fungus, noting how it pulsed faintly when he drew near. He jabbed it with the tip of his knife, but the blade slid off, leaving no mark. He considered turning back. Every instinct warned him that he was trespassing into something old and watchful, but the memory of his brother, lost and alone in these woods, drove him deeper. He told himself that if he could not bring his brother home, he would at least end the thing that had taken him. As dusk deepened, Bram forced himself to stop. He chose a hollow beneath a leaning pine, its branches forming a kind of shelter. He cleared the snow with quick, sharp movements, set his pack down, and began to make camp. He gathered dry twigs and built a fire, coaxing the flames to life. The light was weak, barely pushing back the encroaching gloom. He drew his weapons from their wrappings. The musket's barrel gleamed dully, and he checked the powder, ensuring it stayed dry. His knife, honed to a razor's edge, rested easy in his palm. He sharpened it further, each motion methodical, almost meditative. He laid out his traps, tested their springs, and set them in a wide circle around his camp. He wanted no surprises in the night. He chewed hard bread, forcing himself to eat. He drank icy water, jaw clenched against the cold. He did not linger over these tasks. His mind spun with images, the red glow of antlers in the fog, the endless, looping tracks. He wondered if the beast was watching him even now, drawn by the scent of smoke or the pulse of his fear. Night fell, thick and smothering. The forest became a wall of blackness beyond the fire's reach. Bram wrapped himself in his cloak, settling with his back to a tree. He tried to calm his breathing, to steady his thoughts, but sleep remained elusive. When it finally came, it brought no peace. He dreamed of antlers, vast, branching, burning crimson, bursting from his chest. In the dream, he staggered through the snow, unable to breathe, while the horns grew and grew, splitting skin and bone. He tried to scream, but only blood came from his mouth. In the distance, he saw shapes moving, elk, many elk, their eyes dim and hungry. One by one, they turned to him, and he understood that he was becoming one of them, bound by the same ancient curse. He woke with a start, heart racing. Blood trickled from his nose, staining his glove as he wiped it away. He felt watched. The fire had burned low, casting long, twitching shadows. Somewhere among the trees, a shape moved, silent, massive. He thought he saw a flicker of red, a glow among the branches. He kept still, hardly daring to breathe. The shape vanished, leaving only the sense of being followed. Bram forced himself to rise, adding wood to the fire. He checked his traps, finding nothing disturbed. Still, he could not shake the feeling that the beast was near, circling just out of sight, waiting for him to falter. He sat by the fire, knife in hand, and tried to recall every detail of the legend. The old tales said the devil elk was not a beast, but a curse, something born from the forest's anger at men who took too much. Some said it was many elk sharing a single will. Others claimed it was the spirit of a hunter lost to madness, doomed to wander forever. Bram chose to believe it was something he could kill. As dawn crept in, Bram doused the fire and packed his things. He checked the tracks again. New prints had appeared during the night, circling his camp, crossing over each other in tangled loops. Where the prints overlapped, the snow had melted to reveal wet, black earth beneath. He pressed his hand to the ground and felt a faint vibration, as if something far below was stirring. He shouldered his pack and followed the tracks deeper into the woods. The trees grew denser, their trunks twisted. The air felt heavier, each breath thick as syrup. He moved cautiously, eyes darting to every shadow. The tracks led him to a clearing where the snow had been trampled flat. In the center, another ring of black fungus grew, larger than before. At its heart lay a pile of bones, deer, fox, even a human skull half buried in the slush. Bram studied the remains, noting how the bones were picked clean, arranged in radiating lines. He wondered if this was some kind of message, or simply the work of a mind that had drifted too far from reason. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. He reminded himself that he was not here to understand, only to end. He pressed on, following the tracks as they wound ever inward. At times he felt as though he was walking in circles, but the prints always led him forward. His sense of time unraveled, hours stretched and contracted, the sun barely visible through the haze. He found another tuft of fur, this one tangled around a branch high above his head. He climbed, grabbing hold of the cold wood, and retrieved it. The fur pulsed in his hand, warm as a living thing. He wondered if he was losing his mind, as others had claimed before. But he told himself he could not afford doubt, not now. He stumbled once, nearly falling into a patch of fungus. He caught himself, heart hammering. The ground around the fungus was slick and soft, as if something had melted the snow from beneath. He prodded the earth with his knife, watching as it oozed black liquid. He wiped the blade clean, resisting the urge to retch. The forest pressed close, silent and watchful. As evening approached, Bram slowed his pace. He chose a new campsite farther from the tracks this time and set his traps with extra care. He built a larger fire, hoping the light would keep whatever watched him at bay. He sharpened his weapons again, each motion a ward against fear. He forced himself to eat, chewing slowly, eyes never leaving the darkness beyond the fire. He thought of his brother, how he had laughed, how he had begged to join Bram on his hunts. He wondered if his brother had felt this same dread, or if the beast had taken him before he could be afraid. Sleep came in fits, brief and troubled. Each time he drifted off, he dreamed of antlers, of running through endless snow, of being hunted by something that wore his own face. He woke each time gasping, blood wet on his lips. On the third day, the tracks changed again. They split, diverging into two separate paths. Unsure which to follow, Bram chose the left, believing his instinct would lead him true. The path led him deeper still, to a grove where the trees grew in perfect rows, each trunk marked by a single deep gouge. The tracks wove between them, never touching the trunks, as though the beast respected some ancient boundary. Here Bram found the first evidence of other hunters. A broken musket half buried in snow. A strip of cloth stiff with blood. He paused, considering the fate of these men. He wondered if any had come as far as he had, or if they had turned back before reaching the forest's heart. He pressed on, driven by something larger than vengeance now. He felt as though he was being tested, weighed by the forest itself. Each step became a challenge, each breath a victory over fear. The tracks began to double back, crossing over themselves in impossible ways. At times Bram found himself standing in his own footprints, though he had not turned. He marked his path with strips of cloth, but each time he looked back, the markers were gone. He told himself it was the fog, the snow, the tricks of the mind, but deep down he suspected otherwise. He found another carcass, this one a fox, its mouth stretched wide in a silent scream. The body was untouched except for the black fungus growing from its eyes. Bram turned away, refusing to let the image linger. He pressed on, senses raw and sharpened. Night came again, swift and absolute. Bram set his camp with trembling hands, every nerve on edge. He sharpened his blade until it glinted in the firelight, then laid it beside him as he tried to sleep. But sleep was a stranger now. He lay awake, tracking the flicker of shadows, the shifting patterns of his own breath. At some point in the night he sensed movement. He rose silently, musket in hand, and crept to the edge of camp. There between the trees he saw it at last, the devil elk. It stood massive and unmoving, its body wreathed in mist. Its antlers glowed faintly, casting a ghostly red light. Its eyes watched him, cold and unblinking. Bram raised his weapon, heart pounding. He fired, the shot echoing in the stillness. The beast staggered, black smoke pouring from the wound. For a moment Bram believed he had done it. But then the elk split in two, each half reforming into a new beast. Both stared at him, eyes burning with ancient hunger. Bram understood then that he was not facing a single creature, but many, bound by one mind. To kill the body was useless. He recalled the old tales, the rumors of a heart tree at the forest center, a place where the curse was rooted. He knew what he had to do. He gathered his weapons, heart heavy. He followed the beasts as they melted into the trees, their tracks forming a spiral that drew him onward. He pressed on, deeper into the woods, toward the place where all tracks converged, determined to end the legend or be consumed by it. And so, with dawn breaking over hollow pines, Bram Keller walked deeper into the snow, following the impossible tracks, ready to face whatever waited at the cursed heart of the forest. Night laid itself thick and cold over the frozen wilds of hollow pines. Bram Keller knelt beside his fire, hands raw and trembling, eyes burning from the sting of wood smoke and sleeplessness. He had pressed deeper into the pines than any living soul dared, chasing the nightmare of red antlers that haunted his every waking thought. Now the darkness pressed back, crowding the flicker of his fire, shaping the air into formless threats. Bram's mind moved in anxious circles, always returning to the same conviction. The elk was out there, just beyond the reach of flame and reason. He could not say how he knew, only that he felt it with a certainty that chilled him more than the wind ever could. He sat with his musket across his knees, thumb brushing the iron as if touch alone might steady his heart. The fire's light played tricks, casting shadows that leapt and shrank, carving the trunks of the ancient pines into pillars and faces. In those shifting patterns, Bram thought he saw movement, a shape, then nothing, antlers rising and dissolving. He searched for logic, but logic had abandoned him when the snow first closed behind his boots and the compass spun wild in his hand. Now he had only the stubbornness that had carried him this far. He told himself he would not blink, would not falter. He would watch the dark until it broke. For hours, Bram remained still, except for the minute shifts required to stay warm. He probed his memory for the signs he had found that day. The trees snapped in mirrored halves, the strange fungus blooming in the snow, the carcass of a stag laying open but untouched by tooth or claw. These were not marks of a natural beast, he reasoned. The elk was something else, something that wore the shape of flesh but belonged to the shadow. He wondered if his brother had seen these things before he vanished. He wondered if madness felt like this, a slow unraveling of the world's straight edges, a creeping belief that nothing was as it should be. It was in this state, perched between exhaustion and terror, that Bram noticed the change. The darkness seemed to thicken, drawing closer, as if the forest's breath held itself. He felt eyes on him, several, not one. The feeling was not the simple wariness of a hunted animal, but a layered, intelligent scrutiny. It picked at his resolve, made him question the boundaries of flesh and soul. He shifted, glancing over his shoulder, half expecting to catch someone's gaze. But nothing met his stare but the heavy black of the trees. He tried to convince himself it was only his mind playing tricks. He remembered stories from his childhood, tales of spirits that walked the woods on winter nights, wearing the shapes of deer and wolves. Old men in the village used to warn that the forest remembered every footstep, every trespass. Bram had laughed then. Now he found himself repeating those warnings as if the words might protect him. He told himself that whatever haunted these woods could be felled by powder and lead, by sheer will. He would not be turned aside by shadows. Yet as midnight slid over him, Bram's certainty began to fray. The fire's glow seemed to shrink, no matter how much wood he fed it. His own breath came in shallow clouds, the rhythm gone ragged. He told himself he was being watched, but he could not decide if that was proof of the elk's presence or of his own unraveling mind. He thought he saw a flicker at the edge of the light, antlers, impossibly tall, glinting red as embers. He stared until his eyes watered, but the shape never clarified, never stepped forward. It hovered at the edge of seeing, patient and silent. Bram's knuckles whitened around the musket's stock. He told himself he would not wait for the thing to come to him. If it lingered just beyond his camp, he would test the boundary. He would remind it that he was not prey. He rose, steadied his hands, and turned toward the deepest pool of black between the trees. He pressed the musket's butt to his shoulder, sighted along the barrel, and squeezed the trigger. The shot leapt into the dark, a brief flare and a rush of smoke. Bram braced himself for the sound of hooves, the crash of a fleeing animal. Instead, silence fell heavier than before. He waited, heart pounding, ears straining for any reply. None came. He stepped forward, musket held tight, and scanned the snow for signs. There was nothing but the hush of falling flakes, the steady drip of melting ice from a pine bough. Puzzled, Bram turned to check the line of his shot. He expected to see a splintered branch, perhaps a scar on a trunk. Instead, he found the bullet embedded in a tree directly behind his camp, opposite the direction he had fired. For a moment, he could not comprehend it. He retraced his steps, checked the lay of the land, replayed in his mind the motion of raising the musket, the direction of aim. There was no mistake. The shot had twisted around him, bent space or time or both. He wondered if he had always been facing this way, or if the forest itself had spun him without his knowing. A cold dread settled over him. Bram realized that the rules no longer applied. The world was not as he knew it, not here. The elk was not a beast of muscle and bone, but something older, cleverer, able to bend the woods to its will. He told himself he would not be frightened, but he could not stop his hands from shaking. He thought of his brother, remembered the wild look in the eyes of those who had returned from these woods half-mad. He wondered if they, too, had found themselves turned around, unable to trust their own senses. He returned to the fire, feeding it more wood in the vain hope that warmth might anchor him. He sat with his back to a great pine, musket across his knees, and forced his thoughts toward reason. He counted the items in his pack, named them one by one: knife, powder horn, flint, tinderbox, until the words became a mantra. He recited the names of his family, the shape of his brother's laugh, the lines of his father's hands. He told himself that if he could remember these things, he could not be lost. But the shadows pressed closer. Bram's eyelids drooped, heavy with fatigue, and he fought against sleep. He told himself he could not afford to dream, not here. Dreams belonged to the elk, to the forest, to whatever power held sway beyond the firelight. He pinched himself, rubbed his temples, paced around the camp. Still, his mind slipped, drifting toward images of antlers splitting the sky, of bloodless wounds and black fungus curling from the snow. He remembered the dream from the night before, antlers bursting from his chest, his breath caught in his throat, his heart beating in another body's ribcage. He shook his head, forcing the vision away, but the sense of being watched persisted. He considered moving, packing up, and pushing deeper into the woods. But something in him knew this was a test, the elk waiting to see if he would break, if he would flee. He told himself he would not give it the satisfaction. Let it come. He would face it here on his own terms. He leaned back against the pine, eyes narrowed, and watched the shadows dance. Time slipped, or perhaps Bram lost his grip on it. He could not say how long he sat there, knuckles numb, mind teetering on the edge of waking and sleep. The fire burned lower, its light flickering in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. He thought he saw a ring of antlered shapes circling just beyond the glow, never fully revealing themselves. He tried to count them but lost track, 3, 5, 7 more. Each time he blinked, the number changed. He wondered if they were all the same beast, or if he was seeing echoes, fragments of the same mind scattered through the trees. He remembered the tales told by the old trappers, stories of the forest making copies of itself, of men wandering for days only to find their own bootprints circling back. He wondered if the elk was not one creature but many, linked by hunger and memory. The thought chilled him. He told himself that numbers did not matter. Only the heart mattered, the heart tree, the source. If he could find it, he could end this. But the forest would not make it easy. Bram's eyes ached from staring, his breath shallow and quick. He glimpsed movement, a flicker of red antlers, a glint of black fur, and tried to fix it in his mind. Each time he focused, the shape blurred, split, recombined. He realized he was being toyed with, led in circles. The elk, or whatever wore its form, was testing him, probing for weakness. In a moment of clarity, Bram told himself that he must not trust the evidence of his senses. The forest lied, bent light and space to its own ends. He would need to find another way, a deeper thread to follow. He closed his eyes, listening to the rhythm of his heart, the memory of his brother's voice. He told himself that love and loss were stronger than fear, that the bond of blood could anchor him where reason failed. He opened his eyes to find the fire almost spent. The darkness pressed in, thicker than before. He reached for more wood, but his hands fumbled, clumsy with cold and fatigue. He cursed himself for letting the fire die, for letting doubt creep in. He told himself it was not too late. He would survive the night, would find the heart tree at dawn. He repeated this over and over until the words lost meaning. The shadows grew bolder. Bram saw them now, antlered shapes, tall and silent, standing just beyond the last lick of flame. They did not move, did not breathe. He felt their attention, a collective mind weighing him, measuring his resolve. He wondered if they were waiting for him to sleep or if they would come regardless. He told himself he would not close his eyes, would not give them the chance. But exhaustion is a cunning foe. Bram's head drooped, his grip on the musket loosening. Images swam before him, his brother's face, the heart tree's roots twisting in the snow, the elk's red antlers blazing against the sky. He fought to hold on to himself, to remember why he had come. He told himself that morning would break the spell, that the light would scatter the shadows. He did not know if he believed it. Somewhere in that liminal space between waking and sleep, Bram sensed movement. The antlered shapes drew closer, their forms resolving into something both familiar and alien. He tried to raise his musket, but his arms would not obey. He felt a pressure in his chest, as if roots were winding around his heart. He told himself he must not give in, must not let the forest claim him. He forced his eyes open, focused on the dying fire, and willed himself to stand. He staggered to his feet, the world spinning around him. The musket felt impossibly heavy. He told himself he would not run, would not turn his back. The elk, or the thing that wore its shape, stood before him now, massive, silent, red antlers burning in the darkness. Bram met its gaze, defiant, and felt a surge of something like understanding. The beast was not hunting him. It was waiting for him to make a choice. He remembered the bullet in the tree behind him, the way the forest had twisted his shot. He realized that brute force would not win this battle. He must find the heart, the center, the source of the curse. He told himself he would survive this night, would follow the signs to the heart tree. The elk watched him, unblinking, and Bram felt the weight of its mind pressing against his own. He stepped back, never breaking eye contact, and fed the last of his wood to the fire. The flames leapt, casting the antlered shapes into sharper relief. For a moment Bram saw them all, dozens, perhaps hundreds, each one a fragment of the same will. He felt their hunger, their longing, their pain. He told himself he would not pity them. He would end this for his brother, for himself, for the forest. The night stretched on, a test of endurance and will. Bram held his ground, refusing to yield. The shadows circled, pressed, probed, but did not strike. He told himself that dawn would come, that he would find the heart tree and end the elk's dominion. He repeated this, a litany against the dark, until at last the first pale hint of morning touched the sky. The antlered shapes faded, dissolving into mist and memory. Bram stood alone, battered but unbroken. He told himself that the worst was over, but he knew the true test lay ahead. He had glimpsed the depth of the forest's power, had felt the weight of its gaze. He would need all his strength, all his cunning, to survive the coming days. With the morning, Bram packed his things, slung the musket over his shoulder, and set his course by memory alone. The compass was useless here, a toy in the hands of the forest. He told himself he would find the heart tree, would break the curse, would lay his brother's ghost to rest. The forest watched, silent and waiting, as Bram disappeared into the snowbound pines, shadows at his heels. At the ragged edge of dawn, Bram Keller pressed forward through the ragged pines, his boots dragging twin furrows in the snow. He had not slept, not truly, only drifted in and out of fitful dreams where antlers split the sky and red light burned behind his eyelids. That morning, he believed, would be the end of his long hunt. He believed he was close, that the beast was near, and that fate had finally chosen to show him mercy, or else to finish him at last. He saw it first as a faint shimmer. The forest ahead, tangled and close, seemed to flicker with a strange, unnatural glow. Between the trunks, a thin thread of red light drifted, too pale for fire, too steady for dawn. Bram's breath clouded before his face as he crouched low, heart pounding. He told himself that the stories were only stories, that curses had no teeth, and that the red glow belonged to blood and bone, not to devils. But he felt the chill run down his spine all the same. He moved forward, each step careful, deliberate. The snow beneath him was untouched, save for the deep, wide prints that wandered ahead. He recognized the cleft shape of them, too large for any natural elk, the stride too long, the depth wrong. He told himself again that he was following a beast, not a legend. He clutched his musket tighter, knuckles stiff from cold and dread. As he crept along, the red light stayed always just ahead. It weaved through the trees, at times splitting into 2 or 3 points, then merging together, never lingering, never slowing. Bram felt he was being led. He tried to reassure himself that this was luck, that the beast was tired, careless, perhaps wounded from an earlier skirmish. But he could not shake the feeling that the glow was watching him, waiting for him to act. He thought then of his brother Thomas, who had vanished the winter before. He remembered the way Thomas had joked about the elk, had spoken of hunting it for glory and gold. Bram had laughed then, but now he cursed himself for not believing, for not warning Thomas away. He imagined his brother lost in these woods, following the same red trail, and felt a pang of guilt sharp as any hunger. The forest thickened around him. The trees grew close, their branches tangled overhead, blocking out what little light filtered down from the gray sky. Bram stopped to mark his trail, as he always did, carving a rough notch into the bark of a thick pine. He glanced back, reassuring himself that he could return if need be, that he was not truly lost. He pressed on, following the red glimmers that wound ever deeper into the heart of hollow pines. He began to notice changes in the land. The snow grew deeper, the ground more uneven. Here and there, the trunks of the pines twisted in strange, unnatural arcs, their bark split in weeping dark resin. Bram saw signs of the beast's passage: snapped branches, deep gouges in the earth, and once the body of a hare frozen stiff, its eyes wide and glassy but its flesh untouched, as if the life had been drawn out of it without a drop of blood spilled. He knelt by the carcass, studying it, telling himself that no animal could do this, and yet refusing to accept what that meant. He rose and continued, more wary now, every sense stretched thin. The red lights moved beside him, always just out of reach, flickering in and out of view. He began to wonder if they were meant to be seen, if they were not warning him away but beckoning him onward. He pushed back the thought, focusing instead on the hunt, telling himself that if he could only close the distance, he could put an end to the legend and to his own grief. Hours passed, or so it seemed. Time felt strange in that place, slow and thick, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Bram grew hungry, his limbs heavy, but he dared not stop. He paused only to mark another tree, carving his initials deep into the bark. But when he looked back, his earlier marks were gone. In their place, strange symbols had been carved, circles, spirals, and jagged lines that meant nothing to him. He felt a cold panic rise in his chest. He told himself it was a trick of the mind, that he had made a mistake, lost his bearings. He tried to retrace his steps, but every time he turned, the forest seemed to shift around him, the trees rearranging themselves in silent mockery. He pressed on, determined now not just to find the beast but to escape its trap. He recalled stories he had heard as a child, tales of forests that moved and changed, that swallowed men whole. He had laughed at those stories, but now he wondered if they had been warnings all along. The red lights grew brighter, coalescing into a single, pulsing glow ahead. Bram told himself that this was it, that the beast was waiting for him. He slowed, steadying his breath, checking his powder and shot. He thought of his brother again, of the promise he had made to bring him home or to avenge him. He moved forward, each footfall deliberate, every nerve on edge. The forest opened suddenly into a small clearing. In the center stood a massive pine, its trunk blackened and split, its branches twisted into unnatural shapes. At its base, the snow was churned and stained with dark, oily patches. Bram felt his heart hammer in his chest. He knew he had found something important, though he could not say what. The red glow pulsed behind the tree, brighter now, almost blinding. He circled the clearing, searching for signs of the beast. He found instead more symbols carved into the trees, some fresh, the bark still dripping with sap. He felt eyes on him, though he saw nothing. He told himself that he was not afraid, that he would finish what he had started. He set his musket, ready to fire, and stepped into the open. The red glow flared, and suddenly the beast was there. It towered over him, its antlers ablaze with unnatural light, its eyes deep pools of shadow. Bram felt every instinct scream at him to run, but he held his ground. He raised his musket, aimed, and fired. For a moment, nothing happened. The shot vanished into the beast's side, swallowed by the thick, matted fur. Then the beast reared back, and black smoke poured from the wound, swirling around its body. Bram stumbled back, choking on the thick, cloying vapor. He watched as the beast split in two, the smoke twisting and coiling, forming a second creature identical to the first. Both stared at him with those empty, pitiless eyes. Bram felt a wave of despair wash over him. He realized then that he was not facing a single beast, but many, each a fragment of something larger, something ancient and hungry. He remembered the stories, the warnings, and understood at last that to kill the beast, he would have to destroy its heart. He looked to the great pine in the center of the clearing, its bark split and bleeding dark resin. He felt a sudden certainty that this was the heart tree, the source of the curse. He staggered toward it, the two beasts circling him, their antlers weaving patterns of red light through the air. He fumbled for his knife, knowing that his musket was useless now. He hacked at the tree, the blade biting deep into the blackened wood. The ground shook beneath his feet, and the beasts howled, their bodies dissolving into smoke and shadow. Bram pressed on, carving deeper and deeper, his hands slick with sap and blood. He felt something shift inside the tree, something old and angry, and he knew he was close. The red light flared one last time, blinding him. He felt the antlers close around him, felt them pierce his skin, his bones. He screamed, or thought he did, but the sound was lost in the swirling smoke. He drove the knife home, burying it deep in the heart of the tree. The light vanished, the beasts with it, leaving only silence and darkness. Bram collapsed at the base of the tree, his strength spent. He felt the forest around him, still and silent, the curse lifted at last. He thought of his brother of the legends and wondered if anyone would believe what he had seen. He closed his eyes, letting the darkness take him, knowing that he had done what he set out to do, even if it cost him everything. When he woke, the forest was quiet. The red glow was gone, the heart tree still and lifeless. Bram rose, battered and broken, and began the long walk home. He left behind the symbols, the smoke, and the beasts, but carried with him the memory of the red light, and the knowledge that some legends are better left unchallenged. Bram Keller pressed deeper into hollow pines, the chill gnawing into his bones and the taste of blood still sharp in his mouth from the dream's violence. He trudged onward, boots dragging through crusted snow and tangled roots. The forest pressed on all sides, indifferent and endless. His mind clung to a single purpose. He would find the elk. He would end the curse and avenge his brother. Days blurred together, each one marked by the same rituals, the counting of traps, the tallying of supplies, the silent inventory of wounds and doubts. Bram forced himself forward, even as the forest seemed to resist him. Branches snagged at his coat. The sky, when it appeared, was little more than a bruised smear through the trees. His compass, once a loyal friend, now spun uselessly. He no longer trusted it. Instead, he followed memory, instinct, and the uncanny signs left by the creature he hunted. Trees snapped at identical angles, prints that vanished mid-stride, and always the black fungus creeping along the beast's trail like a wound in the earth. On the morning that would change everything, Bram stumbled over a tangle of roots at the foot of a monstrous pine. He cursed under his breath and steadied himself, only to notice a figure huddled among the twisted roots. Not an animal nor the elk, but a man, ragged, shriveled, almost spectral in the pale gloom. The man's coat hung in tatters, his boots little more than strips of hide wrapped around frostbitten feet. Frost had crept into his beard and eyebrows, hardening his face into something mask-like, but his eyes darted with a wild, fevered light. Bram halted, wary. He weighed the man's threat, but quickly realized this was no hunter poised to ambush. The stranger seemed barely tethered to life or sanity. He was muttering, words spilling out in broken patterns, hands clutching at the air as if trying to gather invisible threads. Bram stepped cautiously closer, announcing his presence with a measured firmness designed to reassure. The man, however, flinched as if struck, then peered up at Bram through a tangle of matted hair. Recognition flickered. Was it relief, terror, or both? The man's face twisted, lips moving in a silent litany. He cradled one hand to his chest as if sheltering a secret. Without warning, he thrust out the other hand, palm up, displaying a small wooden token carved with strange, looping symbols. Bram's attention fixed on the token. For a moment, the world seemed to narrow to that scrap of wood and the raw desperation in the man's eyes. The stranger began to babble more urgently. He gestured at the great pine overhead, then at the maze of trunks stretching away into mist, his meaning clear enough. He was warning Bram. He was insisting that the elk, the devil of hollow pines, was not merely a beast to be hunted. He spoke of minds unraveling, of hunters returning changed or not returning at all. He described in jagged fragments how the forest's heart was not flesh and blood, but something rooted and ancient, a tree at the center of all things, feeding on those who sought it. Bram listened, uneasy and impatient in equal measure. He pressed for answers, demanding to know what had happened, how the man had survived what he had seen. The stranger's words tumbled out in fits and starts. He confessed that he, too, had once hunted the elk, believing in glory or vengeance or some impossible prize. He had followed it for days, tracking its impossible path, until the world itself seemed to slip sideways. He claimed that time had lost its shape, that days turned to hours and back again, that hunger and cold became meaningless beneath the tree's eternal shadow. He spoke of the elk's eyes, red, burning, staring through flesh into thought. He insisted that the beast's antlers were not bone but living fire, and that any who gazed too long into their glow surrendered their mind to the woods. He shuddered, recalling how he had tried to shoot, to stab, to strike the beast, but each blow had passed through smoke or shadow. The elk, he maintained, was many and one, a legion bound by a single purpose. His voice cracked as he described the heart tree. He said it grew at the forest center, older than memory, its roots sunk into the bones of those who had failed. He claimed that to reach it, one must follow the signs, the symmetry of broken branches, the fungus that marked the elk's steps, the places where blood refused to fall. He warned that the heart tree demanded a price from any who approached, sometimes flesh, sometimes memory, sometimes the very self. He touched his chest, voice dropping to a hoarse whisper, insisting that he had paid too much and that the forest would accept nothing less from Bram. Bram's skepticism warred with the chill crawling down his spine. He pressed the man, seeking details, strategies, anything useful. The man only shook his head, overcome with a terror that no words could contain. He claimed that he had tried to flee, to forget, but the forest would not let go. He said there were dreams, antlers splitting the sky, roots wrapping around his legs, blood that smoked and vanished before it hit the snow. He said the elk would come for Bram as it had come for so many others. He pleaded with Bram to turn back, to leave the forest before his mind unraveled, before he became another root in the heart tree's tangled mass. As Bram digested these warnings, he studied the token. Its surface was worn smooth by fingers and fear. The symbols carved into it seemed to shift beneath his gaze, forming patterns that hinted at meaning just beyond grasp. Bram felt a strange compulsion to keep the token, though he could not have explained why. Suddenly, the stranger stiffened. His eyes darted to the mist-shrouded woods as if hearing a summons only he could perceive. Panic flared in his features. He clutched at Bram's sleeve, desperate for understanding or salvation, then tore himself free. Without another word, he bolted into the fog, vanishing in the space between one breath and the next. Bram called after him, but only silence answered. Left alone beneath the ancient pine, Bram turned the token over in his hands. He weighed the madman's words. He recalled the stories whispered in the trading post, the hunters who vanished, the ones who returned hollow-eyed and silent, the bloodless carcasses left in the snow. He remembered his brother's laughter, then his scream. The urge to press on, to confront the thing that haunted his dreams, burned stronger than ever. Bram pocketed the token and shouldered his pack. He scanned the roots where the stranger had crouched, searching for clues. He found scraps of cloth, a broken knife, and half buried in the snow, a tangle of black fungus curling around a pale, brittle bone. The forest seemed to close in, the shadows deeper, the air colder. He forced himself to move, retracing his steps to where the elk's tracks last appeared. He studied the ground, noting the unnatural precision of snapped branches, the unnatural stillness where birds and beasts should have been. He pressed onward, guided now not by compass or star, but by the patterns the madman had described, the geometry of ruin, the fungus's slow crawl, the places where snow refused to settle. As day slipped into dusk, Bram's thoughts returned again and again to the stranger's warnings. He replayed the madman's claims, searching for truth in the madness. He wondered if the heart tree truly existed, or if it was only a fever dream born of hunger and cold. He wondered if his own mind was beginning to fray, if the dreams of antlers and blood were a symptom of the forest's slow poison. Yet for all his doubts, Bram pressed on. He told himself that he was not like the others, that he would not be turned aside by fear or superstition. He clung to the memory of his brother, to the promise he had made. He would see this through, whatever the cost. That night, Bram made camp beneath a leaning pine, the madman's token clutched in his fist. He tried to sleep, but his mind churned with visions, roots twisting through flesh, antlers branching from his own skull, eyes burning in the darkness. He woke before dawn, heart pounding, nose bleeding. The forest pressed close, indifferent and eternal. Bram rose, shaking the snow from his coat. He studied the token once more, tracing the symbols with stiff, numb fingers. He resolved to carry it as protection or perhaps as a warning. Either way, it was a link to something greater than himself, a sign that he was not alone in his quest or in his fear. He set out again, following the signs the stranger had described. He noted the symmetry of broken trees, the curling black fungus marking the elk's passage. He marked each step, each breath, each heartbeat, measuring them against the rhythm of the forest. He felt the weight of the madman's warning, every word, every gesture, every haunted glance, pressing on his mind. As the day wore on, Bram's sense of time began to slip. The sun, when it appeared, seemed to hang motionless in the sky. His footsteps echoed in his thoughts, a relentless drumbeat. He began to doubt his own senses, to question whether the path ahead was real or a trick of the forest's will. Yet he pressed forward, driven by something deeper than reason or revenge. He told himself that he would not surrender, that he would not become another lost soul among the pines. He clung to the memory of the madman's face, ravaged by cold and fear, yet still alive, still fighting. He took this as a sign that survival was possible, that the elk could be defeated, that the curse could be broken. As dusk fell, Bram caught a glimpse of movement among the trees. For a moment he thought it was the elk, massive, silent, watching. His heart hammered in his chest, but when he looked again, the figure had vanished. He wondered if it was the stranger, still wandering, still pursued by nightmares. Or perhaps it was only his own reflection, a shadow cast by fear and longing. Bram made camp once more, the token pressed to his chest. He whispered a silent promise to his brother, to the madman, to himself. He would find the heart tree. He would face whatever price the forest demanded. He would not turn back. Sleep came fitfully, broken by dreams of roots and antlers, of bloodless snow and silent woods. Bram woke before dawn, the taste of iron on his tongue. He rose and packed his gear, the token a weight in his pocket. He set out again into the fog, following the signs, haunted by the memory of the madman's warning. He pressed through the endless pines, each step a defiance of fate. The forest watched, silent and unyielding. Bram pressed on, his mind a storm of hope and dread. The path to the heart tree lay ahead, shrouded in fog, marked by madness. He would see it through, whatever the cost. Bram Keller's body had grown heavier with each passing day, his limbs slow and unwilling as he staggered through the endless pines. It was the cold that pressed hardest against him now, seeping through every layer, but he no longer cared. He had come farther than any sane man would have dared. The ground under his boots held stories of men who had vanished, whose bones were whispered to lie in black moss and under rotting logs. He kept moving, his legs driven by a promise to a brother whose face flickered behind his eyes, half remembered in the swirl of exhaustion and grief. He had not slept well in days. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw antlers. They rose around him, pale and branching, like the ghostly fingers of trees reaching for escape. He told himself these were only tricks of a tired mind, the residue of fear and cold. But even as he struggled to believe it, he could not shake the feeling that something watched from the woods. He had felt it since the frozen dawn when he first crossed into hollow pines. Now, after so many endless hours, the sensation had become a kind of certainty, a pressure at the back of his neck, a shadow moving at the edge of every thought. Night came early in that place. Bram built his fire with trembling hands, stacking the branches into a little wall against the dark. He ate what little remained of his bread, not tasting it. The wind shifted, and he thought about the stories he'd heard back in the settlements. The old men had spoken of the devil elk, their voices low and fearful. They said the beast's antlers glowed like embers, that it moved without sound, that it could not be killed by any weapon made by man. Bram had not believed them then. Now, with his brother gone and his own mind frayed, he wondered if he should have. He let the fire gutter out. He wrapped himself in his blanket and lay back against the trunk of a pine, staring at the blank sky. Sleep tugged at him, insistent and heavy. He fought it, knowing he should keep watch, but his body won. His eyes closed and the world slid away. Dreams took him quickly. At first they were nothing more than flickers, a flash of white fur, a twisting branch, the edge of a red-lit meadow. Then the images sharpened. He saw himself running through the forest, his breath steaming in the cold. The trees closed in, their trunks impossibly tall and straight, their needles brushing his skin. He felt something behind him, gaining. In the dream, he stumbled. He fell hard. The ground beneath him pulsed, alive with roots that snaked around his arms and legs, pinning him down. He tried to cry out, but no sound came. Above, the sky split open. Antlers, vast and sharp, poured from the darkness, arching downward. They grew and twisted, branching in impossible patterns. He felt them press against his chest, first lightly, then with force. They drove through flesh and bone, cold as iron. He could not move. He could only watch as the antlers burst from his chest, white and wet, reaching out in a silent scream. The pain faded. He floated weightless, his body now a thing of wood and bone. Roots wrapped tighter, pulling him downward. He saw a single red eye open in the darkness, unblinking, huge. It watched him without pity or anger, a presence older than the trees. He felt his own heartbeat slow, then stop, replaced by something colder, a pull that reached for the center of the forest, for whatever waited there. He woke with a gasp, his head swimming. The taste of iron filled his mouth. He touched his upper lip and found blood, hot and sticky. His nose had bled in the night. He wiped it away, trembling. The dream's images clung to him, refusing to fade. He thought of the roots, the antlers, the terrible red eye. He wondered if it had been a warning or a memory borrowed from someone who had come before. The fire had burned down to ash. The forest pressed close, thicker than before. Bram sat up, his heart pounding. He felt eyes on him, real eyes, not imagined. He peered into the trees, searching for movement. Nothing stirred, but the feeling did not leave him. He told himself he had to move to keep ahead of whatever hunted him. He packed his few belongings, stamping out the last of the coals. He left the camp behind, stepping carefully, every sense stretched to breaking. He moved deeper into hollow pines, following trails marked by things no animal could have made. He saw trees snapped in perfect symmetry, their trunks splintered but never toppled. He found carcasses, deer and foxes, their bodies untouched except for gaping wounds that leaked no blood. He found the black fungus again, growing in thick mats along the elk's path. He avoided it, remembering the stories of men who had touched it and lost their minds. The sky stayed gray, the sun a faint smudge behind the clouds. Time slipped away. Bram felt it in his bones, a sense that hours and days no longer mattered. He walked until he could not. When he stopped, he forced himself to eat, though the food turned to dust in his mouth. He checked his rifle, his knife, his traps. He told himself he was ready for whatever waited ahead. The dreams returned each night. Sometimes they were the same, antlers, roots, the red eye. Other times new images slid through. His brother's face, mouth open in a silent plea. The forest floor opening like a wound, the elk itself, massive and silent, its antlers burning with inner fire. Bram woke each time with a start, sweat freezing to his skin, blood drying on his face. The dreams left him weaker, but also more certain. He began to believe they were not only warnings, but guides, signposts pointing the way to the heart of the curse. As the days passed, the feeling of being hunted grew stronger. Bram moved quickly, never staying in one place. He sensed the elk circling him, drawing closer. He saw flashes of movement among the trees, glimpses of pale fur, shadows sliding where there should be none. At times he caught the smell of smoke, though there was no fire. He tasted iron on his tongue, even when his nose did not bleed. He remembered his brother, the way he had laughed at the old stories, the way he had disappeared without a sound. Bram told himself he would not end the same way. He would find the beast. He would end this or die trying. He pressed on, deeper into the maze of hollow pines. He found signs left by others, bits of cloth, broken traps, a knife stuck into a stump. He wondered what had become of those men, whether they had fled or vanished or been claimed by the forest. He felt alone, but not entirely. The elk was always there, just out of sight. Sometimes he thought he could hear it breathing, though he dismissed the thought. He focused on the trail, on the patterns in the broken branches, on the direction of the black fungus. Each sign brought him closer to the center. One night he stopped before dusk, too exhausted to continue. He made a small fire, ate a handful of dried meat, and tried to settle himself. He felt the dream pressing in, even before he closed his eyes. He told himself he would stay awake, but he could not. Sleep came, fast and deep. This time the dream was different. He stood in a clearing, the snow deep around his boots. The trees had all been stripped of bark, their trunks pale and smooth. The sky above was black with no stars. The elk stood across from him, its body impossibly large, its antlers burning with red light. He felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. The elk's head lowered. Its antlers brushed the ground, carving lines in the snow. The lines became words, written in a language he did not know. He felt the meaning, though heavy and cold. It was a promise. The forest would never let him go. He woke with a cry, his heart hammering. His nose had bled again. He wiped it away, his hands shaking. He knew now that the dreams meant something. The elk was not only a beast, but the voice of the forest itself. It watched, it waited, it hunted. It wanted him to understand. He rose before dawn, determined to finish what he had started. He followed the trail, moving faster than before. The air felt heavier, weighted with secrets. He saw more signs, trees marked with blood, footprints that split and rejoined, strange patterns in the snow. He felt the elk's presence, closer than ever. By midday he found himself in a part of the forest he did not recognize. The trees grew in perfect rows, their branches interlocking overhead. The ground was bare except for the black fungus that pulsed with hidden life. He stepped carefully, aware that every movement was being watched. He thought of the heart tree, the source of the curse. He knew he must find it. He pressed on, the dreams now awake in his mind. He felt roots moving under the earth, traced the patterns left by antlers in the snow. He followed the red light, faint but real, drawing him forward. He told himself he was ready, though he knew fear had become his companion. He thought of his brother, of the men who had vanished, of the stories whispered by firelight. He would not be another ghost in the woods. He would see this through. That night he made no fire. He sat with his back to a tree, rifle in his lap, eyes open and unblinking. He let the dreams come, but this time he did not sleep. He watched the darkness, waiting for the red glow, for the shape of antlers in the mist. He felt the forest breathe around him, old and indifferent. He waited. As dawn broke, pale and uncertain, he saw movement. The elk stood at the edge of the clearing, massive and silent. Its antlers burned with red fire, lighting the snow in flickering patterns. It watched him, unblinking, as if waiting for him to act. He raised his rifle, hand steady despite the cold. He aimed for the heart, the place where flesh met bone. He fired. The shot rang out, flat and final. The bullet struck the elk and it staggered. Black smoke poured from the wound, thick and choking. The elk did not fall. Instead, it split, its body dividing into two perfect halves. Each half grew whole, two elk now standing where one had been. Their antlers burned brighter, red and wild. Bram understood then. The beast was not one but many. It was the forest's will made flesh and bone. To kill it, he would have to find the heart tree, the source of the curse. He turned and ran, the elk following, their eyes burning in the dawn. He ran until his lungs burned, until his legs gave way. He fell before a great tree, its trunk wide and blackened, its roots twisted in the shape of antlers. He knew this was the place. The heart tree. He crawled to its base, pulling his knife free. He drove the blade into the bark again and again until black sap poured out. The elk screamed, a soundless cry that filled the air. The tree shuddered, the forest shook. Bram felt the roots wrap around his legs, pulling him down. He kept cutting, his hands slick with sap and blood. He thought of his brother, of the promise he had made. As the tree died, the elk faded. Their bodies turned to smoke, their antlers dissolving into the air. The forest grew quiet, still. Bram collapsed, broken and empty, his body spent. He lay there a long time, listening to the silence. He knew he had ended the curse, though he also knew the forest would never forget. He closed his eyes, dreaming one last time of antlers and roots, of red eyes watching from the dark. But now the dreams were quiet, and the forest, at last, was silent. Bram Keller rose long before the pale sun could threaten the gloom beneath the pines. He moved through the camp, his breath a ghost curling from his lips, his mind fixed on the memory of the elk's monstrous silhouette. The forest pressed in from all sides, its shadows thicker than the night's last hour. Bram's boots crunched over the frozen moss, and his thoughts circled the story that had haunted him since childhood. The thing that took his brother was no simple beast. He believed it then, and even more so now, when evidence grew beneath his very boots. He found the fungus that morning. It grew in the elk's tracks, black as tar, clustered in unnatural rings where hooves had pressed the earth. Bram knelt before it, his breath held. The stuff looked like no mushroom he had seen in his years along the traplines. It clung to the soil, oily and firm, refusing to tear when he tried to pry it loose with his knife. Bram noted the resilience, thinking that it seemed more alive than plant, more sentient than rot. The air felt colder. He remembered tales told by voyageurs at fire's edge, whispers of cursed ground and devil's earth where nothing wholesome grew. He wondered now if those tales had been warnings, not just stories to frighten the greenhorns. Bram pressed the blade harder, slicing a sliver of the fungus free. As the knife moved, the black flesh seemed to shudder, as if protesting. He felt a tremor in his hand, a sense that something unseen was watching. He forced himself to continue, wrapping the sample in a rag, tucking it into the pouch at his belt. His thoughts turned to the men who had vanished before him. He wondered if they too had seen these signs, or if madness had closed their eyes before the truth could settle in. He rose, brushing snow from his knees. The forest felt different, as if a curtain had dropped between him and the rest of the world. Bram scanned the trees. He sensed the presence of eyes, patient and silent, hidden in the fog. He told himself he had nothing to fear, but the words rang hollow. Fear was a physical thing here, creeping through marrow and muscle, urging him to turn back. But Bram's resolve was iron. He would find the elk. He would end what had begun with his brother's disappearance. He pressed deeper into hollow pines, following the twisted path of the elk's passage. The tracks were unmistakable, massive hooves, wider than any ordinary beast, pressed so deep into the frost that the soil beneath steamed faintly. At every third step, more of the black fungus erupted from the ground, as if the elk's touch had poisoned the earth. Bram's mind returned to the story's cursed earth, devils in the woods, the price of trespassing where men did not belong. He wondered if the fungus was the elk's doing, or if something far older and darker had claimed this patch of wilderness. He paused beneath a tree whose trunk had been scored by antlers. The bark peeled away in long, curling strips, revealing wood so pale it seemed to glow. Bram studied the marks. They were too high for any natural elk, too precise, as if the beast had carved runes with purpose. He imagined the creature moving through the fog, its antlers burning red, its breath trailing black. He felt the weight of the forest press heavier. The silence seemed absolute, pressing against his skull. Bram's hand tightened on the pouch containing the fungus. He tried to recall what the old men had said about such things. They spoke of witches, circles, and devil's rings, patches of ground where nothing grew except rot and misery. He wondered if the fungus gave the elk its power, or if the beast had brought the curse with it. He felt a chill deeper than the wind, a sense that something was being watched and judged. He pressed on, forcing one foot before the other. The snow thickened, swirling around him in lazy spirals. The trees grew closer, their trunks leaning inward as if to block his path. Bram's compass spun uselessly, its needle quivering without direction. He shoved it back into his coat. He would follow the elk's trail, not the world. He came upon another sign, a deer frozen in mid-leap, its body unmarked but for the black fungus blooming from nostrils and mouth. Bram studied the carcass, noting the absence of blood, the perfect stillness of the limbs. He wondered how long the animal had lain there, untouched by scavengers. He bent to examine it, feeling the cold radiating from the corpse. The fungus pulsed faintly, as if alive. Bram forced himself to tear a small sample free, adding it to his pouch. He felt the same tremor as before, a shiver that ran up his arm and settled at the base of his skull. He remembered his brother's last days. The boy had spoken of dreams, of antlers twisting through the fog, of eyes burning red in the dark. Bram had dismissed them as nightmares, the product of too many nights alone in the woods. Now he wondered if his brother had seen the truth before the end. He wondered if madness was the only escape for those who glimpsed the elk's world. Bram pressed deeper. The sun barely pierced the canopy, the sky a leaden sheet above the trees. Time slipped sideways. He checked his pocket watch, only to find the hands spinning, marking hours that could not have passed. He felt the pressure of the forest's heart, a pulse that echoed through root and branch. He told himself he was not afraid, but the truth was simpler. Fear was the only thing keeping him from surrendering to the dark. He stopped to rest beneath a fallen pine. The ground here was littered with bones, picked clean and arranged in patterns too deliberate for scavengers. Bram studied the shapes, recognizing the symmetry he had seen in the broken trees. He wondered if the elk arranged these offerings, or if something else used the bones to mark its territory. He tried to recall all the stories he had heard, but none spoke of this. A beast that left art in its wake, a curse that grew black and alive beneath the snow. He took out the pouch and examined the fungus samples again. They felt heavier now, as if absorbing the cold and the dark. Bram considered throwing them away, fearing what might happen if he carried the curse any further, but curiosity won out. He needed answers. He needed to know if this fungus was the key to the elk's power or simply a symptom of something worse. He pressed on, hunger gnawing at his belly. The forest offered no game, no birdsong, only the endless press of trees and fog. Bram wondered if he had crossed into another world, one where nothing lived except the elk and its curse. He remembered the stories of men who vanished, their minds broken by what they had seen. He wondered if he would join them soon. He found another sign. A tree split down the middle, its halves mirrored perfectly. At the base, the black fungus grew in thick clusters, weaving between the roots. Bram studied the split, noting the absence of sap, the way the wood seemed burned from within. He wondered if the elk's antlers could do such a thing, or if the fungus fed on more than flesh and bone. He touched the bark, feeling a pulse beneath his fingers. He jerked his hand away, heart pounding. The forest felt closer now, the fog thicker, the cold more biting. He pressed on, though every instinct screamed at him to turn back. He thought of his brother, of the promise he had made. He would see this through, even if it meant facing the curse head-on. Night fell quickly in hollow pines. Bram made camp beneath a twisted spruce, its branches heavy with snow. He set a small fire, more for comfort than warmth. Sleep came slowly, haunted by dreams of antlers bursting through flesh, of eyes burning red in the dark. He saw himself transformed, the fungus blooming from his skin, his voice lost to the woods. He woke with a start, blood on his upper lip, heart hammering. He sat in the darkness, certain he was being watched. He gathered his things, unwilling to wait for daylight. The forest seemed to press in, the silence unbroken. Bram moved quickly, following the elk's trail. The black fungus grew thicker now, coating rocks and logs, climbing the trunks of ancient pines. He wondered if the forest itself was sick, if the curse had spread beyond the beast. He felt eyes on him, always just out of sight. He came upon a clearing, the ground churned and bare. In the center stood a stump, the top polished smooth, the surface ringed with black fungus. Bram approached cautiously, feeling the hair rise on his arms. He examined the stump, noting deep gouges in the wood as if something had sharpened its antlers here. He felt a pressure in his chest, a warning he could not explain. He touched the fungus, feeling it shudder beneath his fingers. He jerked his hand away, heart pounding. He felt the urge to run, but forced himself to stay. He needed answers. He needed to understand. He took out the pouch, examining the samples. They seemed to pulse with a life of their own, the black flesh slick and cold. He wondered if the fungus was part of the elk, or if the elk was simply its vessel. He recalled the stories of men who returned from the woods, their minds broken, speaking of eyes in the darkness and voices in the trees. He wondered if the fungus could drive a man mad, if it could twist thoughts and dreams into nightmares. He pressed on, the trail growing colder. The snow turned gray, the trees twisted and leaning. The elk's tracks were fresher now, the black fungus growing in thicker mats. Bram felt the nearness of his quarry, the sense that something immense and patient waited just beyond his vision. He gripped his rifle tighter, promising himself he would see this through. He found another carcass, this one larger, a moose, its body untouched by teeth or claw, the black fungus blooming from every wound. Bram studied the animal, noting the absence of blood, the perfect stillness. He wondered if the fungus drained the life from its victims, if the elk fed on something more than flesh. He forced himself to take another sample, feeling the tremor return. He wondered if he was already infected, if the fungus had taken root in his mind. He pressed on, driven by fear and curiosity. The sun never rose fully, the sky a perpetual dusk. Time slipped away, minutes stretching into hours, hours folding into moments. Bram felt the weight of the forest pressing down, the silence absolute. He came upon a series of trees, snapped in perfect symmetry, their trunks arranged like ribs around a hollow. At the center, the black fungus grew in a tangled mass, pulsing faintly. Bram realized he had found something important, a place where the elk had lingered, where the curse was strongest. He knelt, examining the fungus, feeling its cold seep into his bones. He wondered if this was the source of the elk's power, or simply another sign of its passage. He took another sample, feeling the weight of the pouch grow heavier. He wondered how much longer he could carry it, how much longer he could resist the urge to throw it away. He pressed on, following the trail deeper into the heart of hollow pines. He moved through the fog, the trees closing in around him. The elk's tracks grew fresher, the black fungus thicker. Bram felt the presence growing stronger, the sense of being watched more intense. He wondered if the elk was leading him, drawing him deeper into its world. He wondered if he could turn back or if he was already lost. He pressed on, driven by the memory of his brother, by the promise he had made. He would see this through no matter the cost. The trail twisted through the pines, the snow crunching beneath Bram's boots. He felt the weight of the forest pressing down, the silence absolute. He wondered if he would ever see the sun again, if he would ever escape the curse of hollow pines. He came upon another clearing, the ground bare and churned. In the center stood a massive pine, its trunk split and hollowed, the black fungus growing in thick mats around its base. Bram realized he had found something important, a place where the elk had lingered, where the curse was strongest. He approached cautiously, feeling the hair rise on his arms. He examined the tree, noting the deep gouges in the wood, the black fungus blooming from every wound. He felt a pressure in his chest, a warning he could not explain. He touched the fungus, feeling it shudder beneath his fingers. He jerked his hand away, heart pounding. He felt the urge to run, but forced himself to stay. He needed answers. He needed to understand. He took out the pouch, examining the samples. They seemed to pulse with a life of their own, the black flesh slick and cold. He wondered if the fungus was part of the elk, or if the elk was simply its vessel. He recalled the stories of men who returned from the woods, their minds broken, speaking of eyes in the darkness and voices in the trees. He wondered if the fungus could drive a man mad, if it could twist thoughts and dreams into nightmares. He pressed on, the trail growing colder. The snow turned gray, the trees twisted and leaning. The elk's tracks were fresher now, the black fungus growing in thicker mats. Bram felt the nearness of his quarry, the sense that something immense and patient waited just beyond his vision. He gripped his rifle tighter, promising himself he would see this through. He moved through the fog, the trees closing in around him. The elk's tracks grew fresher, the black fungus thicker. Bram felt the presence growing stronger, the sense of being watched more intense. He wondered if the elk was leading him, drawing him deeper into its world. He wondered if he could turn back or if he was already lost. He pressed on, driven by the memory of his brother, by the promise he had made. He would see this through, no matter the cost. In the frozen grip of the hollow pines, Bram Keller pressed on, each step grinding his boots into the crusted snow. He had ceased to mark the days. The world had shrunk to endless pines, shrouded in a pallor that never lifted. His body ached from the cold and the weight of his pack, but his mind raged with memories of his brother, the way he had vanished, the echo of that loss growing louder with every hour. Now all that remained was Bram, his rifle, and the promise he had made in the silent dark. He moved through the forest as if through a waking dream. The trees had long ago stopped resembling anything familiar. Their trunks twisted in unnatural symmetry, branches arching overhead to form a cathedral of skeletal limbs. Bram had begun to notice patterns. Trees snapped at the same height, moss growing only on the north sides, and sometimes in the hollows between roots, the black fungus that seemed to pulse faintly with its own life. Each discovery sharpened his resolve. He remembered the stories the old trappers had told by firelight, their voices trembling as they spoke of the red-antlered elk, a beast that could not be killed, that drove men to madness. Bram refused to let superstition sway him. He told himself that everything had a reason, that the forest, though cruel, was governed by nature. He repeated this in his mind as he studied the compasses, 3 now, all spinning without sense. He kept them anyway, hopping for a moment of clarity. Cold was relentless, seeping into his bones, but fear kept him moving. He rationed food, boiled snow, and lit fires only when the chill bit too deep. Sleep came in fits, disturbed by dreams in which antlers burst from his chest, splitting him open as if he were only bark and marrow. On this day, the fog lay thicker than ever. Bram's breath rose before his face, and he felt the familiar nausea that had become his companion since entering the heart of the forest. He believed the forest watched him. He felt it in the prickle at the nape of his neck, in the way shadows shifted when he blinked. He pressed on, following the trail of broken branches and bloodless prints. The snow here was marked by strange tracks, hooves, larger than any elk he had ever seen, pressed deep into the crust, yet never breaking through to the earth beneath. He recalled the last words he had spoken to his brother. They had argued about the hunt, about whether it was worth the risk. His brother's laughter had faded into the trees, swallowed by the white silence. Now Bram carried that silence with him, a wound that would not close. He gripped his rifle tighter, promising himself that he would not turn back. Hours passed. Time lost meaning. The sun, if it still existed, was only a pale memory behind the fog. Bram began to sense a change in the air, a pressure building, a heaviness that settled around him. The trees pressed closer, their trunks forming a labyrinth. He moved with care, keeping one hand on the rifle and the other on the compass that spun madly in his pocket. Then, without warning, he saw it. The beast stood between the pines, impossibly still, as if it had always been there. It was colossal, taller than any elk Bram had ever seen, its body black as midnight and its breath curling in the air like smoke. The antlers glowed with an inner fire, a crimson light that seemed to pulse in time with Bram's own heartbeat. The sight struck him with a wave of vertigo. He felt the ground tilt beneath him, nausea surging so sharply that he staggered back, clutching at a tree for balance. For a moment, Bram could not move. The elk's eyes met his, and he knew in that instant that this was no ordinary animal. There was an intelligence there, cold, ancient, and utterly indifferent. He felt his mind scrape against something vast and unknowable, something that watched him as he might watch an ant crawling across a stone. His thoughts raced. He remembered the warnings, the men who had chased the elk who had vanished or returned changed. He remembered the stories of the forest center, of a hidden place where the rules of the world broke down. But Bram did not look away. He raised his rifle, hands trembling, and took aim. The elk did not move. It watched him with a patience that felt cruel. Bram's finger tightened on the trigger, but he hesitated. He wondered if the stories were true, if the beast could not be killed. He wondered what had happened to his brother in the moment he had faced the elk. A wave of grief threatened to unman him, but he forced it aside. He had come too far to falter now. He fired. The shot cracked through the fog, and for a heartbeat nothing changed. Then the elk shuddered. Black smoke burst from its flank where the bullet struck, rolling in thick coils across the snow. The wound did not bleed, not in any way Bram understood. Instead, the smoke seemed to writhe and twist, spreading out to envelop the beast in darkness. Bram stepped back, heart pounding, as the elk began to change. Its form shimmered, blurring at the edges, and then, impossibly, it split. Where there had been one creature, now there were two, each smaller than the original, but both with the same glowing red antlers, the same uncanny stillness. They turned to face him, eyes burning. Panic threatened to overwhelm Bram. He remembered the stories of the beast dividing, of hunters being surrounded by a herd of red-antlered shadows. He realized in that moment that he was not hunting a single animal, but something far stranger, a host, bound by one mind, multiplying with every wound. The elk moved, not with the loping grace of an animal, but with a silent, unnatural glide. They vanished into the fog, leaving Bram alone. The nausea returned, stronger than before. He collapsed to his knees, fighting the urge to retch. He pressed his forehead to the cold bark, trying to steady his thoughts. He understood now that he could not kill the beast by force alone. He remembered the signs, the snapped trees, the fungus, the patterns that had led him deeper into the forest. He realized that the elk was bound to this place, that its power flowed from something hidden. He remembered the stories of the heart tree, a legend dismissed by most, but now Bram saw it as the only answer. If he could find the source, perhaps he could end the curse. Night fell quickly in the hollow pines. Bram built a small fire, though the warmth did little to drive out the cold. He ate sparingly, chewing each bite with numb determination. He forced himself to review his supplies, bullets, food, water, the tangle of compasses. He told himself that he would survive, that he would see this through to the end. Sleep came in ragged bursts. He dreamed of antlers, of being hunted through endless corridors of trees. He saw his brother's face, twisted in fear, reaching for him. He woke with a start, blood on his lips from a bitten tongue. The sensation of being watched lingered, a weight pressing on his chest. He told himself it was only the wind, only the cold, but he knew better. The forest was alive with secrets, and he was no longer a stranger in its midst. In the morning, Bram rose before the light. He packed his things in silence, moving with the efficiency of a man who expected no return. He studied the trees, searching for signs, marks in the bark, the black fungus that seemed to point the way. He followed the patterns, trusting in instinct more than reason. The forest twisted around him, paths looping back on themselves, time stretching and snapping like a snare. He pressed on, driven by a single thought, to find the heart tree, to end the elk's hold on this place. He began to notice changes in the air. The fog thickened, hanging low to the ground. The trees grew further apart, their trunks swollen and warped. The fungus became more common, spreading in thick mats across the snow. Bram felt his strength wane, exhaustion pulling at his limbs, but he refused to stop. He thought of his brother, of the promise he had made. He let that memory drive him onward, through pain and fear. He began to sense a pull, as if something unseen guided his steps. The compasses spun in his pocket, but he no longer checked them. He trusted only the signs the forest provided. He began to see more of the elk's passage, snow melted in perfect circles, trees stripped of bark, carcasses of small animals lying untouched by scavengers. He wondered if the beast fed on them, or if its presence alone was enough to kill. He felt a growing certainty that he was close, that the forest's heart lay just ahead. At last he came to a clearing. The trees opened up, revealing a circle of ancient pines, their trunks blackened and twisted. In the center stood a single tree, larger than any Bram had seen. Its bark was slick with dark sap, and its roots writhed across the ground like veins. Bram knew without doubt that this was the heart tree. He approached with caution, rifle raised. He expected the elk to appear, to bar his way. But the clearing remained silent. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the ground soft beneath his boots. He circled the tree, searching for weakness. He saw symbols carved into the bark, old runes, their meaning lost to time. He felt the weight of centuries pressing down on him. He thought of fire, of burning the tree to its roots. He gathered dry branches, stacking them at the base. He doused them with oil from his pack, careful not to waste a drop. He struck a spark, and the flames caught, licking hungrily at the bark. The heat grew, smoke billowing upward. Bram stepped back, shielding his face. He heard movement in the trees. The elk appeared at the edge of the clearing, dozens of them, each with glowing red antlers, each watching with unblinking eyes. Bram felt fear claw at him, but he stood his ground. He told himself that if he faltered now, all would be lost. The flames climbed higher, consuming the heart tree. The elk began to move, circling the clearing in silence. Bram felt his strength fatting, the cold biting deep. He knew that he would not leave this place unchanged. He had come seeking vengeance, but now all he wanted was an end. As the tree burned, the elk began to fade. Their forms blurred, dissolving into smoke. Bram watched as the red antlers flickered and died, the last light swallowed by the fire. The clearing fell silent. The weight lifted from the air, and Bram felt a strange peace settle over him. He collapsed to his knees, exhaustion claiming him. He knew that the curse was broken, that the forest would never be the same. He had paid a price, his body broken, his mind scarred, but the silence that followed was its own reward. When Bram finally rose, the clearing was empty. The heart tree had burned to ash, its roots charred and lifeless. The elk were gone, their memory lingering only in the patterns of the snow. Bram turned to leave, his steps unsteady but resolute. He knew that he would never forget what he had seen, that the red antlers would haunt his dreams. But he had kept his promise. The legend of the devil elk of Hollow Pines had ended, and for the first time in many winters, the forest was truly silent. Bram Keller had always trusted the ticking of his pocket watch. Through blizzards, through starless nights, through the endless white that stretched between trading posts and summer camps, the little silver case had marked out the passage of time with a certainty that nothing in the wild could break. But now, deep in the belly of Hollow Pines, he found the instrument's hands spinning without reason, sometimes leaping forward, sometimes crawling backward, sometimes trembling and flickering as though time itself was shivering. He remembered winding it that morning, or what he believed to be morning, judging by the thin gray light that seeped through the thick trunks. He had been telling himself that he would find a sign soon, a print or broken branch, anything to trace the devil elk's path. His hands, clumsy with cold and fatigue, had thumbed the watch open. Instead of steadiness, he had seen the hands stuttering, then sliding in reverse, then jerking forward as if caught on invisible gears. He had held the watch up, squinting at it, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air. He had tried to convince himself it was broken, but in his gut, Bram knew the forest was at fault. The woods had become a trap wound tighter with every step. He could not say how many days or nights he had wandered. He only remembered hunger and the ache that gnawed in his bones, and the way his limbs seemed to grow heavier with every hour. He had lost count of his rations. Once, he had measured them out with careful discipline, dividing the dried meat, the hardtack, the shreds of salted fish. Now he reached into his pack and found only crumbs or nothing at all, and could not recall when he had last eaten. Sometimes he would become aware of annoying hunger, and then realize his hands were shaking with cold, or that he was sweating under his coat despite the frost. He wondered if he was starving or freezing or both at once. He tried to recall his purpose. Each time the memory of Elias surfaced, Elias with his quick grin and careless laugh, Elias who had begged to come trapping that winter, Bram felt a surge of purpose. He had promised himself he would not return without his brother, or without vengeance. But the forest seemed to press against those memories, making them slippery and distant. Sometimes, when he closed his eyes, he could almost hear Elias' voice echoing through the pines, calling out for help or for Bram himself. The sound would fade before he could answer. He tried to mark his passage. He notched trees with his knife, leaving scars in the bark to guide his return. But each time he looked back, the marks had vanished or moved or multiplied. Sometimes he would stumble upon a tree he knew he had marked, only to find it whole and unscarred. Other times he found dozens of notches, too many to have carved himself, in strange geometric patterns. The forest was folding in on itself, or perhaps folding him into itself, so that every step carried him deeper and further from escape. He began to see things at the edge of his vision. Once, when he knelt to examine a patch of black fungus growing in the snow, familiar now as the elk's spoor, he glimpsed a figure moving between the trunks. For an instant, he was certain it was Elias, stumbling and lost, one arm raised as if waving. He had shouted, but the sound had died in his throat, muffled by the weight of the fog and snow. When he looked again, there was nothing but trees and the sense of being watched. He stopped trusting his own senses. Time became a tangle impossible to unravel. He would walk until his legs gave out, then collapse and close his eyes, only to jolt awake moments or hours later, heart pounding and mouth dry. Sometimes he dreamed and sometimes he did not. The dreams, when they came, were always the same. Antlers bursting through his chest, blood bubbling up in black clouds, Elias' face twisted in fear or laughter, impossible to tell which. He began to talk to himself, muttering vows and curses under his breath, promising Elias that he would find him or the elk or both. He told himself stories about the hunt, about the first time he had seen the devil elk's print in the snow, twice as large as any stag's, the edges rimmed in frost. He remembered the warnings from the old men in the trading post, their voices low and grim, telling him to leave the beast be. He remembered scoffing, certain that courage and cunning would see him through where superstition had failed. But the forest did not care for courage. It twisted his memories, muddled his thoughts. He could not say how long he had been walking, only that each step seemed to cost him more. He began to lose track of his own body, the cold and hunger warring with exhaustion. His hands trembled, and sometimes he found himself clutching his rifle with white-knuckled fists, as if expecting to be attacked at any moment. He tried to ration his powder and shot, counting the cartridges by touch in his pocket. He told himself that he would save them for the elk, that he could not afford to waste a single shot. But sometimes, as he stumbled through the pines, he would find himself raising the rifle at shadows, finger tightening on the trigger, only to lower it again, heart racing. He could not remember if he had fired or only imagined it. At times he found himself walking in circles. He would pass a particular tree, a gnarled pine with a broken limb, or a fallen trunk half buried in snow, only to come upon it again hours later, or what he thought were hours. Each time the forest seemed to close tighter, the fog pressing in until he could see only a few paces ahead. He wondered if the elk was hurting him, steering him deeper into its domain. He tried to fight the confusion, to impose order on the chaos. He counted his steps, tried to keep track of the sun's position, even though the sky was a dull, featureless gray. He tried to remember the old stories about the elk, the ones that said it could bend the forest around itself, that it could lead hunters in endless loops until they starved or went mad. He told himself those were just tales, but the certainty of the watch's spinning hands made him doubt even that. The dreams became worse. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw antlers, vast, branching, glowing with a sickly red light, bursting from his chest or from the trees themselves. Sometimes he saw Elias, face pale and eyes wide, reaching for him. Other times he felt himself being watched by something vast and cold, something that waited just beyond the fog. He woke with a bloody nose and a pounding head, convinced he was being followed. He began to suspect that time itself had broken in the heart of hollow pines. The watch was no longer a measure of hours, but a barometer of madness. When the hands spun backward, he felt himself growing younger, memories slipping away. When they leaped forward, he imagined himself aging in an instant, bones creaking and teeth loose in his gums. He tried to laugh at the thought, but the sound stuck in his throat. Hunger gnawed at him, but he could not recall the taste of food. He chewed on strips of bark, on frozen moss, anything to fill his mouth. Once he found a carcass in the snow, a deer frozen stiff, its eyes wide and blank. There was no blood, only a black smear where the wound should have been. He tried to cut a strip of meat, but the flesh crumbled to ash in his hands. He spat it out, shuddering, and moved on. He remembered Elias again, the way his brother had laughed at danger, had insisted on following Bram into the forest against his better judgment. He felt guilt gnawing at him, sharper than hunger. He told himself he would find Elias, would bring him home, or at least avenge him. But the forest twisted the memory, made it slippery. Sometimes he wondered if Elias had ever existed at all. He lost track of the days. He could not say how many times he had slept or how long he had wandered. His beard grew thick and tangled, his clothes stiff with sweat and frost. He stopped caring about direction, about destination. He walked because stopping meant freezing or starving or being found by the elk. He saw signs of the beast everywhere. Trees snapped in perfect symmetry as if broken by a giant's hands. Patches of black fungus spreading in arcs across the snow. Carcasses picked clean, eyes wide and mouths open in silent screams. He followed these signs deeper, telling himself that each one brought him closer to his goal. But the forest always seemed to stretch ahead, endless and unchanging. Sometimes he caught glimpses of movement at the edge of vision, a shadow slipping between the trees, a flash of red light. He told himself it was the elk, that it was watching him, waiting for him to falter. He promised himself he would not give in, would not let fear break him. But the certainty that he was being hunted gnawed at him, made each step heavier. He spoke to Elias in his mind, telling him stories of their childhood, of hunts past, of promises made and broken. He begged forgiveness, begged for strength, for a sign. Sometimes he thought he heard an answer, a whisper in the fog, a shape in the snow. He clung to the hope that Elias was still alive, somewhere in the endless white. He tried to mark the passage of time by the weight of his exhaustion. Each time he lay down to rest, he wondered if he would wake again. Sometimes he dreamed of warmth, of fire and food and laughter. Other times he dreamed of antlers, of blood, of a heart beating beneath the roots of an ancient tree. He woke each time more confused, more lost. The forest became a labyrinth, folding in upon itself. Paths he had walked only moments before vanished behind him, replaced by new tangles of branches and roots. He stopped trying to navigate, stopped trying to fight the currents. He let the forest carry him where it would, trusting only in the faint hope that he would find the elk, or Elias, or an end to his suffering. He began to notice patterns in the madness. The spinning of his watch matched the pounding of his heart, the ache in his bones. The trees seemed to arrange themselves in circles, in lines, in patterns that echoed the shape of antlers. The fungus grew in spirals, leading him onward. He realized that the forest was not random but shaped by something vast and deliberate. He wondered if he was walking in the elk's dream, if the beast had drawn him into its mind. He wondered if he would ever wake, or if he would be trapped here forever, lost in broken time. In his weakest moments, he considered turning back. He imagined himself stumbling out of the woods, hollow-eyed and broken, telling stories no one would believe. But each time the thought surfaced, he remembered Elias and the promise he had made. He pressed on, step by step, into the heart of the curse. He began to see visions, not just dreams but waking hallucinations. Sometimes he saw himself from above, stumbling through the snow, a tiny figure lost in a sea of white. Other times he saw the elk itself, massive, silent, its antlers blazing with red fire. It watched him with eyes like coals, unmoving, unblinking. He felt its presence pressing against his mind, testing his resolve. He tried to steel himself, tried to remember the man he had been before the forest broke him. He told himself that he was a hunter, that he would not be driven mad by shadows and stories. But each day, if days could still be counted, he felt himself slipping further from sanity. He no longer trusted his own voice, his own thoughts. He wondered if the forest had always been this way, or if the elk had made it so. He wondered if the curse could be broken, or if he would become just another story, another name whispered over winter fires. He pressed onward, driven by desperation, by hunger, by the memory of Elias. He told himself that he would find the heart of the forest, the source of the curse, the place where the elk's power was strongest. He would end the legend or die trying. He could not say how long he wandered in broken time. The watch spun endlessly, the forest twisted around him. Hunger and exhaustion gnawed at his flesh, but he pressed on, guided by madness and resolve. He became a shadow among shadows, a ghost haunting the pines. And still, somewhere ahead, the devil elk waited, its antlers blazing in the darkness, its mind pressing against his own, calling him deeper into the heart of the curse. Bram Keller staggered forward, clutching his broken watch, muttering promises to the brother he could barely remember. He walked into the heart of hollow pines, into the broken time, into the legend that would end or consume him. The forest closed behind him, silent and eternal, and the hunt went on. By the 15th night, Bram Keller had come to recognize the weight of silence pressing upon him. Each day, the forest seemed to fold inward, and each hour, his mind grew heavier under the burden of his own pursuit. He had been telling himself that he would find the devil elk, that he would not leave these woods until his brother was avenged or returned. But now, as the cold seeped deeper into his bones and the world grew smaller around him, Bram began to wonder if the only thing he was chasing was a ghost of his own making. He had started this hunt with certainty. There had been the tracks too wide, too deep for any natural beast, and the stories, threaded through every settlement and every winter's fireside. People repeated tales of the red-antlered elk, the one with the glowing eyes and the curse that clung to its pelt. Bram had dismissed most of these as fear and superstition. He told himself he was not like the others. He was a man of traps and steel, a man who knew the signs of the wild and the difference between a legend and a living thing. But now, after days spent circling the same stands of pine and spruce, after hours spent watching his own breath hang in the air, after nights with dreams that bled into waking, Bram was no longer sure. He moved through the snow, each footfall a promise to keep going. Yet the promise began to feel hollow. At first, he had been certain his brother Elias still lived. He remembered the way Elias would smile at the edge of the firelight, always eager, always reaching for a challenge. Bram had been telling himself that Elias was not gone, that the elk had simply led him astray, that he would be found beneath some wind-fallen tree or inside a hollowed log, shivering but alive. He had pictured the reunion again and again, himself, weary and triumphant, shouldering the burden of his brother's safety and his own guilt. But as the days passed, the woods seemed to close ranks against him. The snow grew deeper. His traps had gone untouched for 2 nights running. The compass needle spun without rest, and even the sun seemed to rise in the wrong place. He found himself thinking of his father, long since gone, and the words he would say whenever Bram's pride reared its head. His father had always warned of the dangers that came to men who believed themselves stronger than the wild. He would remind Bram that the forest had a way of twisting the mind, that a hunter who chased his own shadow would find nothing but madness at the end of his trail. Now, Bram could not help but wonder if his father had been right all along. He remembered the old man's hands, calloused and sure, breaking a snare to show him how easily pride could snap. Bram had thought himself above such lessons. He told himself he was not hunting for glory, for stories, or for the thrill of the chase. He was hunting because he owed it to Elias. But as he moved deeper into hollow pines, as the shadows grew longer and the trees pressed in, Bram began to question even that certainty. He paused on a ridge above a frozen gully, staring down at the twisted remains of a sapling. It had been broken cleanly, as though snapped by something with hands rather than hooves. He ran his fingers along the splintered wood, recalling how every sign pointed toward something unnatural. The trees in this part of the forest grew in odd patterns, bent and bowed as if they were reaching for some secret sun. Black fungus clung to the bark, oily and cold to the touch. Sometimes, Bram would find the carcass of a hare or a fox, drained of color and blood, as though the life had been drawn from it by hunger that was never sated. He tried to reassure himself that he was still on the right path. He would repeat the facts to himself, over and over, as if facts alone could hold reality together. Elias had vanished near the creek, the elk had been seen crossing the ridge, the tracks led north into the fog, the compass was unreliable. But as the evidence piled up, so did his doubts. What if he had been following the wrong trail all along? What if the elk was nothing more than a fever dream, a trick of the mind conjured by cold and grief? What if the forest itself had swallowed his brother whole, leaving only ghosts behind? Night crept in, slow and heavy. Bram made camp beneath a leaning pine, his hands shaking as he fumbled with his flint. He wrapped himself in his brother's old coat, the one Elias had left behind 2 winters ago. It still smelled faintly of wood smoke and iron. As he lay staring at the blank sky, Bram remembered the tales the elders would tell when the wind howled outside. They would speak of spirits that walked the snow, of curses that wove themselves into the roots of trees, of hunters who lost their way and never returned. Bram had always scoffed at such things. He was certain then that he would never be counted among the lost. But doubt is a quiet thing. It does not announce itself with thunder or storm. Instead, it seeps in through the cracks of certainty, filling every empty space until a man cannot tell the shape of his own thoughts. Bram found himself questioning every memory. He wondered if he had truly seen the elk at all, or if it had been nothing more than a shadow moving through the fog. He wondered if the tracks he followed were real, or if he had simply imagined them out of desperation. He wondered if he was still hunting for his brother, or if he was only running from his own fear. He remembered the night he had first seen the antlers, burning red against the white. He had been certain then that he was looking at the heart of the legend, the thing that had haunted hollow pines for generations. But the more he thought of it, the more it seemed to unravel. The antlers had flickered like fire, but had there truly been light, or had his eyes played tricks in the darkness? The beast had moved without sound, but was that proof of its supernatural nature, or simply the silence of snow? Each memory became suspect. Each certainty turned brittle under the pressure of doubt. By the next morning, Bram was no longer sure he could trust his own senses. He found himself glancing over his shoulder, half expecting to see Elias stepping out from behind a tree, laughing at the joke they had played on the old stories. He caught glimpses of movement in the corner of his eye, a flicker of brown fur, the flash of an antler, the ghost of a footprint in the snow. Each time he turned, there was nothing waiting for him but emptiness. He remembered his father warning that pride would lead a man to ruin. Bram had always thought himself immune. Now, he realized that pride took many forms. It was not only the boastful man who declared himself master of the wild. It was also the man who refused to turn back, the man who mistook stubbornness for courage, the man who clung to a quest even as it dragged him deeper into the dark. Bram wondered if he had become that man, and if so, whether there was still time to turn aside. He considered the path back to the settlement. He imagined himself walking out of the woods, empty-handed but alive, the shame of failure written across his face. He wondered what he would say to the others, to the families who had lost sons and fathers to the legend. He pictured his mother, waiting by the window, hopping for news of her sons. Would she forgive him for returning alone? Would she blame him for leaving Elias behind? The questions pressed in on him, heavy as the snow. Bram knew that every hunter must decide when to turn back. The forest offered no mercy to those who lingered too long. He told himself that turning back would not be a defeat, but a choice to live. Yet as he packed his gear and stamped out the remains of his fire, he hesitated. A part of him still believed that the answer lay just beyond the next ridge, that Elias was waiting, that the elk was real and could be brought down by a steady hand. It was then, as he crossed a shallow stream choked with ice, that Bram found fresh tracks pressed into the snow. They were broader than any he had seen before, each print deeper than the last. He knelt beside them, tracing the outline with numb fingers. The tracks ran straight and true, unbroken by hesitation or fear. They led north into the thickest part of the woods, where the trees grew so close that no light could pass between them. Beside the tracks, Bram found something else, a scrap of cloth, torn and stained. He recognized it at once. It was a piece of Elias' coat, the one he had been wearing when he vanished. Bram lifted it to his face, breathing in the faint scent of sweat and smoke. For a moment, all doubt fell away. He told himself that this was proof that Elias had passed this way, that the elk was not just a story but a creature of flesh and blood. He pressed onward, following the tracks deeper into hollow pines. The snow grew heavier, and the trees pressed closer together. Bram moved with a renewed sense of purpose, his doubts burning away in the heat of determination. He told himself that he would not let fear rule him, that he would not become another ghost among the pines. He remembered the stories, the warnings, the dreams. But he also remembered his brother's laughter, the weight of his father's hand on his shoulder, the promise he had made to bring Elias home. As he walked, Bram felt the line between reality and hallucination grow thinner. The forest seemed to shift around him, the path twisting in ways that defied reason. Sometimes he would find himself standing in a clearing he did not remember crossing, or staring at a tree that seemed to pulse with life. He saw shapes moving in the fog, antlers branching out from the trunks of trees, eyes starring from the darkness. He told himself that these were tricks of the mind, that exhaustion and grief were playing games with his senses. But a part of him wondered if the forest itself was alive, if the devil elk was more than a beast, if it was the spirit of hollow pines given form and hunger. He remembered the dreams, antlers bursting through his chest, blood running black and thick, Elias' voice calling from somewhere just out of sight. He remembered waking with a nosebleed, the taste of iron sharp in his mouth, the sense of being watched from every direction. Bram told himself that dreams could not harm him, that nightmares were only shadows, but the fear remained, coiled tight within his chest, a silent companion on the trail. The snow fell heavier now, erasing his tracks as soon as he made them. Bram pressed forward, every step a battle against the urge to turn back. He told himself that he was close, that the heart of the forest was near, that the devil elk could be found and ended. He remembered his father's warnings, the stories of hunters lost to pride and madness. He wondered if he would become one of them, or if he would be the one to break the curse at last. In the end, it was not certainty that drove Bram onward, but the refusal to let doubt consume him. He moved through the forest as if in a dream, each moment balanced between hope and despair. He clung to the piece of Elias' coat, to the fresh tracks in the snow, to the memory of a promise made long ago. He told himself that he would finish what he had started, that he would not let the forest claim him. But deep inside, he knew that the line between hunter and hunted, between reality and legend, had grown impossibly thin. So Bram pressed on, his doubts trailing behind him like shadows, his hope flickering but unbroken. The heart of hollow pines awaited, and with it the answer to every question that haunted him. Whether he found truth or madness at the end of his journey, Bram knew only that he could not turn back, not yet, not while the trail still lay before him. Bram Keller knew hunger and he knew cold, but that morning in hollow pines he knew only purpose. He moved through the trees, boots breaking crusted snow, breath a thin thread in the stillness. He had left behind the last familiar landmarks. He had abandoned any hope that the sun might guide him. The forest pressed in from all sides, shadowless and endless, each trunk a silent sentinel, each limb heavy with dread. He was thinking he had come farther than any sane man would dare. He had not eaten since the previous night, but his body felt light, as if the forest itself was sapping his substance. He believed he was close. The old stories had spoken of a blackened clearing, a place where the curse gathered, where the elk returned each winter. He had been following the signs, trees snapped with unnatural symmetry, the stenchless corpses of deer and foxes, the black fungus that clung to bark and stone. He had seen the elk just once since entering these depths, a shape vast and silent, antlers burning with a red light that needed no sun. He had felt its gaze. He had fired his gun, and the thing had bled black smoke that curled and split, trailing away like spilled ink. Now, as he pressed on, Bram was thinking about his brother's face, pale and lost, eyes flickering with something that was not fear but pure bewilderment, as if he could not understand what the world had become. Bram was remembering how his brother had vanished, taken by the elk or by something worse, and he was certain this was the last chance to end it. He came at last to a place where the trees thinned and the ground sloped down. The air was heavier here, and a faint bitterness clung to the back of his throat. He was aware of a change, as if the forest was holding its breath. The snow in this place was not white but streaked with gray and laced with black veins like the skin of some diseased animal. He was stepping carefully now. His boots found ground that was not frozen solid but strangely soft, as if the earth beneath was rotting from within. He was recalling the warnings, the tales whispered by firelight in the settlements. No man should set foot in the heart of hollow pines, not even to bury his dead. He paused at the edge of the clearing. Before him the trees receded, their trunks charred and splintered, their branches stripped bare. The ground was littered with bones, picked clean and scattered, some half sunken in the mire. He counted antlers, ribcage, skulls of wolf and fox and deer. He was thinking this was not a place of death, but a place where death had taken root and grown greedy. At the center of the clearing stood a tree that was not living but not quite dead. Its bark was blackened and cracked, its branches twisted into claws. It was coated with the same fungus he had seen along the elk's trail, a slick, oily growth that pulsed faintly. Bram sensed that the tree was watching him, though it had neither eyes nor face. He was remembering the dream, the one he had suffered the night before. In it, he had stood in a place very much like this, and antlers had erupted from his chest, splitting flesh and bone, and a voice had whispered in a tongue he could not understand. He had woken bleeding from his nose, heart bucking against his ribs, certain that something had followed him from the dream into the waking world. Now, as he crossed the threshold into the clearing, he felt a pulse beneath his boots. It was a slow, deliberate throb, as if the earth itself was alive and aware of his trespass. He was circling the heart tree, his rifle raised, hands trembling not from cold but from anticipation. He was thinking he must be ready. He must end this for his brother, for himself, for all those who had vanished in these woods. He was examining the ground, noting how every bone pointed inward toward the tree. He was telling himself this was no accident. He was kneeling, running his fingers along the fungus, feeling its unnatural slickness, its warmth. He was reminded of blood spilled and left to rot. He sensed movement at the periphery of his vision. He was rising, shoulders taut, every muscle braced. He was certain the elk was near. He was remembering how the animal had moved before, soundless, impossibly large, its hooves leaving no mark, its eyes burning with a light that was not of this world. He was thinking that perhaps he had already lost, that the legend was true, that no man could kill the devil elk and return unchanged. But he would not turn back. The air in the clearing was thick, heavy with the taste of ash and old rot. Bram was breathing shallowly, trying not to gag. He was moving closer to the heart tree, rifle at the ready, footsteps muffled by the spongy ground. He was remembering the stories of men who had come here and never returned, their names spoken only in whispers. He was thinking about the way the fungus grew only where the elk had passed, as though it marked the ground with its own signature. He reached the base of the heart tree. The fungus was thicker here, layered in black sheets that glistened in the weak light. He was reaching out, testing the surface with the barrel of his rifle. The wood beneath was soft, spongy, and when he pressed, the fungus split open, revealing a dark, wet core. He was certain this was the source, the heart of the curse. He believed that to destroy the elk, he must destroy this tree. A sudden vibration ran through the ground. Bram felt it in his bones, a shudder that was not of the earth but of something older, deeper. He was thinking the elk was coming. He was seeing shapes moving in the fog at the edge of the clearing, antlers swaying, bodies shifting and splitting, the red glow of their crowns flickering like dying embers. He was raising his rifle, steadying his breath. He was ready to fire to end this nightmare. He remembered his brother's voice pleading with him not to go deeper, warning him of what lay at the forest's heart. He was pushing the memory aside. He was here now and there was no turning back. The elk stepped into the clearing. It was larger than any animal Bram had ever seen, its body formed of shadow and smoke, its antlers blazing with red fire. Its eyes were empty sockets, yet Bram felt their gaze pierce him. He was raising his rifle, sighting along the barrel, finger tightening on the trigger. He was thinking this was it, this was the moment he had waited for. He fired. The shot echoed flatly, swallowed by the fog. The bullet struck the elk's shoulder, tearing a hole from which black smoke poured. The smoke curled and split, forming shapes that writhed and twisted. Bram was seeing not one elk, but two, then three, each formed from the smoke of the wounded beast. He was realizing the truth. The elk was not a single creature, but many, bound together by the curse of the heart tree. The creatures circled him, silent, their antlers weaving a cage of red light. Bram was backing toward the tree, rifle empty, heart hammering. He was thinking he could not fight them all. He had only one chance. He turned and swung the butt of his rifle at the heart tree, breaking through the fungus. The wood beneath was softer than he expected, and the blow split it open, revealing a black, pulsing core. He was thinking this was the heart, the source of the curse. He was raising his rifle again, this time as a club, and striking the core again and again. The earth shuddered. The elk screamed, a sound that echoed without sound, a pressure in Bram's skull that drove him to his knees. He was thinking he might die here, crushed by the weight of the curse. But he kept striking, kept hammering at the heart. The tree split open, spilling black smoke that rose in a column, swirling around the clearing. The elk dissolved, their bodies unraveling into mist. Bram was choking, blinded by the smoke, feeling his strength slip away. He was thinking he had done it, that the curse was broken, that his brother might finally rest. He collapsed at the base of the heart tree, gasping for breath. The smoke cleared, leaving the clearing silent and empty. The fungus shriveled, the bones crumbled to dust. Bram was thinking he had won, but at a cost he could not yet measure. He lay there for hours, perhaps days, time slipping away like water through his fingers. He was dreaming of antlers, of red light, of a voice he could not understand. He was thinking he might never leave this place, that he had become part of the curse he had fought to destroy. When he finally rose, the forest was silent. No birds called, no wind stirred the branches. He was broken, body and spirit, but the elk was gone. The heart tree was dead, its curse ended. Bram was thinking of his brother, hoping that somewhere in whatever world lay beyond this one, he had found peace. He limped from the clearing, leaving behind the blackened bones, the dead tree, and the memory of what he had done. He was thinking he would never speak of this place, that some stories were better left untold. He was hoping the silence would last, that the devil elk of hollow pines would haunt the woods no more. But as he vanished into the trees, he was aware of a faint pulse beneath his feet, a reminder that some curses never truly die. He was thinking he would carry this knowledge with him always, a shadow at his back, a weight on his heart. He was a hunter who had become the hunted, a man marked by the darkness he had dared to challenge. So ended the legend of the devil elk, and so began the silence of hollow pines. Bram Keller had come to the thinning edge of hollow pines as dusk drained the last color from the world. He stood at the border of two realities. Behind him, the known, his battered camp, the dying fire, the last crumbs of hard bread. Before him, the fog-soaked wilds where the devil elk's legend was as thick as the mist. He had been tracking the beast for days, each step erasing the memory of warmth and home. His hands, cracked and raw, gripped the stock of his rifle. He believed his brother's fate, the madness, the vanishing, could still be reversed in some way if only he pressed on. He told himself he would end the curse, no matter the price. That night, the forest pressed close. Bram recalled the warnings, the shifting trees, the spinning compasses, the way time seemed to fold and twist among the black pines. He remembered the first sign, a tree snapped at a perfect right angle, stripped bare of bark, as if marked by a colossal hand. He had followed the prints impossibly wide, sunk deep even in frozen earth. He had turned over the frozen carcass of a wolf, its body splayed open, but not a drop of blood in the snow. The black fungus had grown in the footprints, curling like smoke, smelling of rot and old iron. Each sign drew him deeper, until the forest behind him seemed to close like a fist. The night before, Bram's fevered sleep had been broken by a vision, antlers branching and branching, splitting his chest from within. He had awoken with a bloody nose, heart pounding, certain that something watched from the gloom. He had staggered outside, rifle in hand, breath steaming, eyes searching for the impossible. Fear had gnawed at him, but rage kept him moving. He had whispered a promise to his brother's memory, that he would not turn back, not now. Now, as evening thickened, Bram paced the clearing. He checked his powder, counted his shot, ran gloved fingers over the cold metal. He rehearsed his plan over and over, telling himself he would not hesitate, not this time. He had seen the elk's trail leading into the heart of the pines, where the fog ran deepest and the snow hung in the air like ash. He had heard the tailies, the hunters who returned changed, the ones who never returned at all. He had heard about the red glow that sometimes flickered through the mist, followed by silence. He had ignored them all. Tonight he thought the legend would end. The fog began to pulse, thickening in unnatural waves. Bram sensed, rather than saw, a shape moving through the mist, immense, deliberate, patient. He steadied his breath, pressed his back to a tree, and raised the rifle. He knew the beast was near. From the fog, antlers emerged, vast, twisting, tipped in red. The light was not of this world, neither fire nor moon, but something older, deeper. The darkness behind the antlers seemed to retreat, as if unable to bear their glow. The body followed, massive shoulders, fur like midnight, hooves that left no track. The elk moved with a silence that mocked the living. Bram understood in that instant why men spoke of curses. The creature was not made for this world. He felt his resolve waver, but he forced his arms steady. He told himself that the beast bled like anything else. He had seen it in his dream. He would make it real. The elk paused, head low, breath rising in clouds. Bram aimed for the heart, following the line of the antlers down to the shadowed chest. He muttered his brother's name, then squeezed the trigger. The rifle bucked. Smoke curled from the barrel. He watched the ball strike the beast's flank. The elk did not roar. Instead, its mouth gaped in a silent bellow, neck stretching, body convulsing. From the wound, black smoke spilled, thick and oily, pooling on the snow. The creature's eyes blazed, impossibly red. Bram saw the snow swirl and twist as if the world itself recoiled. He braced for a charge, but the elk did not fall. Instead, its body shuddered, stretched, and began to split. Flesh tore without sound. The antlers forked and grew, multiplying until two elk stood where one had been. Each was whole, immense, and crowned with the same impossible glow. The wound had become a new beginning. Bram's mind reeled. He told himself it could not be. He tried to reload, fingers numb, powder spilling. The two elk circled him, their movements slow, deliberate, intelligent. He saw that they shared a purpose, as if guided by a single mind. He remembered the tailies of vanishing, of madness, and felt their truth claw at his reason. He staggered backward, heart hammering. The elk moved in tandem, never breaking their gaze. Bram considered fleeing, but the trees pressed close, as if barring his escape. He understood in that moment that he had not hunted the beast, it had hunted him. Every step he had taken, every sign he had followed had been a lure. The forest itself seemed to conspire, drawing him to this place. He forced his thoughts to focus. He recalled the old trapper's words, spoken long ago beside a winter fire. The devil elk was not a creature of flesh, but a spirit bound to the land, a curse given antlers and hide. To kill it, one must find its heart, not the one in its chest, but the one hidden deep within the woods. He had dismissed the story as superstition, but now, faced with the impossible, he clung to it. He fumbled for a fresh ball, rammed it down the barrel, primed the pan. His hands shook, but he managed the task. He raised the rifle, sighted on the nearer elk. It watched him, unblinking. He pulled the trigger. The shot struck the beast's shoulder. Again, black smoke poured from the wound, but the elk did not fall. Instead, the smoke seemed to feed the creature, thickening its form. Bram realized the gun could not kill what was not truly alive. The two elk pressed closer, antlers weaving, bodies merging and splitting at the edges. Bram circled, searching for a gap, a chance to run. The forest spun around him, trees stood in impossible angles, branches twisted like claws. He felt the pull of something deeper, a hunger that reached for his mind. He knew with sudden clarity that the elk was more than a beast. It was the forest's will made manifest. He remembered the snapped trees, the fungus, the bloodless dead. Each sign pointed to a center, a place where the curse was rooted. He realized that the elk sought to drive him there. He cursed his own stubbornness. He had come seeking vengeance, but now he was prey. Still, Bram refused to surrender. He darted between the trees, ducking beneath low branches, the two elk shadowing his every move. He ran until his lungs burned, boots slipping in the snow. The antlers flashed behind him, red light flickering at the edges of his vision. He told himself he could still end this if only he could find the heart tree. He stumbled into a new clearing, ringed by pines older than memory. At the center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark black as pitch, branches twisted into a crown, roots exposed and tangled like nerves. At its base, the snow was stained with the same black fungus. Bram knew without knowing how that this was the source, the elk's heart. The two beasts herded him toward the tree, their movements tightening. He understood now that they could not kill him until he made the choice: fight or flee. The curse required a witness, a sacrifice. He would not be either. He dropped to one knee, fumbled for his last shot, poured powder and ball, tamped it home. He aimed not at the elk, but at the heart tree. The beasts paused as if sensing the change. Bram fired. Ball struck the trunk, splitting the bark. Black sap poured from the wound, hissing as it touched the snow. The elk shrieked, a soundless agony that rattled Bram's bones. Their forms flickered, antlers dimming, bodies dissolving at the edges. The forest groaned, branches snapping, roots twisting. Bram seized his knife, staggered to the tree, and hacked at the wound. The sap splattered his hands, burning cold. He carved deeper, feeling the curse recoil. The elk lunged, but their bodies faltered, passing through him like smoke. He forced his blade deeper until he struck something hard, a heart of stone, pulsing with darkness. He pried it loose. The heart writhed in his grip, cold and heavy. He hurled it to the ground, smashed it with the butt of his rifle. The stone cracked, a web of red light spilling from within. The elk screamed, their bodies unraveling, dissolving into black ash that whirled around Bram, then vanished into the roots. The forest fell still. The fog receded, the trees relaxed their grip. Snow drifted down, soft and white. Bram collapsed at the base of the ruined tree, breath ragged, hands shaking. He had done what no man dared, faced the devil elk and broken its heart. He felt the curse lift, a weight leaving his shoulders. He thought of his brother, lost in the fog, and wondered if peace had come for him too. He looked at his bloodied hands, at the shattered heart, and understood that the land would never be the same. He had survived, but the cost was written in every scar. He rose, unsteady, and staggered from the clearing. The forest watched, silent now, its hunger sated. Bram did not look back. He knew the legend would linger, but its power was broken. He told himself he was free. The snow closed his tracks, erasing the last sign of what had passed. The devil elk was gone, and Hollow Pines was quiet at last. Bram Keller plunged deeper into the heart of the Hollow Pines, the world behind him swallowed by a tangle of fog and snow-laden branches. His boots hammered the crusted drifts, his breath burning in his chest. He ran not for warmth, but for his life. Behind him, the devil elk moved with impossible speed, now two of them, the first wound in the creature's hide having split its form. Each shape glided between the trees, antlers aglow with that infernal red fire. Each step Bram took seemed to call the beasts closer. He remembered the warnings from the old trapper who had staggered, half frozen, into the trading post last autumn, mumbling about a heart tree and the splitting of minds. Back then, Bram had dismissed the man's ravings as the product of loneliness and cold. Now, with the devil elk shadowing him in twin silence, Bram wondered if the madman had known something true, something Bram's brother Elias had discovered too late. The world around Bram had grown wrong. The trees stood in unnatural rows, their trunks twisted as if by unseen hands. The snow had fallen in perfectly symmetrical lines, each drift echoing the next. Bram's mind caught the pattern and recoiled. He fought the urge to look back, refusing to see how the elk's forms flickered between the branches. He pressed deeper, letting the terrain dictate his course. In his mind, images flashed without warning. Elias' pale, terrified face appeared between the trees, his eyes wide and pleading. Then, just as quickly, the devil elk's face replaced his brother, the red glow of its antlers searing through Bram's thoughts. He was not alone in his mind. The realization came slowly as if through a fog. The creatures behind him, two bodies, one mind, were reaching for him not only through the forest but through his own memories, his own fears. Bram stumbled. The snow beneath his feet gave way, nearly sending him sprawling. He caught himself on a low branch and glanced up. For a moment the world seemed to tilt. Both elk stood at the edge of his vision, their antlers pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He felt their attention, cold and endless, fixed on him. There was no sound, no breath, just the weight of their gaze. He pressed on, forcing his legs to move. Bram knew that to stop would be to surrender. He tried to recall details from the stories locals whispered at the edge of firelight. The devil elk had always haunted hollow pines, appearing at the first snow and vanishing when the thaw returned. Hunters who went after it never returned or came back changed, silent, wild-eyed, unable to speak of what they'd seen. Some, like Elias, vanished altogether. A memory surfaced. Elias had insisted days before his disappearance that something was wrong with the forest. He had spoken of trees growing in perfect arcs, of animal tracks that began and ended in black fungus. Bram had laughed then. Now he found himself searching for these signs as he ran, hopping for some clue, some warning in the unnatural order of the woods. Suddenly, the world around Bram shifted again. The trees parted, revealing a glade ringed by dead pines, their trunks charred black. In the center stood a single tree, taller than the rest, its bark pale and smooth. Bram felt a jolt of recognition, though he had never seen this place before. The madman's words echoed, the heart tree, the source of the curse, the anchor of the elk's divided mind. Behind him, the elk forms paused at the edge of the glade, their antlers dimmed, as if uncertain. Bram understood then that the heart tree was both sanctuary and prison for the beasts. To approach was to risk everything for both hunter and hunted. Bram's mind reeled. He remembered the dream from the night before, antlers bursting from his chest, blood pouring from his nose, the world spinning out of control. He had woken with crimson staining his lips, the taste of iron thick in his mouth. He realized now that the dream had not been a warning, but a memory borrowed from the elk themselves. Their mind had touched his own, leaving splinters of fear and pain behind. He reached the base of the heart tree. The ground was bare here, the snow melted to reveal black earth shot through with veins of dark fungus. Bram knelt, feeling the tremor of the elk's mind pressing against his own. He drew his knife, the metal cold in his hand. He hesitated, knowing that whatever he did next would end the story, one way or another. A surge of images crashed through Bram's thoughts. He saw Elias running through these same woods, the elk at his heels. He saw the madman screaming at the base of the tree, trying to hack at the roots with shaking hands. He saw himself, older and hollow-eyed, wandering the forest alone. The elk's consciousness pressed harder, trying to overwhelm him, to make him doubt. Bram fought back, clinging to the memory of Elias' laughter, the warmth of their childhood home, the promise he had made to end this curse. He drove the knife into the heart tree's trunk. The bark split, revealing a core of black rot. Smoke, thick and choking, poured from the wound. The elk screamed, not with voices but with the force of their joined mind. Bram felt his own senses fracture, his thoughts spinning in 1,000 directions. The elk forms lunged into the clearing, their bodies flickering as if caught between worlds. Bram staggered back, the knife still lodged in the tree. He felt the elk's rage, their pain, their desperate need to survive. He realized then that the beasts were not monsters but victims, creatures split and twisted by the heart tree's power, forced to share a single mind across many bodies. With the last of his strength, Bram wrenched the knife free and struck again, widening the wound. The smoke thickened, pouring into the clearing, obscuring everything. The elk forms shuddered, their antlers flickering. Bram felt their presence recede, the pressure on his mind easing. He collapsed at the base of the heart tree, the world spinning around him. The smoke cleared, revealing only the twisted remains of the elk, their bodies dissolving into black ash. Bram stared at the knife, now stained with rot. He felt empty, hollowed out by the battle. The forest stood silent around him. No birds called, no wind stirred the branches. Bram knew that the curse had been broken, but at a terrible cost. He had destroyed the heart tree, severed the elk's mind, but in doing so he had lost a part of himself. The splintered mind of the devil elk had left its mark on him, a wound that would never fully heal. Bram rose unsteadily, his body aching. He looked around the clearing, searching for any sign of Elias. There was nothing, only the ash of the elk, the ruined heart tree, and the endless rows of pines. He understood then that his brother was gone, lost to the curse that had haunted hollow pines for generations. He turned and began the long walk back through the forest. The path was unfamiliar, the trees still twisted into unnatural patterns. Bram moved slowly, each step a reminder of what he had lost. He knew that the people of Hollow Pines would no longer fear the devil elk, but they would never understand the true cost of their freedom. As he walked, Bram felt the remnants of the elk's mind flicker at the edges of his thoughts. Images of the forest, the chase, the heart tree, these would haunt him forever. He accepted this, knowing that some burdens could not be set down. At last, Bram emerged from the forest. The snow fell softly, covering his tracks. He looked back once, seeing the outline of the heart tree fading into the fog. He whispered a promise to Elias, a promise that the curse was ended and that his brother's memory would live on. The forest remained silent. Bram shouldered his pack and disappeared into the snow, leaving hollow pines behind. The devil elk was gone, but the splintered mind lingered, a shadow at the edge of memory. In the years that followed, Bram's story spread through the settlements. Some called him a hero, others whispered that he had been changed by the curse. Bram never returned to Hollow Pines. He lived out his days at the edge of the wilderness, haunted by dreams of antlers and black smoke. But the forest remained quiet, the curse broken. The heart tree stood no more, and the devil elk haunted the pines only in memory. Bram Keller had done what none before him could. He had faced the splintered mind and survived, though not unscathed. And so the legend of the devil elk of Hollow Pines passed into myth, its power ended by the courage and sacrifice of one man. But in the deepest heart of the forest, where the snow falls in perfect lines and the trees grow in unnatural patterns, some say the echo of the elk's mind lingers still, waiting for the day when the heart tree will rise again. Bram Keller pressed deeper into the forest, each step a silent declaration against the thing that had taken his brother. The prints left by the devil elk stretched before him in impossible lines, deep imprints, too broad for any living creature, cutting through the snow as if marked by the passage of some ancient god. Bram found himself thinking that the tracks seemed to shift when he looked away, as if the beast itself rearranged the land to confuse him, but he refused to turn back. He was certain that, somewhere ahead, the elk waited for him. The morning's fog still clung to his clothes and beard, settling on his shoulders like the memory of a wet shroud. He recalled the warnings he'd heard from the madman in the village, the one who'd returned raving about spirals and fungus, his mind broken by the sight of those red antlers. Bram's hand closed around the token the madman had pressed into his palm before vanishing into the winter. The wood felt warm against his skin, as if carved from something still living. Bram told himself it would protect him from whatever curse stalked this place. The elk's trail was easy to follow at first. The snow seemed to bend away from its hooves, and here and there black fungus sprouted in wild tufts. Bram noted the way the fungus curled inwards, every stalk pointing toward the forest's heart. He found scattered bones, too, arranged in precise spirals, some small from rabbits or foxes, others larger, stripped clean and left to bleach in the pale light. He recognized a human femur among them and paused, heart pounding. The spiral was perfect, every bone laid end to end, circling into a point marked by a single round stone. Bram thought it must be a warning or a message, but he pressed on. He would not be turned aside by superstition or fear. As he marched, the trees themselves seemed to lean closer, branches arching overhead into a tangled cage. Bram caught himself counting the snapped trunks, always in pairs, always at the same height. He wondered if the beast did this for a reason, or if it was simply the pattern of madness taking root in his mind. Once, he glimpsed something moving in the mist ahead, a flicker of red, an outline crowned with antlers, but when he blinked it was gone. He remembered the stories from the trappers in the tavern, about men who followed the elk and never returned. He told himself he was not like them. He would finish this. His dreams had grown stranger as he moved deeper into hollow pines. At night, when he wrapped himself in his furs and lay beneath the twisted canopy, he saw antlers bursting from his own chest, splitting flesh and bone, growing skyward until his heart was nothing but splinters. Sometimes he woke with his nose bleeding, the taste of iron thick in his mouth. He began to sense the beast watching him, always just beyond the reach of his lantern. He felt it in the prickle of his skin, the way his thoughts wandered in circles, always returning to the memory of his brother's laughter. Bram forced himself to remember why he was here. He repeated his brother's name in his thoughts, using it as a shield against the shadows. The deeper he pushed, the stranger the forest became. The snow thinned and the ground grew soft beneath his boots. Black fungus grew in thick mats, squelching with every step. Bram noticed the air seemed heavier, as if pressing him down, and his compass spun in lazy circles no matter which direction he pointed. Once, he tried to retrace his steps, but the landscape had shifted behind him. The path he'd taken was gone, replaced by new spirals of bones and fresh fungus. He realized he was moving in circles, drawn ever inward toward the heart of the woods. It was then that the hallucinations began in earnest. Bram saw faces in the bark of trees, their mouths twisted in silent screams. He watched antlers sprout from every shadow, branching and twisting until the forest itself seemed made of bone. His own reflection, caught in a patch of ice, showed eyes rimmed red and wild. He clenched the token in his fist, feeling the carved grooves biting into his palm. He told himself it was only the elk's influence, a trick of the curse, but doubt gnawed at him. The spiral patterns haunted his every thought. He found himself tracing them in the snow with the tip of his knife, unable to stop until he'd completed the circle. One afternoon, he came upon a clearing where the trees had been felled in a perfect ring. In the center lay a heap of animal bodies, all facing inward, mouths stretched wide in silent howls. Black fungus grew from their eyes and throats. Bram hesitated on the edge of the clearing, feeling the pressure of unseen eyes. He forced himself forward, searching for any sign of the elk. The snow here was stained with streaks of black, as if the earth itself bled smoke. He found another set of tracks, fresh, impossibly large, and knew the beast had passed this way only moments before. Bram's mind began to fracture under the weight of the forest's tricks. He saw his brother darting between the trees, always just out of reach, laughter echoing in a voice he could not quite remember. He called after him, voice cracking, but the figure never turned. In its place the elk appeared, antlers glowing, eyes burning with a cold, red light. Bram felt the urge to turn and run, but his feet refused to move. He remembered the madman's warning, do not look into its eyes. Bram forced himself to stare at the ground, clutching the token tighter. He whispered his brother's name again and again, grounding himself in the memory of home. The elk vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Its tracks led deeper into the woods, toward a place where the trees grew impossibly tall and close. Bram pressed onward, every muscle in his body screaming for rest. He no longer trusted his senses. Time seemed to slip, hours passing in moments or stretching into eternity. Hunger gnawed at him, but he dared not stop to eat. The forest grew darker, the air thick with the stench of rot and decay. Bram told himself he was close. The end was near. He stumbled upon another spiral, a massive one, this time formed from the bones of deer and elk, their antlers woven together in a macabre lattice. At the center of the spiral stood a tree unlike any he had seen before. Its bark was black and slick, oozing with a thick, tar-like sap. Bram recognized the heart tree from the stories, a place of power, the source of the elk's curse. He felt the weight of the forest pressing in, urging him to turn back, but he steeled himself. He would end this or die trying. As he approached the heart tree, the ground trembled beneath his feet. The air grew colder, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He saw movement in the shadows, shapes with too many limbs, eyes that glowed red in the gloom. The elk appeared once more, larger than ever, antlers reaching toward the sky. Bram raised his rifle, hands shaking, and fired. The shot struck true, and the beast bled black smoke, the wound splitting its body in two. Where one elk had stood, now there were two, both staring at him with the same hungry gaze. Bram realized then that he was not facing a single creature, but many, each sharing the same mind, the same curse. He remembered the madman's words, the warning carved into the token, destroy the heart or be consumed. Bram rushed the tree, ignoring the pain in his chest, the blood trickling from his nose. He hacked at the bark with his knife, each blow sending waves of agony through his body. The elk closed in, their forms flickering between flesh and shadow. He felt the curse pressing against his mind, urging him to stop, to give in. Bram forced himself to remember his brother's face, the promise he had made. With a final, desperate effort, he drove the blade into the heart of the tree. The bark split, sap gushing forth in a torrent of black smoke. The elk screamed, a sound Bram felt rather than heard, and their forms twisted and collapsed into nothingness. The forest fell silent. The pressure lifted from Bram's mind, the hallucinations fading into memory. He collapsed at the base of the heart tree, body broken, spirit battered. He had ended the curse, but at great cost. The forest would never be the same, and neither would he. Bram lay in the snow, staring up at the twisted branches overhead. He wondered if his brother was at peace now, or if the curse would linger, waiting for another soul to wander too deep into hollow pines. He closed his eyes, clutching the token to his chest, and let the silence wash over him. The devil elk was gone, its wake fading into legend. Bram had survived, but the forest would remember. As the days passed, Bram forced himself to rise. He gathered his things, moving slowly, every step a reminder of the wounds he carried. The path out of the forest was clearer now, the trees less menacing. The spirals of bone had crumbled, the black fungus withered away. Bram felt the eyes of the forest upon him, but they no longer held malice. He walked in silence, the token heavy in his pocket, the memory of his brother guiding him home. At the edge of hollow pines, Bram paused. He looked back once, half expecting to see the elk watching him from the shadows. The forest was quiet, the curse broken. He stepped into the open, leaving the darkness behind. The legend of the devil elk would live on, whispered by those who dared to venture too close. But for Bram Keller, the hunt was over. In the elk's wake, he found only silence and the faint hope of peace. By the 20th day, Bram Keller's world had narrowed to a silent march beneath towering pines. He had not spoken aloud in days, nor had he tried. Words had no place among the trees of hollow pines. He moved with the slow caution of a man who had learned the price of carelessness. Each step was a question. Would the snow hold? Would the branches above let fall their weight? The answers changed as quickly as the path itself. He had begun to suspect the forest changed behind him, closing old roots and opening new ones, as if it would not let him retrace his steps. He remembered the warnings he had heard by the hearths of Hollow Pines village, the shifting trails, the endless groves that seemed to repeat, the way men could walk for days and find themselves back at their own footprints. Some called it enchantment. Others cursed the devil elk and its power. Bram had only believed in cold and hunger and the sharp edge of his axe. Now he believed in something else. The woods bent to a will not his own. He pressed on, marking his way with strips of blood-red cloth torn from his brother's old scarf. He tied them to branches at regular intervals, hopping to leave a path back, or at least a trail for others to find. Yet, after one long and exhausted circuit, he found himself standing before a tree he had marked hours before, his own knot, his own rough tear in the fabric. The forest had folded him in upon himself, like a hand closing around prey. Bram was not a man to frighten easily, but he felt a slow dread growing in his bones. He began to suspect the paths were not only shifting but watching, the sensation of eyes, many eyes pressed upon his back. He tried to banish the feeling, telling himself there was only wind and snow, but the certainty remained. Every decision now felt fraught with consequence. He considered turning back, but the memory of Elias, his brother's face, pale and wide-eyed, kept him moving forward. It was on the edge of twilight, when the world dulled and the trees grew indistinct, that Bram first glimpsed something between the trunks. He froze, heart thudding, as a shape resolved itself in the gloom. It was not the elk nor any animal he knew, but the figure of a youth, slender and shivering. The face was familiar, too familiar. He saw the likeness of Elias as he had last seen him, lips blue from cold, eyes burning with a fevered light. The image did not move as a living man would, but rather drifted, motioning with a slow hand toward the deeper woods. Bram felt a sick lurch inside him. He struggled to recall whether the boundary between dream and waking was still sharp. Had he slept and not known it? Was this a memory or something conjured by the forest's malice? He did not know. Still, he found himself following, desperate for any sign, any hope that Elias might still be found alive, or at least at peace. He told himself that hallucinations could not know the way, could not beckon with such certainty. His boots crunched through the snow, each step a silent promise that he would not abandon his brother even in death. As Bram moved deeper, the fog thickened around him. The world grew smaller, pressed in from all sides. He reached for his compass, but the needle spun uselessly, trembling as if in pain. He tucked it away, muttering a curse at his own foolishness. In this place, the old rules did not apply. Only the red scarf markers remained, and even those seemed to fade into the mist behind him. He kept his eyes on the figure of Elias, who moved always just ahead, never more than a glimpse, never close enough to touch. Sometimes the figure would vanish behind a tree, only to reappear further on, always urging Bram to follow. The fog grew so dense that Bram could barely see his own hands. He moved by faith alone, trusting in the pull of kinship, the bond that had drawn him this far. The land beneath his feet changed as he walked. He felt the ground grow spongy, then hard again. Once he stumbled and found himself knee-deep in a patch of black fungus, the same strange growth he had seen in the elk's tracks. He tried to wipe it away, but the sticky residue clung to his boots. He pressed on, refusing to be delayed. The sense of being watched grew stronger, a pressure at the base of his skull. In the thickest part of the fog, Bram began to lose track of time. The sky above was a uniform gray, the light never shifting, as if the sun had been blotted out. He walked for what felt like hours, or perhaps only minutes. Hunger gnawed at his belly, but he ignored it. Thirst burned in his throat, but he pressed on. The only thing that mattered was the faint red glow he now saw ahead, pulsing through the fog like a distant fire. He told himself this must be the elk's doing. The red glow, the shifting paths, the sense of being hunted, these were the signs the elders had spoken of. He remembered their stories. Men who had followed the glow, never to return. Hunters who had tried to shoot the beast, only to find their bullets turned to dust. Bram gripped his rifle tighter, vowing that he would not be turned aside. He would see this through, for Elias, for himself. The image of Elias paused before a massive pine, its trunk twisted in unnatural spirals. Bram watched as the figure pressed a hand to the bark, then vanished into the mist. The red glow brightened, casting long shadows that flickered and danced. Bram hesitated, torn between fear and hope. He considered whether this was a trap, another trick of the forest, or whether Elias truly waited just beyond. He decided that the only way out was through. He stepped forward, pressing his own hand to the tree. The bark was cold, slick with sap. He felt a jolt as if a current passed through him. For a moment the forest spun around him, the trees blurring into long, dark streaks. He thought he heard a voice, his brother, or perhaps his own, but could not make out the words. He pushed forward, stumbling through the fog. On the far side the world changed. The trees here stood in perfect symmetry, their branches arching overhead like the ribs of a great beast. The ground was littered with bones, deer, wolf, and things Bram could not name. Each carcass was bloodless, picked clean, yet untouched by scavengers. Black fungus grew in thick mats, pulsing faintly with each heartbeat. Bram felt the weight of the place settle upon him, as if he had entered the heart of the forest's curse. The red glow now burned directly ahead, brighter than before. Bram moved toward it, feeling the pressure of unseen eyes all around. He raised his rifle, heart pounding. He told himself that he was ready, that he would not flinch. He thought of Elias, of the promise he had made at the edge of the woods. He would face whatever waited, no matter the cost. The fog parted, revealing a clearing at the forest's center. At the far end stood the elk, larger than any beast Bram had ever seen. Its antlers burned with a crimson fire, casting shifting shadows across the snow. The creature watched him with eyes that glowed like coals. Bram felt its gaze pierce through him, reading every thought, every fear. He knew then that this was no ordinary animal, but something far older, far more terrible. He raised his rifle, steadying his aim. He remembered the stories of bullets turning to dust, of hunters lost in the fog. He did not care. He fired, the recoil jarring his shoulder. The shot struck the elk's shoulder, and for a moment Bram thought he had won. But the wound bled not blood but black smoke, billowing out in thick clouds. The elk staggered, then split in two beasts, each as large as the first, each with burning red antlers. Bram realized with horror that the stories had been wrong. It was not one creature, but many shadows sharing a single mind. He understood then that to kill the elk was impossible. He needed to find its source, its heart. He remembered the strange twisting pine, the black fungus, the symmetry of the trees. He guessed that the forest itself was the beast's body, and its heart must lie at the center. The elk, or its shadows, began to circle him, antlers lowered, smoke pouring from their wounds. Bram felt a cold terror grip him, but he forced himself to move, to run toward the source of the red glow. He crashed through the undergrowth, ignoring the pain in his legs, the burning in his lungs. He thought of Elias, of the promise he had made. He would not fail now. At the clearing's center stood a tree unlike any other, a massive pine, its trunk blackened and split, red sap oozing from its wounds. The heart tree. Bram knew it without question. The elk's shadows closed in, antlers gleaming. Bram raised his axe, swinging with all his strength. The blade bit deep into the bark, sending up a spray of red sap. The ground shook, the air filled with the stench of rot and smoke. The elk screamed, a sound that reverberated through the trees, through Bram's bones. He swung again and again, hacking at the heart tree until his arms ached, until the sap ran in rivers. The shadows writhed and shrieked, dissolving into smoke. Bram pressed on, driven by rage and grief and the memory of his brother's face. At last the tree split with a thunderous crack, its trunk collapsing inward. The red glow faded, the fog lifting. The elk, what remained of it, vanished into the mist. Bram fell to his knees, exhausted, broken. He felt the weight of the forest lift from his shoulders, leaving him hollow, empty. He looked around, searching for any sign of Elias. There was nothing, no figure, no voice, only the silent woods. Bram understood then that his brother was gone, truly gone. The curse was broken, but the cost had been dear. He rose slowly, shouldering his pack. He did not look back as he left the clearing, moving through the now silent forest. The paths no longer shifted beneath his feet, the trees no longer watched. He had done what he came to do, but he would never be the same. The story of the devil elk would pass into legend, but Bram Keller would remember. He would carry the scars of hollow pines to his grave. The shifting path had led him to the heart of darkness, and he had emerged changed, marked by the forest's touch. As he made his way back to the edge of the woods, Bram felt the first stirrings of dawn. The snow glittered beneath his boots, untouched by shadow. He knew he would never return to hollow pines, never speak of what he had seen. Some things were best left to fade into myth, but the path he had walked would remain, a narrow trail through the heart of the cursed woods, silent and unchanging at last. Bram Keller pressed onward, the cold wrapping him in its unyielding arms, as if the wilderness itself wished to halt his pursuit. He had not slept since the dream, since the antlers had burst, impossibly, from his own flesh in the dark, swallowing him in pain and terror. The blood from his nose had dried in a crust beneath his nostrils, a reminder of how the devil elk reached even into his sleep. But Bram would not let the beast have him, not while the memory of his brother's face burned in his mind, young and open, and now lost to the forest's hunger. It was this memory, and the oath it demanded, that drove him deeper into hollow pines, where the fog hung low and thick, and the trees bent inward as if whispering secrets to each other. The path twisted, uncertain. Bram's boots broke through an old crust of snow. The ground sloped downward, drawing him into a gully where the air thickened with frost. Here, the pines grew denser, their trunks black and straight, rising like pillars in a cathedral built for ghosts. The compasses he carried, 3 in total, spun and stuttered in his pocket, useless as the sun behind the clouds. Still he pressed on, driven by a sense that the heart of the forest, its secret poisoned core, lay ahead. He came at last to the stream. It was a broad, slow-cut channel through the earth, frozen now in winter's grasp. The ice stretched from bank to bank, smooth in places, splintered in others, and rimmed with a pale rime. Here the fog seemed to nestle. Bram paused at the edge, his breath steaming before him. He had known this stream in other seasons. He remembered how it ran swift and cold, how he and his brother had once fished here, laughing at their own clumsy shadows, never thinking of antlers or curses. Now the stream was a barrier, an uncertain mirror. He stepped onto the ice, cautious. The surface gave a little beneath his weight, but held. Cracks radiated outward, thin and sharp as veins, and his boots sent up a faint dusting of frost. He kept his eyes low, scanning for tracks, for any sign of the devil elk's passage. There, near the center, a mark. Not a hoof, but something wider, heavier, as if the beast's presence pressed down the world itself. Bram studied it, remembering how others had described the elk's steps, how trees snapped in its wake, how the snow refused to hold its blood. He knelt, fingertips brushing the mark. A chill crawled up his arm. He told himself he was only imagining it. He was not, he insisted, afraid. But the stream's surface held more than tracks. Beneath the ice, in the broken, shifting light, Bram saw something strange. The cracks formed patterns, lines that seemed almost deliberate, as if etched by cunning hands. In the deeper pools, where the water had frozen thick and dark, shapes twisted beneath. At first, Bram dismissed them as tricks of the eye, shadows caught in the depths. But as he stared, he began to distinguish faces. Eyes wide and staring, mouths twisted in silent pleas. The vanished hunters, he recognized one, then another. Men he had known or heard of or only glimpsed in passing. A trapper with a red scarf, a woodsman with a crooked nose, a boy not yet grown, all caught beneath the glassy surface. Bram's heart hammered. He told himself it was not real. The forest was playing tricks, he insisted, the fog and ice conspiring to torment him. Yet the faces remained, shifting as he moved. Some reached upward, hands pressed to the underside of the ice. Their eyes met his, filled with accusation, with longing, with fear. Bram felt their grief. He remembered the stories told around campfires, how those who chased the devil elk were never seen again, or returned changed, hollow-eyed and silent. He wondered in that moment if he was already lost among them. Grief welled up, sharp and sudden. He thought of his brother, the way the boy had laughed, the way he had believed in Bram's strength, his certainty. Bram had promised to protect him. Instead, he had brought him here, into this place of lost souls. The guilt pressed down, heavier than the cold. Bram staggered, his breath ragged, and knelt on the ice, hands shaking. He felt the urge to smash the surface, to break the faces free, to undo what had been done. He swung the butt of his rifle hard, and the ice splintered beneath the blow, fragments skittering away, water welling in black pools. The faces twisted, multiplied. The ice fractured again, and now it seemed every blow revealed more eyes, more hands, more desperate pleas. The visions did not abate. Instead, they grew sharper. The faces beneath the ice became clearer, mouths opening in silent screams. Bram's brother appeared among them, his face pale, lips blue, eyes fixed on Bram with a sorrow that cut deeper than any blade. Bram cried out, though no sound escaped his lips. He struck the ice again and again, tears freezing on his cheeks. Each blow brought only more horror, the faces pressed closer, the cracks spreading, the water beneath roiling with shadow. He realized finally that he could not save them. The stream was not a prison he could break. It was a mirror reflecting his own grief, his own failure. The forest had claimed these souls and would claim him too if he lingered. Bram rose, breathless and spent. He pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the ache that lived there, an emptiness that would not heal. He whispered a promise to the lost, to his brother, to the other hunters, that he would not join them. He would not let the devil elk have one more soul. Bram crossed the stream, boots crunching on shattered ice. The fog thickened on the far bank, swallowing him in its gray embrace. He knew the heart tree lay ahead, somewhere in the forest's secret center. The signs pointed the way. Trees snapped in perfect symmetry as if some giant hand had twisted them. Animal carcasses, untouched by scavengers, their blood drained, their eyes black and empty, patches of black fungus, slick and oily, growing in the elk's wake. Bram followed these signs, his senses sharpened by despair and fury. He told himself that he was not afraid, that he would see this through to the end. As he moved deeper into the woods, the forest seemed to close around him. Time stretched and twisted, hours passed without meaning. The sun never broke the clouds. Bram's thoughts wandered. He remembered childhood winters, his mother's stories of spirits and shadows, warnings never to stray too far from the fire. He remembered the first sight of the devil elk, how it had stood silent among the trees, its antlers glowing like embers, its eyes fixed on him with an ancient intelligence. He remembered the fear, cold and absolute, that had seized him then. He pressed on, driven by the faces beneath the ice. He would not become one of them, he told himself. He would end the curse even if it meant his own death. The stream faded behind him, lost in the fog. The forest changed, trees grew stranger, their trunks twisted, bark scored with marks too regular to be natural. The ground sloped upward, the snow thinning, revealing bare earth streaked with black. Bram's boots grew heavy. He stumbled, caught himself, forced his feet to keep moving. He thought of the other hunters, the ones who had vanished, who now stared up from beneath the stream. He wondered what had driven them: vengeance, pride, desperation. He wondered if they had felt the same certainty, the same dread. He wondered if they had seen the devil elk's eyes, felt its mind pressing against their own. He wondered if in the end they had given in, surrendered to the forest's will. Bram clenched his fists. He would not surrender. The oath he had sworn to his brother to end this nightmare, to silence the forest, burned in his veins. He remembered how his brother had smiled, fearless even in the face of death. He remembered the warmth of his hand, the weight of trust. Bram carried that weight now, heavier than any pack. He came to a clearing ringed by blackened pines. The ground was littered with bones, picked clean, arranged in strange patterns. Bram recognized some moose, wolf, bear, but others were unfamiliar, twisted and elongated. He stepped carefully, avoiding the bones. The air felt wrong here, thick with a presence he could not name. Bram's skin prickled. He felt eyes upon him, watching from the shadows, judging his every step. He pressed onward, heart pounding. The forest grew darker, the trees pressing closer. Bram's breath came in short gasps. He fought the urge to turn back, to flee into the fog and snow. The stream was far behind him now, its faces, its accusations, its sorrow. Ahead lay only the heart tree and the devil elk and the end of all things. Bram's thoughts drifted as he walked. He remembered the stories his mother had told, of spirits that haunted the woods, of beasts that wore the faces of men, of curses that could never be broken. He remembered how he had laughed at those stories, how he had believed himself stronger, smarter, immune. Now he saw the truth written in every twisted tree, every patch of black fungus, every face beneath the ice. The forest was alive, ancient, hungry. It did not forgive. He paused, leaning against a tree, chest heaving. He tasted blood on his tongue, sharp and metallic. He wiped his nose, saw the red streak on his glove, and remembered the dream, the antlers, the pain, the darkness. He shuddered, forced himself upright. He would not give in. As he moved forward, Bram became aware of a presence beside him. He sensed it rather than saw it, a shadow, moving just beyond the edge of vision. He felt its gaze, cold and pitiless. He knew the devil elk watched him, tracking his every step, waiting for the moment to strike. Bram welcomed the attention. He would face the beast one last time. The land sloped downward again, the trees thinning. Bram caught glimpses of movement, shadows flickering among the trunks, shapes that vanished when he tried to focus. He knew the vanished hunters walked here, their souls trapped between worlds, forever seeking release. He felt their longing, their despair. He pressed on, determined not to join their ranks. He reached another stream, smaller than the first, its ice unbroken. He hesitated, remembering the faces beneath the surface, the silent pleas. He forced himself to cross, boots slipping on the smooth, cold glass. He did not look down. Beyond the stream, the forest changed again. The trees grew taller, their branches interwoven, blocking out what little light remained. Bram moved in darkness, trusting his instincts. The air grew colder, the silence deeper. He felt the weight of the forest's attention, 1,000 eyes watching, waiting. He thought of his brother, of the promise he had made. He thought of the other hunters, lost and forgotten. He thought of himself, a man driven by grief and guilt, a man who would not surrender. He pressed on, step by step, deeper into the heart of hollow pines. At last he glimpsed it through the trees. The heart tree, vast and ancient, its bark black as pitch, its branches twisted into impossible shapes. Bram's breath caught. He knew somehow that the end was near. He steeled himself, gripped his rifle, and moved forward, ready to face whatever waited in the darkness. He did not look back. He did not pause. He did not let the faces beneath the ice claim him. Bram Keller pressed onward, the oath to his brother burning in his heart, determined to end the legend of the devil elk, or die in the attempt. Bram Keller pressed onward into the depths of hollow pines, where the snow grew thick and the fog curled like the breath of some ancient beast. He trudged with his shoulders hunched, boots heavy with ice, every step dragging him deeper into territory few men dared remember, much less name. For days, or perhaps only hours, time had grown untrustworthy here. He had wandered in the shadow of the devil elk. The world behind him, with its warmth and reason, seemed to shrink with each mile. In its place crept a gnawing cold, not of the flesh but of the mind. He had lost count of how long since he last slept. The forest, with its gnarled black trunks and endless white, had become a labyrinth. His compass spun uselessly in his pocket, and he had come to trust only the broken symmetry of the trees. Their trunks snapped at unnatural angles, pointing him forward, deeper, always deeper. Bram told himself he would find the heart of the curse and end it. He repeated that thought with every breath, knuckles white on his rifle, as if the rhythm alone could ward off the madness curling at the edges of his vision. But the devil elk's presence pressed closer with each step. It crept into his thoughts with the subtlety of rot. At first, Bram had felt only the sense of being watched. Then he began to see flickers in the corner of his eye, shapes that vanished when he turned to look, antlers that shimmered against the fog, impossibly tall and crowned in a dull, pulsing red. He told himself it was only exhaustion, the mind's tricks, but the certainty with which the hallucinations returned began to wear at his resolve. As the days bled together, Bram could no longer trust his own senses. There were moments, long, terrible moments, when he saw his dead father standing among the trees. The old man's eyes shone with disappointment as he lifted a shaking hand, as if to blame Bram for every failure that had ever haunted the family. Bram felt the weight of the stare, old wounds reopening beneath the surface. In these visions, his father seemed to say that Bram had always been weak, that Elia's death was the final proof. Bram tried to shake off the hallucination, but the forest had begun to echo with voices. Sometimes in the drift of fog, he heard Elias screaming for help. The cries twisted through the branches, desperate and ragged, and Bram's heart would lurch as he stumbled after them. He would find nothing, only more snow, more darkness, the elk's tracks burning black against the ground. Still, the screams would follow, clawing at the inside of his skull until he could hardly tell if he was running toward his brother or away from himself. His dreams grew worse. Each night, after hours of shivering beneath his threadbare blanket, Bram slipped into nightmares he could not escape. In these dreams, he stood alone in a clearing, the heart tree burning in front of him. Its bark split open, glowing with coals, and from the flames burst a tangle of antlers, white, red-tipped, impossibly sharp. The antlers drove through his chest, pinning him to the earth. He would wake with a bloody nose and the taste of iron in his mouth, certain the forest itself had tried to swallow him whole. The hallucinations grew bolder as Bram pressed deeper. The devil elk no longer hid in the corner of his eye. He began to see it standing ahead of him, silent and immense, antlers glowing with sickly red light. It watched him with black, bottomless eyes. When he blinked, the creature was gone, but the memory of its gaze lingered like frostbite. There were times Bram nearly broke under the strain. He found himself weeping into the snow, unable to remember why he had come or what he was fighting. The forest seemed to whisper that it would be easier to give in, to let the madness take him as it had taken so many before. He remembered the old trapper stories, the ones who had stumbled out of hollow pines with wild eyes, muttering about the elk and the things it showed them. Still, Bram pressed on, clinging to one small anchor, the carved token in his palm. It was a simple thing, whittled from ash by Elias himself, its edges worn smooth by years of handling. When the visions threatened to overwhelm him, Bram pressed it into his skin until it burned. The pain reminded him of the world beyond the curse, of his brother's laughter, of promises made in the warmth of firelight. He would murmur to himself, telling the memory of Elias that he would not fail, not this time. One evening, as the sky faded into a gray so deep it threatened to swallow everything, Bram staggered into a clearing ringed by twisted pines. Here the ground was littered with bones, deer, wolves, and men, all picked clean and arranged in patterns too deliberate to be natural. At the center of the clearing he saw the black fungus growing in thick, oily clumps, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The tracks of the elk led here, then vanished into nothing. Bram felt the weight of the curse settle on him like a leaden shroud. He knew then that the heart tree could not be far. The visions pressed harder, battering his mind with memories twisted out of shape. His father's voice rose in accusation, Elias' screams grew sharper, and the burning heart tree beckoned him to surrender. Bram's hands shook as he fell to his knees, pressing the token so hard into his palm that it drew blood. He begged, wordlessly, desperately, not to be lost to the madness that clung to the pines. It was in that moment of despair that Bram felt a sudden heat from the token, as if a coal had been pressed into his flesh. The pain jolted him awake, cutting through the hallucinations like a blade. The voices fell silent. The burning tree in his mind's eye dimmed. Bram remembered who he was, a hunter, a brother, a man with a purpose. He forced himself to his feet and wiped the blood from his palm, promising Elias once more that he would see this through. With newfound clarity, Bram examined the clearing. The patterns in the bones pointed toward a gap in the trees, narrower than the rest, almost hidden beneath a tangle of fungus. He realized the elk had been guiding him here all along, herding him toward the heart of the curse, either to consume him or to test his resolve. Bram chose to see it as a challenge. He squared his shoulders and followed the path, every step a defiance of the darkness clawing at his mind. As he moved deeper into the woods, the forest grew denser, the trees pressing close until the sky vanished entirely. Bram felt the boundaries of the world dissolve. Time stretched and contracted, memories slipping away and returning in flashes. He saw Elias' face, sometimes smiling, sometimes twisted in pain. He saw his father, the old man's disappointment replaced by something like pride. He saw himself, bloodied and broken, yet still moving forward. The devil elk appeared again, this time blocking the path ahead. Bram saw two of them now, each identical, each crowned with burning red antlers. He understood then that the elk was not one but many. It was a legion, sharing a single mind, a single purpose. He raised his rifle and fired, watching as the bullet struck one beast in the chest. Instead of blood, black smoke poured from the wound, swirling around the creature's legs. The elk split in two, then four, then eight, each one flickering at the edge of sight, each one watching him with the same hungry eyes. Bram stumbled backward, heart hammering, but the pain in his palm anchored him. He remembered the tailies of the heart tree, the source of the curse, the wellspring of the elk's power. He realized that killing the beasts would do nothing if the heart tree still stood. He forced himself to look past the apparitions, searching for the center of the corruption. He found it at last, a tree taller and older than any he had seen. Its bark was blackened and split, oozing tar that steamed in the cold air. The fungus grew thickest here, coiling around the trunk like serpents. The air felt heavy, thick with the memory of every hunter who had vanished in these woods. The devil elk circled the tree, their antlers scraping the branches, their bodies insubstantial, more shadow than flesh. Bram knew what he had to do. He drew his knife and advanced on the heart tree, ignoring the phantoms that tried to block his path. He felt the elk pressing into his mind, whispering doubts, twisting his memories until he could barely remember his own name. Still he pressed the token to his lips, letting its heat burn away the fog. He carved into the bark, each stroke a battle against the madness threatening to claim him. The tree fought back. With every cut the visions grew stronger. Bram saw Elias dying again and again, saw his father turning away in disgust, saw himself lost and broken, wandering the woods for eternity. The elk screamed in his mind, 1,000 voices overlapping until he thought his skull would split. He forced himself to keep going, hands slick with sap and blood, the knife trembling in his grip. At last the blade reached the core of the tree. The heartwood was soft and pulsing, shot through with veins of black tar. Bram forced the knife deep, twisting it until the core split open. A rush of black smoke poured out, swirling around him, filling his lungs with the taste of death. The devil elk shrieked, their forms flickering and dissolving as the smoke tore them apart. Bram fell to his knees, choking, blinded by tears and pain. In the chaos, he felt a hand on his shoulder, warm and familiar. He thought it was Elia's, come to guide him home. When Bram opened his eyes, the forest was silent. The heart tree lay split and smoldering, the fungus shriveled to ash. The devil elk were gone, their curse broken at last. Bram struggled to his feet, every muscle screaming, every bone aching. He stumbled from the clearing, the carved token still clutched in his fist. He knew he would never be whole again. The madness had left its mark, but he had kept his promise. The forest was free, and the echoes of the devil elk faded into memory. As he made his way back through hollow pines, Bram felt the weight of the curse lifting. The fog thinned, the trees straightened, and the snow glistened clean and untouched. He knew he would carry the scars of this journey for the rest of his life, but he also knew he had done what no other hunter could. The legend of the devil elk would remain, but it would no longer haunt the living. In the end, Bram Keller had faced the madness and emerged, if not victorious, at least unbroken. Bram Keller pressed onward, each step heavier than the last. The snow under his boots no longer registered, numbness having crept up his legs. Hunger gnawed at his belly, and his skin, chapped and cracked, stung with every movement. He had not slept in 2 days. He had not eaten in 1. He had not spoken aloud since the morning he had seen the elk bleed black smoke. Now, as he staggered through the shifting fog, he could barely remember the world outside hollow pines. He remembered his brother, though, and that memory was a blade. Bram clung to it. He told himself he would see this done, even if it meant he would never again see the sun rise over clear fields. He had given up warmth, hope, and safety. He had given up the right to fear. He would not give up now, though his body threatened to collapse with every freezing breath. The forest pressed close, the trees crowding in, their bark slick with black fungus. Bram studied the ground, searching for the tracks that seemed to move on their own. The elk's trail wound in impossible knots, doubling back, crossing itself, vanishing and reappearing. He had learned to trust not what he saw, but what he felt, a cold certainty in his chest, a gravity drawing him deeper. His mind wandered, replaying the desperate chase through the night, the flash of glowing antlers in the white gloom, the memory of his brother's laughter turning to screams. He remembered the first time he had heard tales of the devil elk, years ago, when old men spoke of it around smoky fires. Most had laughed, dismissing the stories as winter madness. But Bram's brother had believed. He had said he could see things in the trees, shapes that moved when no wind stirred. Bram had warned him to keep away from hollow pines, but his brother's curiosity had always been stronger than caution. Now the forest had claimed his brother, and Bram's promise to bring him home burned in his mind with a feverish clarity. The trail grew stranger. Trees snapped in perfect symmetry lined his path, as if some giant hand had broken them on purpose. Patches of black fungus swelled in the snow, marking places where the elk had passed. Here and there he found carcasses, fox, hare, and once a bear, each one bloodless, eyes wide, bodies twisted into unnatural shapes. Bram knew this was no ordinary creature. He had come too far to back down. He pressed on, each breath a small victory over the cold. His thoughts tangled, looping back on themselves. He wondered how many others had followed this trail, how many had vanished into the fog. He wondered if they had seen what he had seen, a beast that split like smoke, a mind scattered among many bodies, a hunger that was not just for flesh but for something deeper. He remembered the dream, antlers bursting through his chest, the sense of being hollowed out and filled with something cold and old. He had woken with blood on his face and the certainty that he was being watched. Now, as night fell, Bram's strength failed. He stumbled, knees buckling, and fell to the snow. The world narrowed to pinprick. He fought to rise, but his limbs refused. He lay there, breathing raggedly, the sky spinning above. He thought he saw shapes circling him in the fog, pale shadows with twisted limbs. He thought he heard voices whispering in a language he did not know. He forced himself to remember his brother's face, the promise he had made. Then, as if summoned by the force of that memory, a figure emerged before him. It was neither man nor beast. It wore the shape of a hunter, but its eyes burned with an inner fire. Its antlers glimmered faintly, as if carved from old bone. Bram felt no fear. He felt only exhaustion and a grim, cold curiosity. The figure studied him, head tilted as if weighing his soul. It seemed to ask what he sought in these woods, what he was willing to give for the knowledge that would end the elk's reign. Bram's mind spun. He understood on some deep level that this was no ordinary spirit. This was a shadow born of the forest's own pain, a thing that had watched men and beasts die in the snow for generations. It offered him a bargain, his life, given freely in exchange for the secret he needed. The secret to finding the heart of the forest, the place where the elk's mind was rooted. Bram considered the offer. He imagined his brother's face, frozen in terror. He imagined himself vanishing into the fog, his name lost to memory. He weighed his own life against the promise he had made. He decided with a clarity born of desperation that he would not give himself to the shadows. He would see this through on his own terms or not at all. The figure smiled, or seemed to. It did not press its offer. Instead, it left him with a warning. The heart tree, it said, was not simply the source of the elk's power. Its roots were entwined with the soul of the forest itself. To destroy it would be to wound something ancient and vast. The forest would not forgive such a wound. Bram understood then that his quest was not just for vengeance. It was a war against something older than men. The figure faded, leaving Bram alone in the snow, the warning echoing in his mind. He forced himself to rise. His body screamed in protest, but his will held firm. He pushed onward, following the trail of black fungus and broken trees. He no longer trusted his compass, nor the sun, nor even the shape of the land. Time twisted in these woods. He felt days pass in hours, hours stretch into eternity. Hunger gnawed at him, but he ignored it. He was beyond hunger now. He came to a place where the trees grew closer, their branches arching overhead in a tangled canopy. The ground pulsed beneath his feet, as if something vast and slow moved beneath the earth. Bram felt that he stood on the edge of a great wound, the heart tree's roots reaching for him. He pressed on, driven by the memory of his brother, by the promise he had made, by the need to see this done. Visions swam before his eyes. He saw his brother running through the snow, laughter turning to fear. He saw the elk, antlers blazing, splitting into many forms, each one hunting with a single mind. He saw himself, hollowed out by grief, his own face twisted and strange. He forced these visions aside. He focused on the path, on the broken trees, on the black fungus that marked the way. He remembered the specter's warning. The heart tree was more than a source of power. Its roots held the forest's soul. To destroy it would be to risk everything. Bram weighed this knowledge. He wondered if vengeance was worth such a price. But he also remembered the bloodless carcasses, the madness in the eyes of those who had returned from the elk's hunt, the fear that haunted his dreams. He decided in that moment that he would see this through. The forest had taken too much. It had devoured his brother, twisted the land, corrupted the animals. It had to end. He would bear the cost, whatever it was. He pressed on, step by step, deeper into the heart of hollow pines. At last, after what felt like another eternity, he reached the clearing. The heart tree stood before him, vast and ancient, its bark slick with black fungus, its roots tangled in the snow. Bram felt its presence, a cold intelligence watching him. He understood then that the elk was not a beast but a guardian, a vessel for the forest's will. It had hunted men because men had wounded the land. It had become a curse because curses were all that remained when hope was gone. Bram drew his knife. He approached the tree, every instinct screaming at him to turn back. He remembered the specter's warning, the roots would fight him, the forest would remember. He steeled himself. He drove the blade into the bark, feeling resistance as if the tree itself fought him. Black sap oozed from the wound, curling into smoke. The ground trembled. He pressed harder, carving into the wood, seeking the heart at the center. The world spun. Visions flooded his mind, his brother's face twisted with terror, the elk's antlers glowing in the fog, the specter's warning echoing in the dark. He felt the roots wrap around his legs, pulling him down. He fought biting back screams, willing himself to finish what he had started. At last the blade struck something hard. The tree shuddered. The ground split. Black smoke poured from the wound, swirling around Bram, filling his mouth and nose. He coughed, choking, but did not let go. He drove the knife deeper, feeling something give way. The smoke thickened. It took shape, twisting into the form of the elk, antlers blazing. Bram faced it, unafraid. He told himself that he was not alone, that his brother was with him, that every soul lost to the forest watched now. He forced the blade deeper, calling on every ounce of strength he had left. The elk screamed, its body splitting into many forms, each one dissolving into smoke. The tree shuddered, its roots convulsing. Bram felt himself slipping, the world spinning away. He clung to the memory of his brother, to the promise he had made, to the hope that this would end the curse. At last the tree fell silent. The smoke thinned, drifting away on the wind. Bram collapsed, his strength gone. He lay in the snow, shivering, the world spinning around him. He felt the forest shift, a great weight lifting. The silence that followed was absolute. He did not know how long he lay there. Time lost all meaning. At last he forced himself to rise. The heart tree lay broken, its roots exposed, black sap oozing into the snow. The elk was gone. The forest was silent. Bram stood, swaying, every bone aching. He knew he was changed. He had made a pact with shadows, not by accepting the specter's bargain, but by bearing the cost himself. He turned away from the clearing, stumbling through the snow, his thoughts a tangle of grief and relief. He knew the forest would never forgive him. He knew he had wounded something ancient and proud. But he also knew that the curse was ended, the devil elk of hollow pines no more. Bram walked until his legs gave out. He fell, curling into the snow, letting the exhaustion take him. He dreamed of his brother laughing in the sun. He dreamed of the elk, its antlers blazing, fatting into smoke. He dreamed of the heart tree, roots curling around the world. When he woke, the forest was still. The fog had lifted. The snow was undisturbed, save for his own tracks. Bram rose, every movement a struggle, and began the long walk home. He carried with him the memory of the specter's warning, the weight of what he had done, and the hope that his brother's soul was at peace. The forest watched him go, silent and wounded. Bram did not look back. He had made his pact with shadows. He had paid the price. Now, at last, the hunt was over. Bram Keller pressed through the final band of trees, his boots breaking the crust of old snow, his breath ragged with exhaustion and dread. For days, the forest had seemed endless, its paths folding in on themselves, each step a battle against confusion and the hunger clawing at his insides. Now he had arrived at the heart, a glade ringed by ancient pines, their trunks leaning away as if recoiling from some unseen blight. At the center rose the heart tree, taller than any he remembered from life before hollow pines. Its bark twisted in unnatural spirals, as if bones pressed beneath the surface, pulsing with a slow, sickly rhythm that Bram felt in his own skull. There was no sense of time here. Morning or dusk, it made no difference. The air was weighted, thick as the blood he had seen leaking from wounds that would not close. The ground underfoot changed as he stepped closer, from rough snow to a rubbery carpet of black fungus. Each footfall left a faint impression, but the fungus seemed to heal itself, growing back before his eyes. Bram understood, without need of proof, that this fungus fed on every sorrow left in the woods. Every vanished hunter, every animal drained of life, all nourished the tree's roots. He remembered the stories told in the dim tap rooms of the trading post, stories he had dismissed as drunkards' ramblings. Now, with his brother gone and his mind raw from days of pursuit, the stories felt like warnings he had ignored too long. His rifle hung heavy at his side, the barrel cold against his fingers. The gun meant little here. He had seen how bullets entered the devil elk and vanished into smoke. Still, he kept it close, as if iron and lead might hold back the dread pooling in his gut. His hands trembled, not from cold now, but from the knowledge that everything real, pain, love, hatred, had been twisted by this place. The forest's heart, he realized, did not beat for the living. At the edge of the glade, the devil elk waited. It stood as tall as a horse, its shoulders knotted with muscle, its coat matted and slick with the residue of the fungus. Its antlers burned with a red phosphorescence, casting no light but drawing the eye nonetheless. Around it, shadows moved. At first, Bram thought them tricks of his weary mind. Then he saw the other elk. They were not merely doubles, but echoes, each one distinct yet impossibly similar, their forms flickering at the edge of vision. It struck him that they were not creatures at all, but the same will, the same hunger, split into many bodies. Their eyes fixed on him, unblinking, their stance balanced between patience and violence. Bram remembered the dream that had haunted him the night before, antlers bursting through his chest, blood running down his arms, the taste of earth in his mouth. The dream had left him with a bloody nose and a sense that the forest itself had entered his veins. He wondered now if he carried a piece of the curse inside him. The thought made him shudder. He gripped the stock of his rifle tighter, willing himself to move forward. He had come too far to turn back, and the memory of his brother, his laughter, his stubbornness, pushed him onward. He stepped into the clearing, boots sinking into the blackened earth. The elk did not move. Their eyes tracked him, but their bodies remained statuesque, as if bound to the tree by invisible chains. Bram felt the weight of their gaze, a pressure that squeezed the air from his lungs. He understood then that this was not a battle of strength or cunning. The thing at the heart of Hollow Pines was not a beast to be killed, but a wound to be closed. He spoke aloud, his voice rough and hoarse. He told the forest he had not come for glory or vengeance, but for peace. He told it that he wanted his brother back, but knew such bargains were beyond him. He said he would end this, whatever the cost. The words felt small against the immensity of what stood before him, but they steadied his hands. He raised the rifle and aimed at the heart tree. The elk surged forward as one, their hooves tearing at the fungus, their antlers lowering. Bram fired. The shot rang out flat and hollow. The bark of the heart tree split where the bullet struck, and a gout of black smoke poured forth, thick and choking. The elk bellowed, the sound vibrating through Bram's bones. He braced himself for impact, but the elk did not attack. Instead, they circled the tree, their forms blurring, dissolving into the smoke. The ground shook. Roots writhed beneath the surface, tearing free of the earth. The heart tree pulsed faster, its bark splitting in more places, leaking smoke and sap that hissed as it touched the air. Bram felt something grabbing at his ankles, roots, slick with fungus, snaking up his legs. He kicked, stamping at the ground, but the roots only tightened. He realized the tree was trying to pull him in, to add him to the countless others who had vanished here. He thought of his brother's face, the way he had laughed after a successful hunt, the way he had tried to comfort Bram after their parents' deaths. Bram was saying in his mind that he would not let the darkness take him as it had taken his brother. He would burn the heart from the forest, even if it meant burning himself. He wrenched free a flask of lamp oil from his pack, uncorked it with his teeth, and splashed the contents against the exposed wood of the heart tree. The oil soaked into the bark, mingling with the black sap. Bram struck a match against his boot, the flame trembling in the still air. He pressed the match to the tree. Fire licked up the trunk, slow at first, then faster as the oil caught. The fungus sizzled, shrank away, curling in on itself. The elk howled, their forms writhing in agony, caught between the urge to flee and the need to defend their origin. Bram staggered back, smoke stinging his eyes, lungs burning. He watched as the heart tree burned, its bark splitting open to reveal a hollow core. Inside, he glimpsed bones, antlers, skulls, fragments of hunter's gear, all fused together in a grotesque sculpture. He realized the tree had been feeding on everything lost in the forest, weaving it into its own flesh. The elk were not guardians, but prisoners, bound to the tree by the same hunger that had claimed Bram's brother. As the flames climbed higher, the elk thrashed in pain, their bodies dissolving into smoke, their antlers burning with unnatural light. Bram felt the forest shudder, as if something vast and malignant was dying. He wanted to turn away, to flee into the trees, but his legs would not move. He was transfixed by the spectacle of the burning heart, by the knowledge that he was witnessing the end of something ancient and terrible. The air filled with the stench of burning fungus and old blood. The fire roared higher, consuming the tree from within. Bram saw faces in the smoke, his brother among them, eyes wide with fear and hope. He reached out as if he could pull the face from the fire, but his hand closed on empty air. The faces faded, replaced by a darkness that seemed to pulse with relief. The elk were gone now, their forms melted into the blackened earth. The heart tree collapsed, its trunk folding inward, the flames dying as quickly as they had begun. Bram fell to his knees, chest heaving, the world spinning around him. He felt the ground cool beneath his hands, the last traces of the fungus shriveling away. The silence that followed was absolute, a silence so deep it seemed to fill every corner of the forest. Bram understood that the curse was broken, but he did not feel triumphant. He felt empty, as if the fire had burned away something vital inside him. He remained in the clearing for a long time, watching the ashes settle. He thought of the men who had vanished here, of the animals whose bones lined the heart tree's hollow, of the hunters who would never return. He wondered if his brother's spirit was free now, or if it had been lost in the smoke. He hoped, in the way of men who have seen too much, that peace had come at last to Hollow Pines. When at last he rose, Bram found that his limbs trembled with weakness. He staggered from the clearing, retracing his steps through the forest. The compasses spun no more. Time flowed as it should. The path home was clear, though Bram knew he would never truly leave Hollow Pines behind. The memory of the heart tree, of the elk, of his brother's face in the fire, would follow him always. He was saying to himself that he had done what needed to be done, though the cost would haunt him forever. He would tell no stories of bravery or triumph. He would speak only of loss, and of the silence that had finally come to the forest's heart. As Bram disappeared into the trees, the glade behind him lay quiet. The ashes of the heart tree drifted on the wind, settling into the earth. For the first time in living memory, Hollow Pines slept, a deep, dreamless sleep. The forest's heart had stopped beating. The legend of the devil elk faded with the snowmelt, replaced by a new story. Hunters who ventured into the forest found the paths clear, the animals untroubled. No more bloodless carcasses, no more snapped trees in perfect symmetry, no more black fungus growing in strange patterns. Some said a man had ended the curse, though none could agree on his name. Others claimed the forest had simply grown tired of its own darkness. Bram returned to the trading post, gaunt and hollow-eyed. He spoke little of what had happened, offering only that the forest was safe now. Those who pressed him for details saw the grief in his eyes and fell silent. He took to wandering the edge of the woods, never venturing far, as if afraid the darkness might return. He kept the charred remains of his rifle above his hearth, a reminder of what he had lost. Winter came again, as it always did, but the devil elk did not return. The people of Hollow Pines celebrated, though the memory of the curse lingered in their stories. Children dared each other to walk the old trails, but none vanished. The silence in the woods became a comfort rather than a threat. Bram grew older, his hair turning white, his hands stiff with age. He was seen sometimes at the edge of the forest, staring into the trees. When asked what he was looking for, he would shake his head and say that he was listening for the sound of the heart tree. He never heard it again. In time, Bram's story became legend, passed down in whispers around campfires. Some said he had bargained with the devil elk, trading his soul for peace. Others claimed he had found a way to forgive the forest, and in doing so had freed it from its curse. The truth was simpler and sadder. Bram had destroyed the heart of the darkness, but the cost had been everything he loved. The forest, for its part, kept its secrets. The ashes of the heart tree were swallowed by new growth, the scars of the curse faded by moss and time. The silence endured, a testament to the price paid by one man in the frozen wilds of Hollow Pines. And so, the story ended, not with triumph but with quiet and the promise that some wounds, once closed, need never be opened again. Bram Keller pressed deeper into Hollow Pines than any sane man had dared before. The old trappers back in the settlement would have called him reckless, but Bram had made his choice. He was thinking of his brother, lost to the devil elk, and his own promise, to face the thing and end the curse whatever it took. When first light bled through the fog, Bram knelt by a circle of frozen saplings. He unpacked his flintlock, set the blade to his belt, and checked the oil-soaked rags tied to his pack. He was not expecting to return. He was moving through the trees, each footstep chosen carefully. Snow clung to his boots, heavy and crusted. The forest was watching, or so it felt. Bram's mind was turning over what he'd seen, the snapped trunks, the fungus blooms, the bloody dreams. He was telling himself he would not let fear decide this day. By midday, he found a trail of black fungus curling along the roots of an ancient pine. He was recalling the old stories. The elk's path poisoned the earth. He followed the signs, feeling the air grow colder, the trees crowding closer as if to cut off his escape. His compass had failed him miles back, the needle spinning wild, but Bram trusted the land's twisted logic to guide him. He was hunting a legend, and legends did not obey the world's ordinary laws. He was thinking about the warnings, the men who vanished, the ones who returned broken in spirit. He was saying to himself that he was not like them, that he could keep his mind sharp. Yet as the light faded, he was feeling the weight of eyes upon him. The forest's silence was a pressure, and Bram was remembering the dream of antlers bursting through his chest. He touched the crusted blood beneath his nose and wondered if the elk was near. He was moving carefully when he saw it, a shape massive among the trees, antlers glowing red through the fog. The devil elk stood still, watching him. Bram felt the pulse of its gaze, a chill that settled along his bones. He raised his musket, aiming not for the body but for the place where the red light burned brightest. He was thinking that fire and steel must suffice, for what else could a man bring into such a battle? He fired. The shot struck and black smoke burst from the wound. The elk did not fall. It split, the smoke twisting into an identical form. Now there were two, each moving with unnatural grace. Bram understood then the legend lied. There was never only one. He was facing a mind shared among many bodies, a swarm wearing the shape of a beast. He was moving quickly now, dodging behind a fallen trunk as the elk charged. Their antlers swept the air in perfect arcs, as if guided by a single will. Bram was slashing with his blade, swinging his torch in desperate circles. He was noticing how every move he made was anticipated. The elk danced around his defenses, their attacks coordinated, relentless. Bram was thinking that brute force would not win the day. A hoof struck his shoulder, sending him sprawling. He felt the pain bloom, but he was scrambling back to his feet. He was shouting a challenge, daring the creatures to face him. The elk circled, never breaking their silent unity. Bram was remembering the old trapper who returned mad, raving about the heart of the forest. He was thinking perhaps the answer lay deeper still. Bram ducked beneath a sweep of antlers rolling through the snow. He was gasping for breath. He saw another elk form emerge from the shadows, then another. The smoke wound between them, binding their bodies to the hive mind. Bram realized he was being herded, forced along a path chosen by the creatures. He was not fighting for victory now, but for a chance to survive long enough to find the heart tree. He was recalling the map he had etched in his mind, the strange symmetry of the broken pines, the spiral of fungus, the way the ground sloped towards a shadowed hollow. He forced himself to move that way, feinting left, then darting right, always just ahead of the antlers that scythed through the air. He was bleeding from a cut along his arm, but he paid it no mind. The forest grew denser, the trees pressing in so tightly that Bram could barely slip between them. The elk forms hesitated, their movements less certain. Bram was beginning to hope that the heart tree was near. He was pushing through the undergrowth, ignoring the sting of branches against his face. He was thinking of his brother, lost and cold, and he was saying in his heart that he would see justice done. Suddenly, the trees opened into a clearing. At its center stood a massive pine, twisted and black, its bark split and oozing sap as dark as pitch. The ground around it was covered in the same black fungus, pulsing with a slow, unnatural rhythm. Bram recognized it at once, the heart tree, the source of the curse, the lair of the devil elk. He was not alone. The elk forms ringed the clearing, their eyes fixed on him. Bram was feeling the weight of their shared mind pressing against his own thoughts. He was remembering the stories, how no weapon could kill the beast unless its heart was destroyed. He was thinking this must be the heart, and that all hope now rested on this final act. He pulled the torch from his pack, lighting it with shaking hands. The flames caught, bright and hungry. Bram was lunging forward, wielding the torch like a banner. The elk surged in response, their antlers weaving a wall of red light. Bram was ducking low, rolling beneath their attacks. He was aiming for the trunk, for the place where the sap bled darkest. He thrust the torch against the bark. The fire licked at the tree, but the sap sputtered and hissed, refusing to catch. Bram was cursing his luck, his strength, the very forest itself. He was recalling his father's lessons, how some wounds must be driven deep to kill. He drew his blade, slashing at the tree, carving a gash through bark and fungus. The sap poured out thick and foul. Bram pressed the torch into the wound. This time the fire caught. The fungus curled away, shriveling in the heat. The elk forms screamed, not with sound, but with a sudden, violent tightening of the air. Bram was feeling their pain in his own chest, as if the antlers from his dream had found their mark. He was staggering, but he held the torch firm, driving the flames deeper into the heart tree. The elk attacked in a frenzy. Bram was fighting back with everything he had, swinging his blade, kicking, clawing, refusing to let the fire die. He was feeling his strength ebb, his vision narrowing. He was thinking of his brother, calling on the memory like a shield. The tree burned slowly, black smoke pouring into the clearing. The elk forms flickered, their outlines blurring as if the hive mind were unraveling. Bram was barely standing. The pain in his shoulder throbbed and blood ran down his arm in hot streams. He was whispering a prayer he barely remembered, asking for the strength to finish what he had begun. The heart tree cracked, a deep wound splitting its trunk. The ground shuddered. The elk staggered, their red antlers dimming, their bodies dissolving into smoke. He was not sure how long he fought. Time twisted around him, stretched and broke. He was moving on instinct alone, swinging the torch, hacking at the tree, refusing to fall. The fire climbed higher, consuming bark, fungus, and sap. The clearing filled with smoke, thick and choking. Bram was coughing, eyes stinging, lungs burning. At last the heart tree collapsed. Its trunk split open, spilling a torrent of black sap. The ground trembled. The elk forms vanished, their bodies reduced to drifting motes of smoke. Bram stood alone in the clearing, swaying on his feet. He was thinking that the curse must be broken now, that the devil elk of Hollow Pines was no more. He dropped to his knees, exhausted. The forest was silent, utterly still. Bram felt a hollow ache in his chest, as if something vital had been torn away. He was remembering his brother's face, the sound of laughter on a winter night. He was thinking that some victories cost more than they are worth. He tried to rise, but his legs would not obey. He was shivering, the cold finally seeping through his battered body. The fire from the heart tree guttered low, casting long shadows across the snow. Bram was half-conscious, slipping in and out of memory. He was seeing flashes of the hunt, the glowing antlers, the bloodless tracks, the endless chase through fog and snow. He was wondering if the curse would return, if the forest would ever truly be free. He was thinking that the devil elk had been more than a beast, that it was a wound in the land, a shadow that would linger in men's hearts. Bram was feeling the weight of survival, the cost of victory. As dawn broke, Bram forced himself to stand. He was limping, every step an effort. The clearing was empty, the heart tree reduced to smoldering ash. The fungus was gone, the air clearer than it had been in years. Bram was thinking that he had kept his promise, that the legend had ended with him. He made his way back through the forest, following the trail of broken pines. The compasses no longer spun. The path home seemed straighter, the world a little less twisted. Bram was wounded, body and mind, but he was alive. He was thinking that some stories needed to end, that some monsters must be faced, no matter the cost. He reached the edge of Hollow Pines as the sun climbed higher. The snow was melting, the fog lifting. Bram looked back once, seeing only the shapes of ordinary trees, the marks of fire and steel. He was saying farewell to the forest, to the curse, to his brother. He was thinking that the devil elk would haunt his dreams for years to come. But for now, the forest was silent. Bram Keller stood before the heart tree, his breath shallow and his hands raw from the cold. He had come alone, just as he'd always known he must. The people in Hollow Pines whispered that no soul could return from the forest's center unchanged, but Bram had stopped listening to warnings. He'd lost too much already. He was thinking that if the legends were true, then perhaps he had become part of the legend himself. He raised the axe, its haft wrapped in strips of his brother's old shirt, and planted his boots in the snow. The ground beneath him quivered as if sensing his intent. The heart tree loomed, twisted and ancient, bark slick with black sap that glistened in the gloom. Bram remembered the signs he'd followed. The trees broken in mirrored halves, the carcasses drained of life, the cold, fungal rot that crept along the roots. Every omen had led here to this moment. He believed that by destroying the tree, he might finally end the curse of the devil elk. He told himself he would not falter, no matter what the forest demanded of him. The first blow landed with a sharp jolt through his arms. The axe bit into the bark and sticky sap welled up, thick and dark. It dripped down the trunk and pooled around the roots, igniting small bursts of spectral fire where it touched the snow. Bram saw the flames linger, blue and unnatural, burning without heat. He felt a cold dread settle in his chest as if he were breathing smoke. He swung again and again. Each strike seemed to reverberate through the woods and the air grew heavy. The tree groaned, its branches twisting in pain. The ground crackled with veins of black fire, racing outward like the roots of some monstrous heart. Bram's arms ached, but he did not pause. He imagined his brother's face, pale and lost in the fog, calling out for help. He told himself that he would not let this place claim another Keller. The heart tree bled faster, its sap hissing as it met the fire. The wounds widened, revealing pale wood beneath the bark, riddled with black veins. He felt the forest watching, as if every shadow held a pair of hidden eyes. The elk appeared. They emerged from the mist, antlers blazing with red light, eyes hollow and endless. Their bodies flickered, sometimes solid, sometimes smoke. Bram knew these were not natural beasts. They were the memory of something ancient, twisted by the heart tree's curse into predators of mind and flesh. The elk howled, a sound that seemed to come from nowhere. Their bodies merged and split as if they were one creature with many faces. Bram's hands trembled, but he kept swinging. He was convinced that if he stopped, the roots would drag him down among the bones and fungus. The heart tree fought back. Its roots surged from the ground, alive and hungry. They coiled around Bram's ankles, pulling him toward the trunk. He hacked at them, splattering sap in all directions. The fire spread, climbing the roots and licking at his boots. He felt his strength slipping away, as if the tree were draining his will with every heartbeat. Bram remembered the stories he had heard as a child. The old trappers claimed that Hollow Pines was a place where the dead walked, where the earth itself was cursed. He had never believed in curses until now. He thought that perhaps the land remembered every life it had claimed, every soul it had devoured. The roots tightened. Bram gasped, struggling to keep his grip on the axe. He felt his blood pound in his ears, his vision tunneling until only the tree mattered. The elk pressed closer, their forms swirling and shifting. He realized they were bound to the tree, their existence tied to its heart. If he failed, they would remain forever, hunting the living and haunting the lost. He forced himself to keep moving. He used the axe as a lever, prying at the roots and slashing at the sap. He thought of his brother's laughter, the warmth of their old cabin, the smell of pine and smoke. These memories gave him strength. He summoned every last reserve of will and struck at the tree's core. The blade sank deep, splitting the heartwood. The tree shuddered violently, sap gushing from the wound. The fire flared, burning brighter than before. The elk screamed, their voices blending into a single, anguished cry. Bram felt the sound in his bones, in his teeth, in his soul. He knew the heart tree was dying. The roots writhed in agony, loosening their grip. Bram staggered back, nearly falling as the ground heaved. The elk collapsed, their forms dissolving into smoke and shadow. For a moment he thought he saw his brother's face among them, peaceful and free. Bram was aware that the forest was changing. The fog thinned, the snow melted in patches, and the fungus shriveled away. The heart tree listed to one side, its branches withering. He felt a great emptiness open inside him, as if something vital had been torn out. He dropped the axe and fell to his knees. His hands were stained with sap and blood, his breath ragged. He wondered if he had truly ended the curse or if he had merely become part of it. The ground was silent, the fire dying. He pressed his palm to the earth and felt nothing but cold. Bram looked at the ruin he had made. The heart tree, once the source of the elk's power, was now little more than a blackened husk. The roots curled in on themselves, brittle and lifeless. The spectral fire faded, leaving only ash and smoldering embers. He realized that he could not remember how long he had been fighting, days, hours, or mere moments. Time had unraveled in the forest's heart. He tried to rise, but his limbs were heavy. He thought that the tree had taken something from him, something he could never recover. He wondered if this was the price of victory or merely another kind of loss. The woods were silent. The elk were gone, their pain ended. Bram felt a strange peace settle over him, mingled with exhaustion and grief. He thought of the others who had vanished in these woods, their stories now finished. He pulled himself to his feet and began the slow walk back through the ruined forest. The trees no longer leaned inwards, and the snow was clean where the fire had not touched it. He knew he would never forget what he had seen here, nor what he had done. He did not look back at the heart tree. He believed that to do so would be to invite the curse to return. Bram passed through the places where the elk had hunted, where the fungus had grown thick and black. Now the ground was bare, the air still. He felt the weight of the forest's silence pressing on him, a reminder of all that had been lost. He was thinking that he might find his brother's body, now that the curse was lifted. He searched the snow for any sign, but there was nothing, only the memory of footsteps and the echo of voices lost in the fog. Bram reached the edge of the forest as dawn broke. The sky was pale, the sun weak behind the clouds. He paused, feeling the cold wind on his face. He realized that the forest no longer held him in its grip. He was free but changed. He returned to Hollow Pines, a stranger to his own people. They asked him what he had seen, what he had done, but he could not find the words. He was marked by the forest, by the ruin he had wrought. The legend of the devil elk faded. The woods grew quiet, no longer haunted by red antlers or flickering shadows. The people spoke of Bram with respect and fear, knowing that he had faced what none before him had dared. Bram lived out his days on the edge of the forest, watching the trees for any sign of the curse's return. He tended a small fire each night, telling himself that the darkness would not come again. He dreamed of antlers and roots, of sap and fire. He wondered if he had truly won, or if the forest simply waited for another. He sometimes thought he heard his brother's laughter in the wind, but when he turned, there was only silence. The heart tree stood as a warning, a scar on the land. No one dared approach it, and the roots remained tangled and dead. Bram knew that the forest remembered, even if the people tried to forget. In time, the story of the devil elk became a tale told by the fireside, a warning to the young and the foolish. They said that the forest had a heart, and that it beat with the lives of those who entered its depths. They said that Bram Keller had faced the roots and ruin at the center of it all, and that he had come back changed. Bram himself never spoke of what he had seen. He kept his silence, tending his traps and mending his boots. He watched the seasons turn and the snow return, each winter bringing memories of the elk and the fire. He wondered if the roots still stirred beneath the earth, waiting for another to awaken the curse. He grew old, but the memory of the heart tree remained sharp. He told himself that he had done what was necessary, that he had saved his brother's soul, if not his life. He carried the scars of the forest with him, a reminder of the price of victory. The forest healed slowly. New trees grew where the fire had burned and the snow covered the ash. The people ventured deeper, unafraid, and the land was quiet. But Bram knew that some wounds never fully closed. He died one winter, alone in his cabin at the edge of the woods. The people found him with a peaceful expression, as if he had finally found rest. They buried him near the forest under a cairn of stones. They said that the curse had ended with him, that the forest was safe once more. But deep beneath the snow, the roots of the heart tree still coiled through the earth, waiting for the day when they might awaken again. So the legend of the devil elk faded, and the people of Hollow Pines lived in peace. Yet the story lingered, passed from one generation to the next, a warning and a memory. They said that the forest had a heart, and that it beat with both ruin and hope. And those who walked the woods at night sometimes felt the ground tremble and wondered what lay buried beneath the snow. Bram Keller had reached the end of all things. His body, battered by the frozen forest and the unending chase, moved now by a threadbare will. He no longer marked hours or days. The woods of Hollow Pines, once familiar, had become a labyrinth for him, a place where time spun and the mind frayed. For weeks he had hunted the devil elk, followed in their shifting wake, seeking the source of their curse. He had come to believe that nothing in this forest could die until the heart tree itself was destroyed. He remembered how it began. The memory of his brother, pale and shivering, eyes lost to the world after his encounter with the elk, never left him. The townsfolk had spoken of a curse, one that twisted hunters into lost shadows. Bram had sworn to end it, and now he had reached the center of the woods, where the snow seemed never to fall and the pines grew in unnatural rings. The air thickened as he neared the heart of the curse. The trees pressed inward, their trunks slick with black fungus, their roots coiling like veins around something hidden, something pulsing with the memory of old grief. He had seen the elk the night before. Antlers burning red, their bodies vast and silent, they watched him through the thin mist. He had wounded one. At least he thought it was one, only to see it split, its form dividing into two, then three, then more, each shape bleeding black smoke that curled around his ankles. In that moment, Bram understood that the elk were not separate creatures but fragments of a single, ancient will, bound together by the tree at their center. They had become the forest's curse, and the tree was their heart. He remembered the dreams, antlers bursting through his chest, his own arms sprouting bark and fungus. He woke each morning with blood at his nostrils, his thoughts drifting in and out of the elk's silent song. He felt it now, a pressure behind his eyes urging him deeper. The forest wanted him lost, wanted him to forget why he had come. But Bram clung to his purpose, even as his body failed. He reached the clearing before dawn. The heart tree stood at its center, its bark slick and black, its branches twisted into a crude crown. Fungus grew in thick layers along its trunk, pulsing with a faint inner glow. At its base, the ground was churned to mud, streaked with old blood and the marks of hooves. The air pressed down on him, heavy as lead. He could sense the elk circling, their minds brushing against his, testing for weakness. He stepped forward, dragging his axe. Each step felt heavier than the last. The tree's roots seemed to shift beneath him, clutching at his boots, urging him to turn back. But Bram pressed on, his breath shallow, his limbs trembling. He thought of his brother, what had been lost, and drove himself forward. The elk closed in. He did not see them, but he felt their presence, cold and ancient. The pressure in his skull grew, threatening to split him. He remembered the stories the elders had told, the bargains made in the dark, the price paid for hunting too deep. He realized then that the curse was older than any of them, older even than the forest itself. The elk were its guardians and its prisoners. To free himself, to free them, he had to destroy the source. He raised his axe and struck the tree. The blade bit deep into the bark and the tree shuddered. Black sap oozed from the wound, thick and foul. The ground trembled beneath his feet. He struck again and again, each blow weaker than the last. He felt the elk's minds pressing harder, trying to drive him back, to make him forget. He fought the urge to collapse, to surrender to the numbness that crept up his arms. With each strike, the pressure grew. Old memories rose in his mind, his brother's laughter, his mother's voice, the crack of frost underfoot in better winters. The tree began to split, a jagged wound opening at its base. Light, red as blood, poured from the crack, bathing the clearing in a fevered glow. The elk surged forward, their antlers blazing, their bodies dissolving at the edges. Bram realized they were not coming to stop him, but to beg for release. He drove the axe into the heart of the tree. The wood broke with a soundless wrench, and a geyser of black smoke erupted from the core. Red light flashed through the clearing, blinding him. The elk screamed, not with mouths but with minds, the cry echoing through every memory Bram had ever held. Their bodies broke apart, dissolving into mist, their antlers shattering into a rain of sparks. The black fungus shriveled, curling in on itself. The roots of the tree recoiled, snapping back underground. The oppressive fog that had blanketed hollow pines for generations lifted at last. The air cleared, and for the first time in years, Bram felt the weight of the curse recede. He collapsed on the frozen earth, his body ruined, his hands bloodied and raw. But his mind was silent, finally free of the elk's influence. He lay there for a long time, drifting in and out of consciousness. He thought of his brother, hoping that somewhere the curse had lifted from him, too. He no longer felt the pull of the forest, the urge to hunt or be hunted. He knew that he had paid a price for this freedom. His body would never recover, but his mind was his own again. As dawn broke, Bram forced himself to rise. The heart tree was gone, reduced to a charred stump. The ground around it was bare, the fungus withered. The tracks of the elk had vanished, erased by the clearing wind. He looked down at his hands, expecting to see them transformed, but they were only hands, scarred, battered, but human. He knew the forest would never be the same. The silence was not the silence of death, but of peace. The curse had been undone, and with it, the devil elk had passed from the world. Bram wondered if the townsfolk would believe him or if they would think him another victim of the woods. It did not matter. He had come for his brother, for himself, and for all those who had been lost to the legend. In the end, he had delivered them. He gathered his strength and staggered back through the woods. The path was clearer now, the trees no longer pressing inward. The compasses, long useless, spun slowly to rest. Time seemed to settle, the air growing lighter with each step. Bram marked the places where the elk had passed, the wounds they had left on the land. He saw that the forest was healing, the scars closing as the curse faded. He reached the edge of hollow pines by noon. The snow was melting, the fog gone. The village below looked unchanged, but Bram knew the difference. He could sense the absence of the elk, the lifting of something old and hateful. He paused at the tree line, looking back one last time. The forest, for so long a place of nightmares, stood quiet and still. He thought of his brother again and of the others who had vanished over the years. He hoped that they too had found peace. He did not know what waited for him in the world beyond the woods. His body was broken, his spirit scarred, but he was free. He took a breath, feeling the cold air fill his lungs, and stepped forward into the light. In the days that followed, the village spoke of the change. Some said they felt the curse lift, an invisible weight gone from their minds. Others claimed to have seen a red light in the forest, a final sign of the elk's passing. Bram told his story to those who would listen. He described the heart tree, the splitting of the elk, the blast of red light that ended it all. Few believed him, but they could not deny the change in the woods. The hunters returned to hollow pines, their traps no longer sprung by unseen hands. The madness that had haunted their dreams faded. The black fungus, once a sign of the elk's passing, disappeared from the trees. The forest grew quiet, its old wounds healing in the pale sun of late winter. Bram lived on the edge of the village, his body marked by the ordeal. He carried the scars of the heart tree, the burns where the red light had touched him. He moved slowly, his strength never fully returning. But his mind was clear, his nightmares gone. He found peace in the silence, in the knowledge that the curse was broken. He spent his days watching the forest. He saw animals return, deer, foxes, birds moving through the trees without fear. The heart tree's stump, blackened and twisted, lay hidden in the center of the woods. Bram visited it once, months later, and found only moss and new growth. The memory of the elk lingered, but the curse was gone. He thought often of his brother, of the cost of ending the legend. He knew that some wounds would never heal. But he took comfort in the quiet, in the absence of antlers in the mist. The devil elk of hollow pines had passed into memory, a story for the fireside, a warning to those who would hunt too deep. The villagers came to respect Bram, though few dared to ask about what he had seen. They sensed something in him, a knowledge of things best left unspoken. He became a figure of quiet strength, a reminder of what had been endured. The children whispered stories about the elk and the curse, but the fear was gone. The forest was just a forest again. Years passed. The heart tree faded from memory. New hunters came and went, never knowing the terror that had once haunted the woods. Bram grew old, his hair whitening, his hands trembling, but he never forgot. In the quiet of the long nights, he remembered the red light, the splitting of the elk, the silence that followed. He knew he had done what was needed, that the curse would not return. When Bram's time came, the village mourned him. They buried him at the forest's edge, beneath a ring of pines. Some said they saw a stag standing among the trees that night, its antlers faint and pale, watching over the grave. Others believed it was just the mist, swirling in the dawn. Whatever they saw, they left offerings at his grave, antlers carved from wood, tokens of thanks. The legend of the devil elk faded, but the story remained. The children learned of Bram Keller, the trapper who had faced the curse and shattered it. They told of the heart tree and the red light, of the silence that followed. In time, the forest healed, its wounds closing over, its secrets buried beneath snow and leaf. But those who listened closely on certain nights claimed they could feel a hush in the woods, a peace earned at great cost, a silence that spoke of freedom. The curse was broken, the elk at rest, and Bram at last was home. Bram Keller awoke beneath the twisted skeleton of the heart tree. He felt cold, but it was not the cold of snow or wind. It was the hush of something taken from the world. He lifted himself from the scorched ground, his limbs stiff and heavy, and looked around. The forest spread out in every direction, white and still. No tracks marred the snow. No paths beckoned. No sign remained of the elk and its long, red antlers. He remembered little of the night before. Only fragments drifted through his mind, fire racing up black bark, smoke choking the sky, the elk splitting and writhing in the flames. He had pressed the blade into the tree's heart, feeling it pulse beneath his hand, and then everything had gone loose and numb. He had collapsed empty, as if the fight had drained not only the beast but something in himself as well. Now the forest felt different. There was no rustle of unseen things, no sense of being watched. Bram stood and brushed the soot from his coat. He noticed his hands were shaking, though he did not feel afraid. He could not remember the last time he had been afraid. Perhaps that part of him was gone now, left behind in the ashes. He searched for Elias, calling out into the emptiness, though he knew there would be no answer. His brother had vanished into the woods, swallowed by fog and superstition and the hunger of the thing that wore the elk's shape. Bram found only the carved token Elias had carried, a small wooden disc, marked with their father's sign, lying half-buried near the roots. He turned it over in his palm, feeling the grooves worn smooth by years of handling. He slipped it into his pocket, the weight of memory pressing against his chest. A little farther on, he found a single red antler snapped near the base. It was cold and lifeless now, its glow gone, its power spent. He reached for it and felt nothing but the brittle chill of bone. He wondered if it had ever truly glowed or if the forest had played tricks on his senses, twisting fear into legend. He could not say. Still, he took the antler with him. It seemed wrong to leave it behind, another piece of the story lost to the snow. Bram began to walk. The way out was unclear. The woods looked unfamiliar, stripped of their menace but also of their meaning. He moved by instinct, following the slope of the land, the pull of some distant memory of home. His body ached with every step, but he pressed on. He was not sure what waited for him beyond the trees, perhaps nothing at all. The thought gave him no comfort, but neither did it trouble him. As he walked, Bram thought of the legends that had brought him here. Stories told in low voices around flickering fires, warnings whispered to children. The devil elk of hollow pines with its red crown and bottomless hunger. He had come to end the story, but now he wondered if stories ever truly ended. The forest was silent, yes, but silence could hide many things. He felt the scar on his forearm twinge, a reminder of the night he had first seen the elk, of the terror that had driven him into the woods. That fear seemed far away now, as distant as the voices of the men who had warned him to stay away. He paused to rest beneath a fallen pine. The snow here was undisturbed, as if no one had passed for years. The branches above reached for the sky, blackened by fire but unbroken. Bram closed his eyes and listened to the silence. He thought he could hear the echo of his brother's laughter, the sound of axes biting into wood, the creak of leather and the snap of twigs beneath heavy boots. He opened his eyes and found only emptiness. He wondered if he would ever hear those sounds again. He continued on, each step taking him farther from the heart tree and its ghosts. He remembered the first time he had hunted with Elias, the pride in his brother's eyes when they brought down their first deer together. He remembered the promise he had made to keep Elias safe, no matter what. He had failed in that promise, and the guilt weighed on him heavier than his pack. Still, he walked. There was nothing else to do. The forest thinned as he neared its edge. The trees grew farther apart, their trunks straight and unmarked. The air felt lighter, less burdened by the weight of old curses. Bram glanced back once, half expecting to see the elk standing at the edge of the shadows watching him go. But there was nothing there, only snow and silence. He reached the clearing where he and Elias had made camp the night before their final hunt. The fire pit was cold and filled with snow. Their tracks had vanished, erased by the night's storm. Bram stood for a long time, staring at the empty ring of stones. He wondered if anyone would come looking for them, if anyone would believe what he had seen. He doubted it. The woods would swallow their story as it had so many others. He dropped his pack and sat on a fallen log. He pulled the red antler from his coat and turned it in his hands. He thought about burying it, hiding it deep in the earth where no one would find it, but something stopped him. He had carried it this far. It felt right to keep it, at least for now. Perhaps it would remind him that the worst things could be faced and survived, or perhaps it would remind him of what he had lost. The sun was rising, though its light was weak and cold. Bram stood and shouldered his pack. He took a last look at the clearing, the trees, the place where his brother's laughter had last echoed. He began to walk again, heading for the distant line where forest met open land. He did not look back. As he walked, Bram thought of the men who had vanished before him, hunters and trappers and wanderers drawn by stories of the devil elk. He wondered if any had survived, if any had found their way back. He wondered if the silence he felt now was the same silence they had carried, a hollow place inside where fear and hope had once lived. He did not know. He was alone with his questions, and the snow gave no answers. He passed the place where the black fungus had grown in the elk's tracks. Now the ground was clean, the rot gone, the earth sealed beneath a blanket of white. He paused and knelt, brushing the snow aside. There was nothing beneath, no mark, no sign, just cold dirt and sleeping roots. Bram stood and moved on, his breath rising in thin clouds. The morning wore on. The forest receded behind him, its secrets buried in silence. Bram knew he would never speak of what he had seen. The words would not come, even if he tried. The story would stay locked inside him, another piece of the wilderness that no one would ever truly understand. He reached the edge of the woods as the sun climbed higher. The world beyond seemed wide and empty, a vast plain stretching to the horizon. Bram hesitated, feeling the weight of the trees at his back. He wondered if he could ever leave them behind, if their shadows would follow him wherever he went. He stepped forward, the snow crunching beneath his boots, and felt something shift inside him. The silence was not so heavy now. It was simply there, a part of him, as much as his scars or his memories. Bram walked on. He thought of Elias, of the promise he had made. He wondered if his brother's spirit lingered in the woods watching him go. He hoped Elias had found peace, whatever that meant. Bram did not know what waited for him beyond the forest, but he knew he would carry the silence with him. It was a burden, but also a shield. He had faced the darkness and survived. That would have to be enough. He crossed the plain, heading for the distant line of hills where smoke rose from hidden cabins. He would return to the settlements, to other men and their simple fears. He would tell them nothing of what he had seen. He would let the legend die as the elk had died, in silence and secrecy. He would live if living was still possible. The day passed in slow, steady steps. Bram felt the fatigue settle deep in his bones. He forced himself to keep moving, to put one foot before the other. He did not think of the past or the future or the things he had left behind. He thought only of the path ahead, the promise of shelter, the fading hope of peace. As dusk fell, Bram found himself at the edge of a frozen stream. He knelt and drank, the water biting at his lips. He washed the blood from his face, the soot from his hands. He felt lighter but also empty, as if the forest had taken something vital from him. He did not mourn it. Some losses were necessary. He built a small fire and sat beside it, the red antler at his feet. He stared into the flames and tried to remember the sound of his brother's voice. The memory came to him faint and distorted, like a dream half remembered at dawn. He let it go, accepting that some things could not be reclaimed. Night fell. The stars pricked the sky, cold and distant. Bram wrapped himself in his coat and lay down beside the fire. He closed his eyes and listened to the silence. It was complete, unbroken, a vast emptiness that filled the world. He did not fear it. He welcomed it, letting it wash over him, cleansing him of fear and grief and longing. He slept, and in his dreams there were no antlers, no blood, no burning trees. Only snow and the memory of a promise kept as best he could. When he woke at dawn, the fire had died and the world was quiet. Bram rose and gathered his things. He took the red antler and the carved token, the last relics of a story no one would ever hear. He started walking, leaving the silence behind him, or perhaps carrying it within him, a part of the man he had become. The forest of hollow pines lay behind him, its secrets buried in ash and snow. The devil elk was gone. The heart tree was nothing but charred wood and memory. Bram Keller moved on, a survivor, a witness forever changed. The silence after was all that remained, vast and unbroken, stretching out before him like the endless northern sky. Bram Keller returned from hollow pines in the first week light of late winter. The sky above the northern wilderness lay heavy with gray. He stumbled from the tree line, gaunt and frostbitten, a shape reshaped by the forest's secret malice. No one had expected to see him again. They saw him as a ghost walking, his hair clotted with ice, beard tangled, eyes hollow. He carried nothing but the battered old musket they remembered, and a bundle wrapped in his brother's scarf pressed tight to his chest. His boots left blood in the snow, but he kept moving, drawn forward by something stronger than pain or hunger. People in the settlement watched from behind half-open doors, uncertain. Children whispered to each other, calling him the man who walked with the dead. Mothers hurried their young ones indoors, fearing that whatever haunted him might slip free. Only old Pierre, the sawmill's owner, dared to step into Bram's path. He asked with a nod and a steady gaze if Bram had found what he sought. Bram gave a slow shake of his head, then looked past Pierre as if he might see through wood and stone to the dark woods beyond. He left Pierre standing in the churned snow, unable to speak further. Word spread before Bram could reach his cabin. Some said he had returned with madness clinging to his skin. Others whispered that he had killed the devil elk, and the curse was broken. The old midwife, who remembered the story from her own childhood, told anyone who would listen that the air already felt changed. The forest's edge, once looming and oppressive, had softened. The dogs no longer whined at sundown. The wind moved through the pines without that hollow, mournful sound. Bram's hands shook as he fumbled with the latch of his cabin. Inside, he sat on the creaking cot and stared at the bundle in his lap, tracing the rough wool with numb fingers. He could not bring himself to open it. He thought of his brother's face, caught between memory and dream, the boy's laugh, the gleam of mischief in his eyes, the way he had once promised to outhunt every trapper in the north. Bram felt the weight of promises broken and kept. He knew the forest had not given back his brother, only this small, pitiful remnant. The days passed in slow procession. Bram did not speak much. When he did, his voice came out as a hoarse croak, barely above a whisper. Men from the settlement came to his door, hopping for a tale or a warning. They asked what he had seen. Bram would sit with his head bowed, hands clasped tight, and try to explain. He spoke of the trees, how they seemed to shift and lean together, trapping him in endless circles. He tried to describe the strange marks, trees snapped at perfect angles, the black fungus that grew wherever the elk passed. He told them about the carcasses, left whole yet emptied, as if all warmth and life had been drawn out by unseen hands. He said that time moved differently in the pines. Days stretched and shrank. Sometimes he would find himself walking in darkness, only to blink and see full daylight. He lost count of how many nights he spent beneath the twisted boughs, watching red antlers flicker through the fog. Hunger gnawed at him, but he ate only enough to keep moving. Sleep brought no comfort. In his dreams, antlers broke through his chest and blood ran cold down his ribs. He would wake with the taste of iron in his mouth and blood trickling from his nose. The elders listened, faces carved with doubt and fear. Some believed his mind had snapped. Others heard something in his words that matched their own unspoken terrors. They remembered stories of hunters who vanished in the pines, men who returned wild-eyed and mute. Now they saw Bram standing before them, shrunken but alive. They watched as his hands shook, as he flinched at the crack of firewood or the howl of the wind. Bram tried to explain the moment he saw the elk. It had stood between the trees, impossibly tall, its antlers burning with a red glow. He said it watched him with eyes that held neither malice nor mercy. He raised his musket, knowing it would not matter, but fired anyway. The shot struck home, and the beast bled not blood but black smoke. The elk shuddered and split apart, two bodies forming where there had been one. It was not a single creature, he said, but many, each sharing the same mind, the same hunger. He followed the bleeding shadows deeper. The air thickened, compasses spinning wild. He felt something pulling him toward the heart of the forest. There he found the heart tree, an ancient pine, trunk blackened and split, roots tangled in bones. The ground around it pulsed with dark energy. He understood in a way beyond words that the tree was the source of the curse. He set fire to it, using the last of his powder and a spark from his flint. The flames burned with an unnatural light. He heard the elk scream, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. When the tree finally fell, the forest went silent. Not a bird stirred. Not a branch moved. Bram did not remember leaving the woods. He only knew he woke in a snowdrift at the forest's edge, battered and barely alive. He dragged himself toward the settlement, unsure if he was awake or dreaming. Each step felt like wading through cold, black water. He thought of his brother with every breath. He promised himself he would not let the curse claim anyone else. The settlement changed after Bram's return. The air grew lighter, as if a weight had lifted from every chest. Hunters found game tracks close to the village again. The children played near the forest's edge without fear. Even the oldest dogs, who had howled at the moon for years, lay quietly by the fire. People spoke of Bram in hushed voices, part awe, part dread. Some called him a hero. Others wondered if he had brought something back with him, a fragment of the curse hidden behind his haunted gaze. Bram kept to himself. He rebuilt the traps he used to set with his brother, but never strayed far from the settlement. He spent long hours sharpening his knives, cleaning his musket, and staring into the dying fire. Sometimes he would walk to the edge of the pines and stand motionless, as if listening for something only he could hear. The others watched him from a distance, uncertain how to approach the man who had survived the devil elk. They pressed him for more details. They wanted to know if the curse was truly gone, if it was safe to hunt and trap in hollow pines once more. Bram would only say that the forest was quieter now, but its secrets were not meant for men. He warned them never to seek what lay at the heart of the woods. He insisted that some things should remain undisturbed, no matter how tempting the promise of glory or vengeance. His words carried the weight of hard-won knowledge, and most listened. A few, emboldened by the promise of safety, ventured into the outer pines. They found the woods changed, less oppressive, the air clear. But when they asked Bram to join them, he refused. He had no wish to return. He told them that the forest took more than it gave, and that some wounds never healed. He carried his brother's scarf everywhere, never speaking of what it meant. The others respected his silence, unsure what ghosts haunted him on cold nights. In time, the story of Bram's ordeal spread beyond hollow pines. Traders and trappers from distant outposts came to hear the tale, drawn by the legend of the devil elk. They left offerings at the forest's edge, tobacco, beads, bits of iron, hoping to appease whatever spirits lingered. The elders passed down Bram's warnings to their children, teaching them to respect the woods and its mysteries. The old superstitions faded, but not entirely. People remembered the price paid for challenging the unknown. Bram's life settled into a pattern. He rose before dawn, tended his traps, and mended his gear. He spoke little, his words measured and spare. When asked about his brother, he would say only that the forest kept what it claimed. He did not mourn openly, but those who watched him saw the grief etched deep in his features. He moved through each day with the careful precision of a man who had faced death and survived. The settlement thrived in the years after the curse lifted. New families arrived, drawn by tales of fertile land and safe hunting. The sawmill grew busy, and the winter stores filled with game. Yet for all the prosperity, people did not forget the darkness that once hung over hollow pines. Each year, on the night Bram returned, they gathered in the square and lit lanterns, remembering those lost to the woods. Bram never joined them. He preferred the solitude of his cabin, the company of memory and regret. Some wondered if the curse was truly broken. They watched the forest for any sign of the elk's return, red antlers burning through the fog, the snap of branches at midnight. But the woods remained quiet. The only tracks were those of deer and fox, the only cries those of owls and wolves. The heart tree, once a source of dread, was now a charred stump hidden deep in the pines. Few dared seek it, and those who did returned shaken, speaking of a silence so deep it pressed against the bones. Bram grew older, but the wounds he carried never fully healed. He dreamed often of the heart tree, of black smoke curling through twisted branches. In those dreams, he walked forever beneath the pines, searching for his brother's face among the shadows. He woke with a start, heart hammering, the taste of fear lingering long after the sun rose. He learned to live with the ache, to carry it like a scar beneath his skin. He never spoke of the elk again. When pressed, he would only say that the forest had its own laws and that men would do well to remember them. He warned the young hunters, never follow red antlers into the fog, never trust what you see beneath the pines. Most listened. A few scoffed, eager for adventure, but even they stepped carefully near the forest's edge. Bram's legacy became a matter of quiet pride for the settlement. The old stories were retold, changing with each passing year. Some said he had bargained with the devil elk, trading his soul for the safety of the village. Others claimed he had killed the beast with a single shot, his aim guided by the spirits of the woods. The truth was simpler and far more complicated. Bram himself knew that victory had come at a terrible price. In time, the forest healed. New pines grew where the heart tree once stood, their branches reaching for the sky. The black fungus faded, replaced by green moss and wildflowers. The woods became a place of hunting and gathering once more, not a land of dread. Yet for all the peace, a sense of caution lingered. People remembered Bram's warning. Some secrets were better left untouched. Bram died with winter on the ground, years after his return. The settlement gathered to mourn him, laying his body to rest in the shadow of the pines. They spoke of his courage, his sacrifice, and the quiet strength that had saved them all. No one dared enter the woods that day. Instead, they left a lantern burning at the forest's edge, a silent promise to remember what had been lost and what had been won. The story of the devil elk faded into legend, but Bram's name remained. In the years that followed, children grew up hearing tales of the man who faced the darkness and returned. They learned to respect the forest, to walk softly beneath the boughs, and to listen for the whispers of old ghosts. Hollow pines thrived but never forgot. So it was that Bram Keller's journey ended, not as a tale of triumph, but as a warning etched in memory. The woods became a place of life once more, the curse lifted, the air free of fear. Yet in the quiet moments of dusk, when the fog drifted low and the pines cast long shadows, some claimed to see the flicker of red antlers deep among the trees. They would pause, remembering Bram's scars, and turn back to the safety of home. For in hollow pines, the living learned to heed the warnings of the haunted, and to respect the boundaries between their world and the wild unknown. Each winter, when the first heavy snows blot out the paths and the moon grows pale behind the shroud of fog, a ritual unfolds in hollow pines. The children gather close to the orange warmth of the lodge fires. Their faces, round and bright, watch the slow movement of elders' hands as they gesture toward the darkened windows and thick, silent woods. The story they request is always the same. They want to hear how Bram Keller faced the devil elk, how a curse was broken, and what remains in the afterglow of that long haunted season. They ask with voices both afraid and thrilled, pressing each other's arms, daring themselves to listen until the end. The adults comply, some with sly smiles, others with eyes that flicker to the shadows. For even now, years later, the memory of that winter lives, neither wholly banished nor wholly believed. Word passes from mouth to mouth, old to young. The legend is retold in fragments and flourishes. Children are told that once the forest belonged to something else, a force older and stranger than any hunter or settler. The devil elk, they say, came whenever the snow sealed the land and the fog thickened. It was a beast larger than any known elk, antlers like burning brands, eyes that saw through night and fear. It was said that those who chased it vanished forever, or returned hollow, their minds unmoored, their bodies shivering with secrets. The story always finds its way to Bram Keller. Not a man given to boasting nor to fear, Bram lived hard and quiet, the lines of his face deepened by cold and grief. He had not gone hunting for glory. He had gone because his brother Elias was taken. Some say Bram had tried to warn Elias, reminding him of the vanishings, the old warnings. Elias, young and hungry for proof, had gone anyway, not returning when the snows grew deep. By midwinter, only Bram's stubborn love remained where hope once lived. They say Bram packed his traps with shaking hands. He built a pack with enough salt pork, flint, and powder to last weeks. He took his father's musket, the one that never misfired and the hunting knife blackened by years of use. He told his neighbors he would not return until he had ended the thing that had taken his brother. Some believed him doomed. Others pitied him. Some wondered if he, too, would vanish. Word spread of Bram's trek, the way he vanished into the fog, his footprints swallowed behind him. The forest, locals said, was not as it should be. Compasses spun, needles searching for direction. Time seemed to slow, the sun and moon blurred behind veils of mist. Bram moved on, following strange signs, trees snapped in mirrored halves, carcasses drained and left as if for some ritual, black fungus growing in looping patterns wherever the elk had passed. The elders remind the children that Bram was no fool. He marked his path, counted his steps, and never lit a fire unless he was certain of no eyes watching. Yet each night the sense of being followed grew. He dreamed, they say, of antlers bursting through his chest, of hooves pounding through his blood. He woke with a nosebleed and a shiver, certain that something stood just beyond the reach of his fire. He pressed onward, heart hammering, refusing to turn back. The tale reaches its climax with the sighting. Bram, exhausted and desperate, caught a glimpse of the beast. It was massive, more shadow than flesh, antlers alight with an unearthly red. The elk stood silent, watching. Bram raised his musket, hand steady despite the tremor in his soul. He fired and the beast staggered. But instead of blood, black smoke billowed from the wound. The elk split, becoming two, then fading into the fog. Bram understood then. The devil elk was not one creature but many, sharing one mind, one hunger. The elders speak softly of Bram's realization. The curse, he believed, was rooted deeper than flesh. Somewhere at the center of hollow pines there stood a heart tree, ancient and gnarled, pulsing with the same red glow as the elk's antlers. To end the legend, he would have to find and destroy this heart. The children listen, breathless, as the story moves through Bram's final journey, a trek through a maze of frozen branches and shifting paths. He found the heart tree at the forest's dead center, its bark split and bleeding that same thick black smoke. He pressed his knife deep, carving until the heart split open. The ground shook, the fog lifted. The elk, wherever they were, faded, their curses unmade. Afterward, Bram returned home, broken but alive. His eyes, some say, never truly lost the haunted look. He spoke little of what he had seen. Some nights he would drink at the fire, staring into the flames, listening for sounds only he could hear. The forest, though, fell silent. No more vanishings, no more curses. The children grew up, learning new stories, yet always returning to the legend of the devil elk when the snow began to fall. Each year, as the days shortened and the wind turned sharp, Bram visited a small grave at the edge of the pines. It was a humble mound, marked by a simple stone. Here lay Elias, lost to the woods, found only in memory. Bram brought with him a single red antler, cold to the touch, heavier than it looked. He would set it on the mound, bow his head, and speak words no one else heard. Some say he begged forgiveness. Others think he made promises to keep watch, to never let the forest reclaim what he had won back. The antler glowed faintly in the dusk, a reminder of what had passed. The children ask what happened to Bram. Some elders say he lived out his days in peace, never again venturing deep into hollow pines. Others whisper that he became a guardian of sorts, patrolling the border, ensuring nothing ever crossed back into the world from the heart of the woods. A few believe that in his last days, Bram saw shadows moving again, red lights flickering at the edge of vision. But the forest remained quiet, the curse held at bay. Of the devil elk they say little. The legend is a scar, not a wound. No one has seen the beast since Bram's return. Yet when the fog is thickest and the moon is high, some claim to see a faint red glow deep among the trees. They shiver, pull the blankets close, and agree that legends, like the cold, never truly die. The adults, finishing the story, lean back and watch the fire die. Some remember the days when Hollow Pines was feared. They recall the desperation in Bram's eyes, the way the forest seemed to bend around him, as if testing his resolve. They remember the funerals, the searching parties that returned empty-handed, the superstitions that shaped every winter. Now there is peace, but it is a wary peace, watched over by memory and warning. The children, sensing the gravity beneath the tale, promise each other never to stray too far into the woods. They repeat the signs to watch for: trees snapped in perfect halves, bloodless prey, black fungus in the snow. They tell themselves the curse is broken, that the devil elk is gone. But in their dreams, the antlers glow and the fog never lifts. The legend endures not just as a story, but as a lesson etched into the bones of hollow pines. Years pass. Bram grows older, his hair whitening, his steps slowing. He becomes a fixture in the village, rarely speaking of what he saw. Some nights he sits at the edge of the pines, watching the tree line, his musket across his knees. Neighbors bring him food, offer company, but he often prefers solitude. They wonder if he waits for something, an ending, a sign, or perhaps forgiveness from the brother he could not save. Bram's legacy is not measured in trophies or tales of conquest. It is found in the hush that settles over hollow pines each winter. It is in the way the children stick close to home, in the respect paid to the woods. His story is a thread woven into the life of the village, a reminder that courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to face it, again and again. On the anniversary of Elia's disappearance, Bram visits the grave once more. The red antler, dulled by frost, still rests atop the mound. Bram kneels, his breath coming slow. He remembers the promise he made to end the curse, to bring peace. He feels the weight of his years, the ache in his bones. He wonders if the forest has truly forgotten, or if it simply waits for another chance. He rises, touches the antler, and turns away, leaving the woods silent behind him. The story ends where it began, with a warning. The elders remind the children that legends are not just stories. They are warnings, maps to dangers half remembered and half believed. The devil elk may be gone, but the forest remains, ancient and watchful. They tell the children to respect the woods, to listen for the signs, to never take peace for granted. And as the fire dies, as the night grows deep, they sit in silence, each holding the legend close, neither wholly comforted nor wholly afraid. In the heart of hollow pines, where the snow lies thick and the fog never truly lifts, a faint red glow sometimes flickers among the pines. It is gone in an instant, a trick of the eye, a memory of fear. The villagers agree it is nothing. They tell each other the story is over. But in the hush of winter, when the wind stirs and the antlers of frost crown the trees, the legend endures, waiting for the next telling, the next believer, the next brave soul who will dare the woods in search of truth.